Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of the religions. Going to have an open panel tonight. I have one guest I'm expecting any time now. Bring him in when he gets there. Not going to tell you who it is. Surprise, surprise. And until then, let me get rid of these. Until then, I'm going to read some Bible in modern American English. So what I've done here is gone back to the most confirmed words, Greek lexicon, those kinds of dates of things, and found that in the Greek, also in the Hebrew, the translation that we have doesn't really work in our language anymore. And there were also Christian assumptions when they did the translating that flavored it. So this is unflavored, which might mean boring, but it's honest. And we're going to wait on that. Peace and respect, brother generally.
Hey, what's up, Richard? How you doing?
I'm better tonight, Zoif. Your volume's good. Your camera looks good. Oh, look who it is. One of my favorite atheist agnostic persons who, I don't know. Simus Funk. Peace and respect and welcome.
Hello.
You have a slight delay. Sounds like about a second and a half, just so we're all aware of it and can take that into consideration.
Okay, should be gone.
Okay, so generally, would you give your theological position, a little bit about yourself, show your channel, if you would, please?
You go ahead first, GS, because you were first.
Awesome. Yeah. My name is Generally Specific. You can find me at generally_specific. I guess I'll put a link here in a minute. For the most of my life, for the greater part of my life, I would consider myself a hopeful agnostic. And what exactly do I mean by a hopeful agnostic? I mean someone that always believed that there was something greater than myself, but everyone and their brother's uncle always had a different name for it and would chastise you that if you didn't believe what they said, you weren't going to make that gleaming city on a hill. So that kind of left a bad taste in my mouth for quite a while. I've since been baptized as a born-again Christian. I am still feeling my way around in what used to be a pitch black room, but is now being illuminated by some semblance of light, in which I will grope and I will ask God to reveal things to me in his time. And I seek that wisdom. He who lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach, but let him ask in faith. All right, that's pretty much it. And then I guess I'll show my channel here. I appreciate, Richard, always to have a conversation with you.
Oh, thank you. Simos, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, thank you so much. Of course, I'm Simos Funk. I was born an agnostic, and I became an atheist when I was 7. And it's been that way ever since. So I'm very lucky to be very consistent in my faith. What your little intro there, Genetically Specific, reminds me of an old joke from probably the 80s, I guess, which is something like the Pope says to an atheist, "The problem with you atheists is that you're in a black room with no windows, no light, and you're looking for a black cat that you cannot find." And the atheist returns to the Pope, "And the problem with you theists is you're in a black room with no windows, looking for a black cat, and you think you found it." There we go.
It's interesting. So say a little bit about yourself, please.
Oh, really? I thought I did.
Gaming channel.
Oh, gaming channel. I've got a gaming channel, yeah. Like and a Formula One channel, of course. I do Formula One motor cars. I've been watching Formula One since the 70s, and I talk with a fabulous host, Fabio, and another host, Lucky Strike 7, or Lucky 7 Wolfin, I beg your pardon. And we do a show every month, which the last of which this year will be on Monday at 9 o'clock UK time for the last race of the season. And yeah, please come and catch us there. We appreciate it. It's comedy as well as commentary. So there we go.
And be sure to put your link in the side chat if you would, please, sir.
Sure. Yeah.
Peace and respect and welcome. Are we not men? Also, Captive Desk and Untrackable, which I'm not sure that's actually true. Well, Simon, when he comes back after pushing the wrong button, will be more than welcome, of course. All right, so I'm up for any good challenges. Welcome back.
That's what happens when you.
Sorry, I accidentally beamed you out of the Enterprise there. I didn't mean to.
Oh, was it you? Was it? I thought it was me.
No, it was you. It was you.
My boomer thing coming through again.
It was your boomer thing, yeah.
Okay.
I was willing to soak up the hit until you actually asked a question.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna right out of the gate. I'm gonna engage Simos's joke and understand that there is a gleam of possible truth there, and there's the inevitability to find out whether indeed one has found what one is seeking or not. The premise of being in a black room looking for something you can't see, but have you touched it? Have you smelt it? Have you sensed it in any other possible way? So the premise of the joke being simple and being necessarily simple in order to be a joke, I imagine. I think one could find out very quickly if one grabs a hold of something that is tangible, right? That is measurable, that it is examinable in one's life. And if you'd like, I can expound upon that. But are you kind of picking up what I'm putting down a little, Samos?
Oh well, yeah, but you forget the reply. I get what the Pope was saying in the joke, but the atheist reply is what's obviously the joke part.
That's what I'm engaging in.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Then go ahead, engage away.
I already did. Were you listening?
I thought I was, but then I thought you were talking about grabbing something and smelling something which isn't there.
Well, no, your version of a Christian groping around in darkness, that you can't find something that you haven't found until you find it, right?
Yeah.
You don't know something you don't know until you find out that you didn't know what it is that you didn't know, right?
I kind of, yeah. Yeah.
So the thing to do here is give the kind of evidence that you're talking about, that it purrs. How does it purr?
My sheep know the sound of my voice.
You have sheep as well. Okay.
It's a quote from the Bible, Simos.
Oh, is it? Oh, damn. This is getting complicated. This is getting overly complicated for a simple joke.
The claim is that Jesus said, "My sheep hear my voice," and they recognize it and they follow, things like that. So the idea is that if GS is having some kind of relationship with Christ and recognizes his voice is something akin to petting the cat, even in the dark, you would know it was a cat.
Mm. And it would likely come to you, or you'd be able to hear it. So, for example, my chickens do know the sound of my voice, and I have them trained. I have a relationship with my chickens that when I say choo, 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 they come running to me.
Right. Why do they do that? Is it because you fed them before?
Well, why would you go? Why would you run to? Would you run to somebody that calls you and then kicks the crap out of you all across the yard, or would you kind of realize that when you hear choo, 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 you run the other way?
I don't know. Don't know if you've heard of Skinner, but
yeah, I'm familiar with Skinner. But so the interesting, you're talking Pavlovian
Exactly.
experimenting as well, right? I understand, but
Yeah.
you're making my point actually.
Oh, good. Okay.
And do you not see how you're making my
No,
point?
I'm not, because like my premise is that it doesn't exist. So as much as you keep saying, yeah, but I can know it somehow, but you're not telling me how you actually know it, right? Number one. And the premise of the joke is that it's a black room and
Mhm.
it's a black cat.
Well, let's take it away from being a joke, and let's
Right.
try to
Okay.
engage. Let's try to engage it
Okay.
in an interesting intellectual way. I don't mind there being a little bit of humor. That's fine. But
Right.
let's actually logically and in good faith engage this question.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So
this is the argument from divine hiddenness that you're addressing. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know all the fancy words for it, but go ahead. I mean, if
Okay.
you've got
So
an
the
argument,
That's the fancy term for it. Yeah.
I would put
intellectual term
I
for
would
it,
put
yeah.
forward this simple statement that a man with an argument, which is you, has nothing on a man with an experience, which is me. You
Right.
can't experience my experiences, and I
100%.
might believe your argument unless I have an experience that counteracts that argument. I am telling you I've had an experience that counteracts that argument, but you can either, in a leap of faith, look at me and say, this is a man who does not seem to be a liar, does not seem to be trying to deceive me, does not seem to be trying to wrestle shekels out of my pocket.
Yeah.
So therefore, he doesn't seem to have an agenda. So therefore, I might lend him a little bit more credence or leeway or grace. God forbid I use a biblical terminology.
Yeah.
Right. So think about that.
Yeah, no, I
Well,
mean, obviously, I've thought about it many times. It's not the first time that somebody said this to me. And I'm very happy for you to have your personal experience. And as you say, rightly, one man cannot look in the mind of another without being told. And words have duplicitous meanings at the best of times. And I don't have to call you a liar. I don't have to doubt that you sincerely believe what you believe, in order to think that that you genuinely have those opinions. And I'm very charitable as an atheist. I
Mhm.
believe that you have had the opinion, you have had the experiences that you think you've had.
so
But the
Robert
problem,
Greene,
I haven't got it finished. But the
right?
problem is that
There it
I
is.
have also had experiences,
Mhm.
right? And you can't doubt those experiences either,
I'm not.
right?
I'm not.
So,
I'm
but
not.
all we're talking about is just like pitting against each other worldviews. And the only way we can decide between those worldviews is to put them out into some kind of objective place and
Mhm.
talk about them and find out whether they are credible or not.
So it's
Okay,
interesting.
everybody
I'm
keep
saying-
track of where you are. Everybody
and I'm
keep
going
track of where you are. I'm just going to introduce new. Sorry about the delay there,
Go ahead.
Simos. Don't mean to speak over you.
That's fine.
I'm just going to introduce people. Jamie Russell, did you have anything to add when you came in, or are you going with the conversation as it evolves?
I would just say I can doubt your experiences if I want. That's it.
Right. Based Oracle, did you have anything to add? You're good. Okay, guys, then go ahead. And we were at what I think becomes an impasse, where you just have he said, she said.
Indeed, yeah. Well, no, I was just going to end up, and I'll end up quickly for you, generally here,
Mhm.
which is that this just becomes the word of one man against another, and that's fine. And I don't doubt that I don't think you're deliberately lying to antagonize me or to provoke me or to gain some sway over me. I have none of those preconceptions. I just believe that you have no way of demonstrating externally, objectively, what your experience actually is. Okay, go ahead.
You said a couple of things, and you said you can't know what's in a person's mind. Then what is this tome that I'm holding in my hand? I can know at least a part of this person's mind, Mr. Green here.
It could be a lie, though.
It could be a lie, but you know that the man inside the man's mind is a lie, right? But to say that you can't look into a person's mind when they actually pour it out for you on a tome is a little bit of a non sequitur, perhaps. Furthermore, your terminology is very interesting. You use the words pit or pitting.
Yes.
Right. So when you look up the definition of pit, I put it out there. It's basically a present participle. pit someone or something against something or someone or something in conflict or competition with a chance to pit herself against him. I find it interesting how, while you're not being attacked, I think this speaks to your experience with Christians, perhaps, or with anyone from religion, that there seems to be an antagonistic approach from them towards you. If that's the case, I would like to apologize. If I came
apologize.
I would like to apologize if I came across in any way, shape, or form in an offensive manner to you. I would also like to apologize for any Christians in the past that have perhaps rubbed you the wrong way.
That's nothing.
I apologize for that on a regular basis.
What Darth Dawkins does, or Brett Keane, or any number of these horrible individuals do, is nothing to do with you. And I would never face or tar other Christians with what some Christians might be doing. All Christians, that's a fallacy straight out. And I hope you do the same with atheists. But nonetheless, my point still remains the same: is that my experience is that of a hidden entity, if that entity exists at all. And for me, then, if it becomes hidden, there's no reason for me to be worshipping. Right? So again, I come down to, I don't doubt your experience. I'm not one to gainsay anybody else's testimony in that sense, right? But I can't believe that it's true that there is an objective God, in inverted commas, depending on your definition, the way you're saying it, because it has no meaning for me. My personal evidence and experience in my lifetime has been that no such thing exists. It's the same as Santa Claus, leprechauns, and all these other supernatural beings that people have attested to. Ghosts, witches, demons. None of these things I've ever experienced. So I have no reason to believe that they are in fact part of the world. Go ahead,
Simon. I'll just give one more pushback because I know it excites Based Oracle when somebody pushes back. Right, Based. He likes a good power bottom.
I had one more point to
I love
say
you, Based. I love it.
Hold
on.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm a Muppet with a bad memory, so please forgive me.
That's all right.
I lost it already. Dang it! What was it? It must have been a lie.
Or not really.
Dang, man, you're old. You must be
prophecy.
old.
I'm really old. Go ahead, Based, man. Give it back to me, man.
It was prophecy. You said you got a bad memory. Now you do.
Oh, I see. I speak of things that aren't as though
I want to go.
Yeah.
Let's go back to knowing what's in someone's mind. Now, I may be coming from a very different angle than what the topic was of, but I view most people that I've interacted with in the U.S. specifically as highly programmed, to the degree that even if they are speaking honestly from their purview, it's really other people's thoughts, corporations' thoughts that are coming out. So if we're to assume that's true, it is fucking true, then is that really knowing the mind of an individual?
I mean,
I'm pretty sure everybody copies. That's how we learn to talk and interact, by imitating adults. So you could piss away human autonomy.
Okay. Do you think that everyone also grows up wanting to flush babies down the toilet?
No.
I'm
not totally disagreeing.
That would be an example. Well, I'm making an example of programming, right? Because you were just saying, well, it's sort of programming, I think, that we learn language, right?
We were talking about Skinner. In that sense, there is some kind of Pavlovian programming that humans are susceptible to. And I think this explains a large amount of behavior that our species has, for good and for bad. Right? It's not just bad stuff, it's good stuff as well.
Agreed.
Why has Christianity spread for 2,000 years and become one of the most successful religions on the planet? I think it's Pavlovian. I think it's a matter of behavior. This is what our parents taught us to do. We carry on doing it, and we have a lot of experience with doing it. So it seems to
maybe
work.
they won the
Why
holy
don't we
wars.
carry on doing it? Say again?
I said, or maybe they won the holy wars, right? Maybe they were the victor in terms of bloodshed.
I mean,
so it doesn't have to be that they were good, and that's why they've made it.
Right, but
right, the U.S. government has evolved to what it is now. Would you say because it's good, it's been getting better?
Well, no, I'm saying that's why we do these things, is because it can't be because of war, because I wasn't involved in any holy wars.
What
Right.
What
My
is the
generation-
relevance of
there?
that? What
My
is your
generation-
anecdotal relevance to the big picture? I don't see the
Well,
connection.
because you were saying it's because of the holy wars. No, I'm trying to explain why it's passed generation to generation. It's a behavioral trait that humans have, right?
I don't get it. No.
And if you're saying it's the most successful because of holy wars, I don't think that explains why it's most successful. Otherwise, we would have dropped it at the end of the last generation after the last holy war.
Well, I did say maybe, right? And
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
that maybe is as probable
I
as
see.
what you're saying.
Okay.
It did spread because of holy wars, but the question is, it's an interesting dynamic because when they were killing people and using the faith as the excuse for it, they were outright not following what explicitly taught by Jesus. So it's an interesting dynamic.
And it's a cult.
Sure. Outright.
Yeah, depending on your definition, right? I mean, there's some more nuance there as well, right? I would tend to agree, right? It's a very large cult, so we wouldn't call it a cult.
I do.
And it certainly doesn't. It's certainly not in all cases does it relay to the sort of medical definition of what a cult is, i.e., having these 20 lists of 20 things that cults have to do in order to become criminalized.
Well,
A little bit of
political
channel
parties are
business. A little bit of channel business. Brother Timothy, if you, I muted you, but if you still have your YouTube on, could you please mute the site by hitting the tab, getting the drop-down list, mute site if you want to continue viewing on YouTube as well as being in the chat. If not, you could just kill YouTube, and that would be fine as well, and I will, or you can unmute yourself.
Just so I know, you guys, I know Jamie. I've seen you around for a long time. Hello, and but based historical, are you you're an atheist, presumably? Are you, the way you're talking?
No. I like to shake shit up and then watch it just kind of scramble.
I see.
Yeah.
So you're a theist, are you?
I believe that there is a God.
Okay. Yeah, that's my definition of
But
theism.
I don't relate to any religion. I see them
Sure.
as cults for the most part, looking for power more than to do any good. As they all talk about, oh, we want to do good, and they end up fucking killing people and diddling little kids and shit,
That can happen.
and taking all the money in as a tax-free write-off. That's the cherry on top.
Yeah. Certainly in America, yeah. Not so much in other. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm namely coming from American culture. I don't have a lot of knowledge outside of that. I've been around the world a little bit, but really in the military.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So, yeah, that my explanation. I mean, I don't doubt what you're saying in terms of the holy wars is how these things tend to be spread. I also think it's not just wars; it's also conquest through domination.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a violent war, like the British Empire was some of the reason that Asia and Africa are Christian. You know.
Well, I agree with you there, but there's always the threat of physical violence when it comes
sure.
to government enforcement, and I think in some regard, right, I'm not saying wholly, but in some regard, no pun intended there, that we can look at Christianity as sort of a vague branch, like kind of quasi-government in terms of the relation, how the U.S. is, how it was formed, the basis of a Christian nation, as I understand it. So I don't think that Christianity is a form of government per se. That's why I use the word quasi.
No, that's fine. And I'd also say, just for context as well, the other Abrahamic religions also have an issue with politics as well. I mean, Judaism,
Sure.
famously, God gave the Jews somebody else's land. Right?
Can I
Okay,
jump
so
in?
this has been a
Straight
very
out the
interesting conversation. Yes, Jamie, please give your 2 cents, or maybe
Yeah, go
3 or
ahead, Jamie.
5.
Okay. So I strongly feel that Christianity is not meant to be a governmental religion, and I believe Christianity is the purpose of God as a. I don't think Judaism is supposed to be a different religion if you take a believing perspective on the stream of history. Put aside the whole Jew question and all that, but I think Christianity is true religion if God is real according to the Bible. But is my point, putting aside the eschatological questions, just this is God's act through history, and this is the way of salvation, and Christianity isn't supposed to be that. But I wanted to bring up one point of history. I'd be curious what you guys make of this. So I think domination through some sort of governmental power of using Christianity is wrong in a sense, but there's a story, I'll just give it really quick. When the British Empire brought a sort of a Christian ethic to India, they had a practice in India, which they tried to let the people follow their religion to some degree, right? They weren't like pressing them too hard, but like a new admiral came in a major city in India that they were having control over. And they had this practice where if something like this, okay, don't hold me to the exact, but it's something like when a man that was like the leader of a town or whatever died, his wife would be thrown on the funeral pyre. And when this new admiral came in and was in charge of the city, he was told that they were going to do this like the next day, according to their culture, throw this wife on the pyre because this holy man died. And so what the admiral did is he set up gallows in the town square. And he said, if you're free to practice your religion, but if any man tries to throw this woman on the pyre, you will be hung in this town square. And they didn't hang the man, they didn't kill the wife. Now, is that good or bad? I think it's good. Just saying.
Yeah, that was not just the Hindus used to practice wife burning, but also some of the Sikhs as well. So it was a more of one of these tribal things that go back in India for a long time. And yes, you're absolutely correct. It was one of the things that the British tried to expunge from India, and they did to a large degree. Just one of the few benefits of being in the empire for India.
So I hate to have my show on my show, guys, but I'd like to bring it back to the original conversation right after we hear from Brother Timothy, who I hope has something to add right away, and if not, just joining the conversation as you see fit. Brother Timothy.
I got no, I don't have anything to add right away.
Okay,
I believe
that's fine.
God meant for government and the church to be separate. Absolutely.
How do you know that?
Pardon me?
How do you know that?
Well, because the governments of men govern pagans.
Okay. But
there are
isn't
all kinds.
isn't it sort of arrogant to suggest that you, a lay person, would know what's in God's mind? I mean, to me that sounds absurd.
Seems to me like he gave us 66 books to give us some kind of idea of what was in his mind.
And never once did he mention that exactly, did he?
Now, wait a minute. No, wait. He didn't mention what exactly?
Well, what you just said.
That government and state should be separate?
Yeah, did he say that exactly? Did God say that and it was written in a book? Or you're just saying that you surmised after 66 books, whatever it was. You interpreted, correct?
Oh, wow. You're interesting.
Yeah, I know, pretty accurate, right?
That's the
a little bit
theme of the
sharp,
whole
too.
book. That's the theme of the whole book, dude. God
so he
first.
needed a whole fucking book to say that?
Yes.
Wow.
And many other books. Do you read any other books besides the Bible?
Who said I read the Bible? I was asking a question.
Right. Then why are you even talking about the Bible?
Oh, I guess I shouldn't talk about it if I didn't read it, right?
Let's not get into combative. Let me introduce the... Sir, I'm the channel. Sir, I have the channel. I will not wait. This is my channel. I will not wait. I will interrupt when I think it's necessary and needed to build bridges where I think bridges need built. Okay? So, So, Brother Timothy, please understand that based is hyper literal. He's very, very literal. Absolutely everything he says very, very carefully. And you're speaking somewhat colloquially, but if you take him literally at what he's saying, you guys would have a better conversation.
Oh,
So
just
don't
remembered.
I'm just saying, don't make assumptions talking to base. Don't do that. It won't work out.
I rest my case.
Yeah, thank you. That was a point well made. Okay, I just want to go back to something generally said, which is he pulled me up on using the word pits. And no, I generally think that if we're in a debate community, which I hope we are, otherwise I wouldn't be talking to you, the word pits is just referring to the A in atheists, right? That's all I meant by that. Obviously, we are on opposing sides. Does that mean that we have to physically fight each other or hate each other? No, it doesn't at all. It doesn't.
Well, I want to get down to the heart of the matter.
It does mean that we will disagree on this particular point, though.
So Simos, since it's pretty much, and based, please chime in. Anyone else who's atheist agnostic, please chime in. What do you consider that would be evidence, other than obviously divine hiddenness, physical evidence? What would you consider evidence? And Simos Funk, please.
Yeah, I because I recognize that this is a philosophical question more than it is a scientific one for me personally. I can admit a wide amount of evidence as being evidence, right? The number of people that are Christians in the world, that's the type of evidence. Don't think it's a very good evidence, but it is evidence, right? There are a number of arguments. Aquinas is 5 ways. They're evidence. I don't think they're good evidence, but they are evidence.
You'll forgive me for not knowing Aquinas. Could you state those?
I couldn't state them all, but they're basically fall into 2 categories, I think. One is some kind of contingency argument, so causation, right? There can't be an infinite regress of causation, therefore there must be something that is moving the beginning or be causing the first cause.
Oh, the prime mover. Okay, yeah.
Prime mover argument, yeah. And I can't remember the second one. The second one is motion, I think. But anyway, I think they're virtually the same. So, but anyway, they're types of philosophical argument. Kalam is another, fine-tuning. We know them all, don't we? Transcendental argument. They're all types of philosophical argument, and they're in some sense evidence.
But they're not the kind of evidence I would have looked for when I was an atheist. I would have wanted something that if it can't be deductive, at least it's inductive and necessary.
Sure. I mean, well, you can't have a necessary inductive argument, but apart from that,
I mean things that follow necessarily in an inductive argument, not an inductive. Yeah, you're right. I said that poorly.
Okay. Yeah. Just don't use the word necessary with inductive. But like I'm saying, I don't mind. I personally have I personally would accept inductive arguments over deductive arguments. I think deductive arguments are, have some major problems with them. Okay, that is to say that they're basically going to end up as tautologies, and if you think, you're not going to accept them unless you think the premises are true. And you can't really.
Can you explain the difference between the two for the audience?
Right. Really? There we go again.
Yeah, he's asking for the audience. Yeah.
Yeah, like the audience. Okay.
I'm just kidding. He's a real bright guy.
Yeah. Okay, so it's the form of the arguments really that are the major difference. Basically, a deductive argument has a series of premises which lead to a necessary conclusion, and an inductive argument follows the form of observation. So you observe a certain pattern in nature or through the data, and then from that pattern you induce that. I would disagree with that, but you induce basically that that pattern is going to be true. I shouldn't use the word necessary there. But you accept that it is true, right? So
an inductive argument comes to the most logical, rational conclusion based on based on its premises, but it's not necessary.
Yeah, in some sense. So the form of the argument of an inductive argument, I think, is all observed A's are B's, therefore all A's are B's. And so it's very different to a deductive argument.
Yes.
Okay. And I think that logic, I think, no, not all, I think logic includes induction as well as deduction. And abduction is the third type, of course.
So I'm kind of new to this whole induct-deduct thing, so I did look it up. I kind of cheated a little bit.
Good. Thank you.
And it said a deductive argument is a type of logical reasoning where the conclusion is guaranteed to be true if the premises are true.
Okay.
So I think
And the conclusion follows.
Right. So like that sounds really mathematical to me. Like it can be demonstrated that 2 + 2 will always equal 4, and there's no world can it be true and false at the same time of our understanding, unless we're getting into theoretical universes or theoretical mathematics, right?
P
Right.
can never be not
Sure.
P.
Given the axioms of mathematics, it can't be false. Yeah.
Okay.
And I would just add, if you're opposed to something, if you're shouldn't you know what it is exactly that you're opposed to? If you're an adversary to something,
sure.
shouldn't you know what it is? Shouldn't you know what you're adversarial towards?
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. And obviously there are many definitions of gods, but my personal definition of God is something like a supernatural agent.
So,
Right, but if you're arguing against a reason, shouldn't you know what the reason is that you're arguing against? I mean, if shouldn't you? Don't you think that battling an unknown enemy is ignorance?
Well, it depends. It's not unknown because I just
Do you know the devil?
I gave you the definition.
Okay.
Do you know the devil?
So I think it would be unreasonable or irrational to hold what I used to hold, which was a strong atheistic position that there can be no gods. Here's why it's irrational. We have not investigated all of the universe. So we cannot know whether or not there is a God if that God were not revealing itself purposefully. Okay, so the next best I can do is I can say, well, if someone describes the God and what the God is definitionally, let's say the definition of their God is something that cannot exist. That's literally their definition, something that cannot exist. Well, then I can look at that and look at the aspects of the claim and say, well, the God can't exist. So I know that God doesn't exist. So I could eliminate certain gods based on the ideas that the person describing the God offers forward. But of course, I can't eliminate the possibility of all gods.
So, and I'm going to throw this because there's a decent panel here, and I think there's some intellectual and thoughtful people here, and I keep proposing this, and I don't know that I've had a satisfactory response to it or well thought out response, perhaps, or one that
Go
I'm
ahead,
willing
propose.
to accept. Is that don't rush me, dude? I don't tell you. I don't go to the
Hurry
street
the
corner.
fuck up, GS.
I don't go to the street corner and slap dicks out of your hand, telling you how to suck dicks and do your job. Don't.
No, that's your wife,
Oh
bro.
my. Oh
All right.
my.
Come on, guys. Come on. That's not what this channel is about.
Just being accurate.
So an atheist, right, is by definition would be non-existing. The whole ideology of an atheist would cease to exist if there truly was no God. The fact that there is a God for them to be against, or their thought process, their ideology to be against, to me demonstrates that it necessitates that there has to be a God for them to be against a God. Otherwise, you're against nothing. Like it's foolish.
Okay.
It's Don Quixote tilting at a windmill at that point in time.
If that's the case, I am an atheist to the quad omni God of Aquinas. Okay, so I believe that cannot exist, and I'm atheistic toward that.
So if the premise is, and your point is well made, but to say in blanket atheist, meaning no gods at all, it's kind of interesting to me. I don't know how that holds water.
Could you just tell me what your definition of atheist is that you're trying to use here?
That's the right question.
And
no
God.
No
That's
God.
the definition of God.
No God.
No, no God is not a definition of atheist.
Well,
Makes
okay.
no sense to say no
you
God.
Can you help me out then? What exactly are you against if
Okay.
you don't believe it exists in the first place?
But it's not about what I'm against. So I'm asking you what the definition of the word atheist is.
Well, I'm not an atheist, so why don't you
so
tell me what an
I'll
atheist
tell you,
is?
and my definition of atheist, personally, and there is others, but this is my personal definition, is I believe there are no gods.
That's
An
good.
atheist is somebody who does not believe there are gods.
It's the positive assertion that no God or gods exist. That is the literature. That's what the literature uses the term as. Anyway.
Okay, we don't have what's that guy with the long hair but bald on top, Steve something. Anyway, we don't have him available to us. So let's just settle on definitions, and I'm going to make this just fairly simple and fairly well defined. A hard atheist would make the positive assertion there can be no gods. A soft atheist would say, I do not believe in your God. Now, those are two very different assertions, okay? Or actually, a lot of people would say, I'm not done. A lot of people would say that...
Let me just interrupt a second, just to say that they're both belief statements. One's a negative, one's a positive.
And yes, thank you. And most atheists would say they only negate the proposition of your God. I have no evidence for your God, which is a softer position. Does anyone have any problem with those three?
Yes.
Yeah, that's agnosticism. That last one.
Well, when you said I don't believe in your God, then that would mean every person of religion being described to a different religion would now be described as an atheist.
Yes, that's why I said I'm atheistic to the God of Aquinas.
How do you know
You're accurate,
it's not
but
the
there's
same
no
God,
problem
though?
with that.
Right, but how do you know it's not the same God?
It's not the God that I'm describing when I say God.
Well, what is then?
A list of 7 immaterial constructs for perfect human flourishing, as the Bible lists them.
And because the Aquinas doesn't state those as the definition of God, that's the distinction. Because I'm saying, why couldn't it be the same God? Is it possible that you're each unaware that you're believing in the same God?
Well, as The Machine Lies said, Aquinas was highly specific about these things and added a lot on because of Christian tradition, which is literally not in the Bible. In fact, the Bible speaks against it. It's just a Christian tradition that God is the quad omni God, the all-powerful, the all-knowing, the all-present, and the all-good. Now, the Bible just simply does not make those claims. Okay? Now, Christians make those claims, but you can't find it in the text. In fact, every claim within the text is always situationally qualified. For instance, I know every hair on your head. Your head, whose head? David's head. Oh, you know every hair on that guy's head. Fine. Do you know every hair on every head? The claim just isn't there.
Is it possible the person describing is inaccurately describing and really believes in the same God, but was inaccurate in the description of said God?
Sure, but what am I supposed to do about their definitions? I can't fix their mind. I could ask for more clarity, but Aquinas is a little bit dead right now.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Or is he?
Yeah,
as far as I know.
The failure to accurately describe something that is believed to be existing by a person isn't the fault of the thing that is believed to exist. It's the fault of the person doing the interpreting or the explaining, right?
That would be correct. Or the person hearing, it could be their fault.
It could be a problem there too. Exactly.
Yeah, and I think some of this comes down to then the point you're raising in this just now is the point about knowledge and what our definition of knowledge is. And I don't think that we can really achieve unknown knowledge through deduction. So, therefore, that only leaves induction, and therefore,
in all of human history,
therefore, knowledge by necessity or by definition is going to be non-necessary.
Brother Timothy, I want to Brother Timmy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir.
You're
I
fine.
see that you're my senior. I'm not trying to be rude, but just so that you're aware, Simus Funk has about a 0.75 to 1.0 second time delay, and he has breathing problems and often has to pause mid sentence, which means we need to give him double the amount of he really finished.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. There was something also I wanted to address what you said before that, genetically, about an atheist being against nothing. That general point is like taken away, because I'm not against, when I say I'm an atheist, all I'm simply saying is that my lack of belief in gods has a justification, right? And it's justified on the basis of my definition of God, not yours. If you want to give some unfalsifiable definition, okay, then we're going to go around the problem of deduction.
So
we're just going to get to a situation where I'm saying, well, it's unfalsifiable. That in itself is a reason not to believe it, as the Bishop Berkeley said. Go ahead.
So what Richard kind of gave, the three different examples that kind of helped me understand that there's
good.
Like a hard atheist, there's kind of a lukewarm-ish,
Yeah.
and then there's somebody that is kind of atheistic but it might be considered agnostic. So you're not the hard atheist. You're not like a hard atheist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Hard.
right.
And Brother Timothy, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, well, I was just going to say to base there, which is to say, they're both types of atheism, right? I don't draw a distinction between the two other than what the actual definition is, but they're both valid definitions of atheism. If someone says they lack belief in God and they do not believe in gods, then that's fine by me. It's not my personal position. Completely, I do hold that position because it follows from the fact that I believe there are no gods. That I also therefore lack belief in gods. But nonetheless, I think if somebody doesn't hold the strong position, that's fine. I still call them atheists.
Based Oracle, real quick, before Brother Timothy comes back on, he had something he's been holding on to.
Yeah. I'm gonna
I was just to ask, in all
There
of
you
human history, has information ever, in all of human history, in all of science, has information ever been demonstrated to come from a non-intelligence? Ever?
Well, the problem with that, Brother Timothy, is you're going to have to show that it's informational.
What am I? Now, wait a minute. What am I have to show that's informational?
Whatever it is that you're claiming is informational, you're going to have to show that it's informational. That's very difficult to do. I'm just saying it's very challenging.
Anything, information itself. Do you know what? Just curious. Do you know what information theory is?
I'm a student of Warner Gitt, so I follow his descriptions of information theory, if that's okay.
Okay. Well, information has never, ever been demonstrated to come from a non-intelligence.
Correct.
Right.
But you're going to have to show that it's information.
DNA.
I thought you were talking about genetic material. So could we find a way to show necessarily, and since we're talking about material, deductively, that that DNA is purposeful and organized information, like a language code?
Well, it is. There are plenty of research that shows it's a code. John Sanford, Rob Stadler, James Tour.
I'm familiar with those names and the things they go ahead.
Right, but there are plenty of stuff. Listen, information is what I'm sharing with you. When I speak to you, when all of us speak, we're sharing information.
It could be disinformation.
Absolutely.
Right,
Well,
and it's not coming
Well,
from
information
a
can't be
non-intelligent.
disinformation. It can't be something untrue if it's informational. That's why you have the term disinformation. But
Okay, then it's not necessarily information.
Okay,
what he's
yeah,
saying.
that's a fallacy there too.
okay, so there's things that are true and there's things that are not, and I can
But
make a true statement about a false thing. I could
Right,
say
but
that was a lie, and if it was a lie, then I'm making a true statement about a. Let's not get into the weeds with that. That's just going to muddy the waters. Okay, so we would have to show that okay, like when you're speaking and forming sentences using English, a known code, and that code is known to me, and I agree to use English with you, and I invent sentences and you invent sentences, and we are creators, and that is that we are creating information. And I totally agree with you on all of that. The hard part is when it's not a language that we know for certain was created by a mind. How do we show it was created by a mind?
I don't think we can, because I don't think it was.
Well, I know that it's extremely difficult to do. Like, it would take longer than I'm willing to stay awake.
We have we have nothing to verify the opposite. We have nothing to demonstrate the opposite. We have absolutely nothing to demonstrate that information comes from a non-intelligence. Nothing ever.
But boss, again, you're assuming that genetic material is informational, and not necessary but arbitrary. You're
Well,
not.
But hold on,
DNA
is informational. I mean, it's all the alleles, and I mean the different sequences.
Right. It takes information to create or for anything to exist. The microphones you use, it took information to create these. This internet that we're using, it took information to create this.
Let me put it this way.
It didn't just fall out of the sky as the internet.
Let me put it this way. There is genetic material in cancerous cells, yes, no?
Well, of course, yes.
Okay. But those cells don't create
It's just RNA, though, right? It's not replicating. It needs DNA in order to.
Cancer replicates very well.
Yes, but it necessitates that it has something healthy to then infect, from my understanding of it, which could be very limited. And I apologize.
No. Cancer cells are human cells that don't work right because the genetics are all messed up.
But in order to metastasize and increase themselves, they need something healthy to go into in order to corrupt. Yes?
No, they just need a food source and those sorts of nutrients and things. They could live on their own. In fact, we have a biopsy from a woman who died how many years ago, guys? Anybody? Where she had cervical cancer, and her cancer cells are still alive. More than 30 years, maybe 50 years later.
How do we know this?
Because they're still the same cells. They're still cancerous. We still use those cancer cells to try to understand cancer. They still have her genetic material in them, and they're still replicating in a petri dish.
And that genetic material would be what?
The material is close to human, but it doesn't work as, like, it's never going to form a liver, for instance, or a cervix. It's never going to do that.
Right, but it's still information.
No, we can assume it's information, but when we say it's informational, we say it's true in reality. That is, it works in reality. I was pointing out to you, those cancer cells will never make a viable creature. Never.
Right.
Oh, okay, so then how is it informational if it doesn't create a viable creature?
Is there a process involved?
There is a process, yes.
Right, and a process starts with what?
I don't know. That's too defined, and I'm sure you have the answer. I would hear it.
Information.
Every process starts with information. I don't know that that's true. It seems that some things do not require information in order to start a process. For instance, I could create information about the collision of near-stellar objects in outer space, but I'm creating that information, not the meteors.
Right, but the information was still created. It's still related.
No, you would have to be able to show that the meteors were creating the information. They don't. No more than a tree creates information. No more than a rock creates information. It takes a mind.
Now we're not talking about the individual things. We're talking about the information that is there exists.
No, you're talking about your observations about the data points. That's what you're actually saying. Peace and respect. Morning, No, sir. Raw data is not informational. That's not true. If I just sit here and say ACTG, that is not going to make a creature. It's not going to make sentences, even in genetic code, if I just randomly say letters.
Right, but it takes somebody to interpret it, and you don't interpret anything if it's not information.
There's the bias right there. Our understanding and observations about a thing and how we talk about it and discuss it and describe it, that is information, but the thing itself is not information. A tree is not information.
I would disagree.
Okay, well, I'd go back to looking at Warner Gittman.
Is information.
No. The fact that you could say it exists is information. The fact that it exists is not information.
How is it not?
For one thing, it could exist and no one's aware of it. In other words, no one can talk about it. No one has observed it. There's no mind. Exists. Yes, but that... Okay, tell me something that exists that you don't know about. You see how you can't? You automatically can't. You cannot create information about unknown things.
That doesn't mean they don't exist.
Yes, but you can't create that. But they don't generate any information.
Right. You can't relate information if you don't have it. But that does not mean the information does not exist. No, the information literally does not exist until there's an intelligent mind observing it. There's literally no information. Okay, what about like a combination log? Just because you do not have the combination does not mean there is not a combination. Was there a human being who created the combination log? An intelligence created it, yes. Correct. It involves an intelligence. It involves an intelligence to set the tumblers to where there's a combination to it. Right. And there was no information there until the combination was set. There was no information. Right. Well, no, because the information to set the combination had to exist first. Are you saying that minds existed before minds existed? Because necessarily that's what you're telling me. Minds existed before minds existed. Are you just assuming God in this argument? You're saying God is the source of the information. God has always existed. Information has always existed. And that's the mind that you're referring to. Now, if that's what you're saying, we could argue that. But so far, nothing you've said has led to that. Can you demonstrate something that was ever created without information? Yes. What? Probably billions of things. Rock. A rock. Was not created due to information. Now, how do you demonstrate that? Okay, so in the shortest and in the immediate sense, let's say there was a volcanic eruption, and that spit a rock up out of the earth, and it landed on the side of the cone of the volcano, and it's rested there for 20,000 years. Finally, a human comes along and climbs that cone and kicks that rock, and that rock starts into motion rolling downhill. Okay? Now, since there's a human there who can notice it and describe it to you, what the rock was, what size it was, when it started, how fast it went, all these kinds of things, now you have information about the rock. Until there is a mind there, there is no information. So the rock doesn't exist until somebody identifies the rock? Is that what you're saying? No, there's no information about the rock until some mind observes it. Right. The thing is still there. That's just a data. You're confusing. You're not confusing. No. I'm not confusing anything. No, you're not confused. You are conflating two terms, data and information, and those are very different. I really suggest, because we could go on forever about this, but that's not really the show I'm trying to have. So can you show that genetic material is informational? Or could I say something like it's a reasonable argument to say something like the genetic material is hard to explain its origins. However, once it's there, it has chemical facts, interactions that will occur.
Now, I know that it acts on reality, but that doesn't make it informational.
Well, so this is interesting. It says here, listen, I guess I'm a Google meister because I don't, they could write a whole fucking library full of books of things I don't know. Genetic material definition. What is genetic material? Genetic material is the hereditary substance in the cell. It carries all information specific to an organism. So thus, definitionally, it is informational. It is known as DNA, which is what I said, not knowing what the hell I was really talking about, but inductive reasoning told me.
Okay, so when the scientist observes
or
it,
RNA, go ahead,
and says this certain combination will result in this thing, right? And we know that, right? Then we are assessing it. That's a conscious mind. We, the scientists, are assessing it, and we are assigning informational value to it. But just like if I just sit here and spout off 3.5 billion genetic code letters in a row, that will not necessarily be anything that could ever be understood by anyone or ever would create some viable creature. So it's not information until someone looks at it.
Precisely. So this is like a merry-go-round argument. It's very circular. So
right.
Well, now see that's not true.
If there was no one to
the concept of three,
Brother Timothy,
the concept of one existed before we assigned the symbol 1 or the symbol 3. The concept existed before we assigned
the key word. The key word is we, though. The key word is the concept didn't to apply.
Let's say there were 3 trees,
right?
But there's no humans there to see the 3 trees.
So the trees don't exist.
Tell me about. No, it's not that they don't exist. It's just there's no information about them. Tell me about this concept that trees hold about themselves. This threeness. See, they don't hold any.
I don't know. I kind of think you might have stepped on one there, because if you actually look at the mycorrhizals and you look at the root structures, they will communicate with each other for
chemically. There's chemical communication, but there's no awareness, and that's the difference.
But how can you determine that they're not aware of where the water is?
We've determined they're not actually aware.
Too.
Well, also you use the word concept, and that's just begging the question.
And that's begging the question. That's assuming a mind. Yeah. When you say the concept of threeness, there is no giant letter 3 somewhere in space.
Right.
Number 3 somewhere in space, and that's the threeness.
But
3 is a concept.
Still exists.
Yeah, but that's a concept.
The concept exists in minds.
Concepts exist in minds. Therefore, you have to have a mind in order to have the concept.
And that was with the delay. Actually, we said that at the same time.
Exactly. Emma's in for you. Just said it, Simus. I can't hardly see Simus.
That's correct. That's correct.
Simus is correct.
So
exactly. Information has never, ever been demonstrated to come from a non-intelligence. Ever.
Correct.
Well, it depends on your definition of information. Number 1. Number 2. If you're referring, information is not a concept. If information were a concept, you'd be correct. But it's not necessarily under some definitions, right? There's the Nash definition. There's physicists have another definition. There's many definitions, right? So I'm not convinced that what Richard is talking about is the same definition that I would use, because I don't think that there is an all-seeing mind, right? So I just think information are just data points.
If you build a house,
and they can be objective.
Simus, Brother Timothy and I agreed on Warner Gitt's definition of information.
I know you did. And that's
okay.
Fine.
So I was staying to that.
That's a very specific definition, and that's fine. That includes the idea that life is this kind of informational technology, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. Right. What I disagree is the idea that you need a mind in order to observe consciousness before it becomes information.
There is the argument of what is it, 1,000 monkeys or 1,000,000 monkeys with typewriters? How do they colloquialize that?
They could eventually do Shakespeare's complete works of art. So I think we're getting caught up here, because the fact that something exists necessitates something to observe its existence. It's like the double-blind slit test.
And how does
or-
that follow?
No, that's
Well,
wrong. That's
does
not what
that
anyone
follow?
said, GS.
I'd
No.
just like to ask you for your.
Okay, maybe
How does that?
I'm.
How does that follow? GS.
I don't know. Now I'm second guessing what I even just said. It must
Yeah.
have been complete and utter muppetry. But
Well, it's a non sequitur, as they
so
say.
so
in
so
philosophy.
the statement that there are 3 trees, but unless there's a mind to interpret that there is in fact 3 trees, then those trees don't exist.
No, it's not that they
not at
don't
all.
exist. There's no information about them.
What? Okay. Sorry,
I
don't want to keep.
If
I
you
don't
build
want
a
to keep
house,
using
do
the word
you have to have
information.
information to build a house?
If we keep using the word information,
Does it
we're going to
require
keep
information
tripping up.
to build a house?
If we keep using the word information, we're going to keep tripping up over the same issue.
Okay,
Right.
let me just clarify this real simply.
Information, in my mind, information is not a concept.
Simus,
Okay.
I love you.
Go ahead.
I love you. I'm asking you to pause. Okay. So sorry about the delay, and I'm trying to be considerate of that. I hope you are too,
That's fine.
Simus.
Yeah, me too. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So let's nail this down. There's 3 kinds of topics that we're saying is one topic and they're not. Okay. So there's raw data points. A raw data point is like a singular cell in a leaf in a tree. All right. Or a singular cell of cellulose in the trunk, something like that. That's one data point. And we're not going to break down the individual cells in this example. Okay. So if I say cellulose cell, well, other than I just described a cellulose cell, what's the greater meaning there? There isn't one. It's just a cellulose cell. We can talk more about it, but right now, it's just a data point. Now, what if I say all the cells in the tree in this certain arrangement has a certain amount of patterns to it? These kinds of cells appear here, those kinds of cells down here, root cells, water absorbent stomata formations, phylum and phloem, and all of that stuff in this plant. Now I have Shannon information. I have data points showing complexity. Okay? But none of that is actually useful except for the mentionings I already gave them. It's non-communication. It's not what we're talking about when we say information. Now, classical information, such as the sentences you guys form, that's what we're actually talking about. And that's where Werner Gitt's definition of information comes in, where information necessarily is created by a consciousness. Okay, so if there's no consciousness to collect the data points, there's no information in the data points. They just exist. They just are. There's no information there. Arguments.
Yeah, I'm out because I completely disagree with the initial premise.
Which premise is that, and how do you disagree?
Well, the premise that it's useful to talk about information with respect to a God from a perspective of saying information is only what humans can conceive.
I said a mind.
A mind, yeah, a mind. But
well,
like,
I think if something were a God, it would have a mind.
Well, sure. I mean, that's fine. That's my definition of God as well. But like, I just don't think we're going to get any closer to whether God exists by baking into the definition of information that a God exists. Like I said, it's a circular argument.
Right. I don't think that should be done. I don't think it could be shown anyway.
Yeah. So what's the point in talking about information in that way?
Right. Okay.
With respect to the question of whether God exists.
Okay. So Simos, what is it going to
Yeah.
take for you to believe that God exists? What would be required?
I think the very thing that you claim that you've had,
Mm-hmm.
the first person experience of God.
What would you like to have that?
Say again?
Would you like to have? I'm offering to teach you how to have that.
Well, I mean, that's fine. It's not like I haven't looked for it myself already.
Yeah, but you may have looked for it based on things Christians say that don't make any sense, and you can't make heads or tails of it.
No, not just Christians. No, obviously.
Well, whatever. I didn't mean Christians are the only religion anywhere.
I've spoken to Buddhists. I've spoken to Hindus. I've spoken to Muslims. I've spoken to
No, I wasn't trying to restrict that or limit you. I just
Right.
used it as an example. I don't know what those people said to you, but if something's true in reality, if someone tells me I fix the oil by diving in a lake, I check my oil in my car by diving into a lake and swimming for 5 minutes.
Sure.
I can swim all damn day long. It's not going to check the oil.
Right. Yeah.
So
No, I mean,
what if
when
you
I-
were just told something that isn't true in reality?
Yeah, no, it's possible. They tried to put me in touch, like, you know, the Buddhists that I knew tried to put me in touch with the transcendental kind of idea of transcendental meditation and whether that can achieve oneness with the universe, right? That kind of thing. But I mean, I don't know. You know, I can only express what I've been told, right? And say that this is the ways that have been done. If you've got something new to tell me, please go ahead. I'm all ears. I'm really open to it.
I know you are. I know you're an honest person. I want to give GS the floor for a second because he's trying to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hopefully I don't make a sow's ear of it. But so the interesting thing for me is that, you know, we talk about knowledge, we talk about wisdom. What would you say the definition of wisdom would be, Samos? Could we agree that wisdom is knowledge well applied? Would you accept that?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a nefarious term. It is a bit vague. Like, I think it's just for my kind of basic ears, as a basic kind of thing, I would say wisdom is something like self-reflection and reflection upon your place in the world.
Reflection upon what precisely, though? What are you reflecting
Well,
upon?
that's the vagueness of it, isn't it? It's not a well-defined word. So, like, one of the issues that
you're
have
not defining it well.
Well, I gave it a definition. I didn't say that it was going to be a great definition, and I think I preambled that it was going to be vague because the
you
word
lived up to
itself.
it.
Yeah,
So,
there you go.
So,
There
so
you go.
could you? So being that everyone else has a belief, well, not everyone else, other people have posited their belief system, and you've kind of like a monkey in the zoo, just grabbed a handful of crap and threw it at it. I would like an opportunity to fling some crap at your ideology,
Why?
if I may.
Well, I don't have. It's not a belief system. Atheism, number one. If you want to throw,
So you're a nihilist.
I mean that's another. It's another difficult word that you bring up. In some sense, I'm a nihilist.
Well,
yeah.
why don't you help me understand you?
I think we're all nihilists.
Why do you need to box him in?
Let's-
Why do you need to put him in a box, GS?
Let's give
nihilists.
you an opportunity to
I can-
describe yourself.
In my
Actually,
worldview,
Based
we're all
Oracle, I'm
nihilists.
gonna grant that was an honest question. I'm gonna answer it really quick. If you don't have a target, you'll hit nothing.
Yeah, but if your target is vague, you might end up hitting.
Right. So lots of qualifying questions are necessary to create the target. Yeah. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'll just jump in. I have a different angle, which is what does it matter to you or to me or to anyone whether or not they believe in God? Although I do believe in a higher creator power, I don't think we're here by accident. It doesn't really matter to me if somebody does or doesn't believe in God. If you want to bring it back to ethics or morals, I do believe that people are looking for, generally, in specific, for love. And I would say that love is God. But the word love doesn't really mean anything today because people use it for all sorts of wild, people love money, people love drama, people love bullshit, people love poisoning themselves, people
Then
love
that's their
feelings, chemicals moving around in the brain.
Ooh,
right?
that
They're
reminds me. I'm gonna go have a
addicted.
cigarette.
There you go.
Simos, take over.
No problem.
I didn't
Go
finish.
ahead, finish up there, please.
Okay. So with that said, if I stopped believing in a God tomorrow, which I don't know why I would, I see it as true. But with that said, if I stopped, I don't know what difference to my life it would really make. So on the other end, I don't know what difference it's going to make if you were to convince, let's say GS convinces Simos to believe in God, a God, or maybe the God that you believe in, or that you believe in. I don't know what difference that really makes outside of bringing somebody to a cult, right? Because I think that a lot of, and I'm not saying that you're doing this, GS, but I think a lot of religious people of religion like to bring people to God, but really they're bringing them to their religion, their time, their attention, their money. And it's not necessarily, although I can't see into their minds, but the end result doesn't seem that it was necessarily about love, right? Because one thing that I would understand from all religions that I don't know a whole lot about, but one overlapping idea is to love yourself. And most people don't do the actions that would be loving themselves, or at least not to the degree that they do the actions that are hating of themselves. Case closed.
Yeah, so I'll just return the question once again. Every time I get on one of these panels, everyone's trying to shove a Christian's nuts into a vice. It just kind of cracks me up. So if I hit you with the old Uno reverse card, what difference does it make to you that I do believe in something you don't think exists, or not you per chance, or for an atheist? Well, what harm is that? How is that harming anyone? Further, I would say, if I was extolling the virtues of an Easter bunny or Santa Claus on a street corner, I would likely get a crowd of people clapping and fawning and trying to take pictures with their kids. But if I'm on a soapbox extolling the virtues of Jesus Christ, someone's trying to kick that soapbox out from underneath me and do me harm. Do you think that's interesting? Like, if my God does not exist and does not matter, why should that hurt your feelings?
Yeah,
or
I think
not you. I mean the proverbial you. Why would that hurt one person?
I think it's interesting that you relate back to what other people think, and not even just what other people think, but what you think about what other people supposedly think, right? Whatever conclusions you're coming to, as in, I feel like when I'm here, they come at Christians nuts and vice, or that I would lose in comparison to a popularity contest with a fucking Easter bunny.
That's not my point. The point is, every time I'm on one of these panels, Legion comes wholesale at Christians every damn time.
Who?
Legion.
I don't know what that means.
Well, I guess maybe you should open up your Bible and
why would I open up the Bible?
What are you doing here precisely?
I think he means demons.
I'm having a conversation.
No, you're not.
I'm not having a conversation. So is it that I boxed you in and now you're going to cry? Is that what the fuck is happening?
I'm not boxed in, dude.
No, you are boxed in. You're in a box. I got a picture of your head in a box.
I just reversed the same. I reversed the same.
No, you didn't. You failed. You fucking failed.
You're in a black box and you think you found a cat. Now, that's what we were talking about originally. Okay, and somehow we keep getting distracted from that because it becomes personal. So
there ain't nothing personal going on here. I'm trying to have a good conversation.
You're in your feelers. It's very personal.
You keep saying you're getting attacked as a Christian.
No. I didn't say
I don't think I'm attacking you. I'm not attacking you or a Christian.
I'm not. Well, can I finish my premise, man? See, this is what I'm talking about, dude.
Well, let me finish now because I've started talking.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's open season on Christians everywhere. What is your science? Why can't you scientifically prove?
Why are you such a fucking victim? Why are you such a victim, GS? You're always a victim. Oh, they're coming at me because I'm Christian. Shut the fuck up. How about you man up? Do that shit that you're always talking about, GS. Oh, be a man. And here you are. Oh, they're always coming at me. I feel bad. I'm sad. I'm going to jerk off with my lubricated tears. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so
there you go, man. You're creepy, dude. How much did Izzy pay you to come at me? Because I know you're for sale. Your butt oracle, yeah.
There's two things to say.
You said your butt's for sale?
I'm not surprised about that. You because you keep doing that passive-aggressive shit. That's not going to help, right? Just because someone attacks you doesn't mean you have to attack back, does it?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
He actually started it.
You can turn the other cheek to this guy.
Oh, so you're
going to turn his other butt cheek. He's the bottom, remember.
So hold on, Samos. Now you're going to use Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals to use my virtue against me as a cudgel while you yourself don't ascribe to it.
More victim talk. I'm just saying,
you don't have to keep
That's a logical fallacy.
You don't have to keep responding to what he's
saying. I
saying.
didn't want to respond to a damn thing the dude said. I wanted to talk to you.
Keep doing
He's outraged from victimization of himself. Ironically.
You keep doing it though. Right. So there's two things.
One day when you grow up, GS, one day when you grow the fuck up, you're going to stop being a victim.
There's two things to say.
You sound emotional right now, Based.
I'm just trying to lead you to a better place because you're a boy right now, and I think that you could be a man. It's possible one day you could be a man, but that day ain't today, GS. It's not today.
Oh my God.
That's a cool story, bro.
It's a true story.
Why don't you put your head
Bruh.
hat backwards? You can be a college boy. Try real hard. Come on, Flow State.
Come on, get it.
That
out,
was
you
the
distance.
best you have, GS.
Get it
No,
out, you
Simos,
distance,
go
guys. Come on.
Go ahead, Simos. What,
Yeah.
What,
yeah.
what
GS
were we
done getting
engaging?
beat up. You're gonna
What are
cry
we
now.
engaging? It's called apologetics, by the way. I'm supposed to have a reasoned argument for why I believe what it is that I believe, and I'm asking you, Simos, what I asked you five and a half, almost 7 minutes ago. What would it take for you to
wasn't that
believe in
long.
God? And you dodged the question completely.
No, I didn't. I said what that was. No. Again, if you can't listen to my answers, there's no point in me giving them. So
Well,
did
respectfully, Base was
respectfully-
interrupting. So yeah,
Shut
he
the
threw
fuck
threw
up,
off
you
the whole
victim.
conversation. So go ahead, Simos.
respectfully, do you think I said I have no reason?
Could you explain it again, as I
Right.
just
I
demonstrated?
said,
that Base,
as in
I'm
response to
sorry,
what
I didn't mean
Richard
to interrupt
said.
you.
I said, as
Yeah,
in
apologize.
response to what Richard said, right? Yes, if I had a first-person experience of God, that would convince me that God exists, just the same as it convinced you. That was one thing. The other thing I said, and I started the whole point, and I reiterated this to you, we were talking about a black cat in a dark room. Right? Now, the technical term for it is an argument from divine hiddenness. Okay? But I understand if you don't know what that is, that's fine. We could go through it. But there are two reasons for you. All right? So to say it is completely dishonest to say that I have not given any reasons for my position. There you go.
He's crying. Give him a few minutes to compose himself.
hope
He's getting
that
out the
answers-
Kleenex and shit. It takes.
I hope that answered your question anyway.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, it's also a fallacy to say that I have to have an argument for God's non-existence, which is scientific. That's just not true either. That is a philosophical argument, which is completely bogus.
So you're gonna answer the question? What would it
I
take
did.
for you to believe that God exists?
So I gave two answers.
You said an experience like I had. Okay.
Yeah.
And Richard asked you a question very specifically, and basically can't contain himself right now, like a little child. He's gonna have to interrupt. So
if
you
wanna
said,
keep
and then
attacking him
Richard,
instead of
You said you
addressing
want to
what
be
I'm saying.
interrupted because you're not actually saying anything. You're just gish galloping. Is that what you were trying to say, GS? You just
I'm
couldn't get your
actually-
big boy pants on to say it.
how is that a
Right,
gish
so
guy?
I
You gotta
When I'm-
speak in covert language, passive aggressive, because you're a little bitch.
I'm
Is that what I
literally-
gather?
I'm
Is that
literally-
correct? I just want to
I'm-
make sure we're on the same page. I want clarity, GS.
Yeah, I'm literally restating what has just transpired to make sure.
I know
that
that's
I'm
all
up
you
on-
do is restate.
okay.
Oh, I don't know what to say, so I'm going to restate shit
So
from
let's-
15
I'm
minutes
glad you're
ago
in charge,
over and over
Simos.
again.
You're really running this. You're running this. Really
Oh, now
well,
he's going to
Simos.
come at
There's nothing I can
Simos.
do, right? There's nothing I can do. If you keep responding to him, he's going to keep doing it. So stop responding to him. I've given you the out for this. So I gave you two reasons, right? So it's not fair to say that I gave you no evidence or no answer to the question.
He knows that. He's listening to respond, if you know what I mean.
I do. It's just not my first rodeo, Base. Not my first rodeo. I just don't get raised by the passive-aggressive arguments that come back the other way. I just don't give a shit.
Yeah, it's pretty low-hanging fruit, but that's all he has. So-
Doesn't matter whether that's all he has or not. I'm not interested in it, so I don't respond to it. And I don't think it's all he has either, by the way. I think that veiled in there somewhere is some good arguments, and I'd like to get to them, but it just takes a while to dig through.
Yeah, it's like digging through shit.
Okay. Right. So we're done with that. Anyway, I did give arguments. It's not true to say that I did not give you my thoughts on what would convince me that a God exists. Or that I didn't defend my atheism. I've done both of those things. So Morning Mist, so disrespectful. I don't have controls over the mute or kick button, I'm afraid, so I can't do anything about it.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm
mean,
afraid
if you did,
Richard is away. If he did, you'd be in the back room as well as Genetic. I can assure you.
who?
Both of you two.
Nice.
Just how it is. I understand you're responding, and you're feeling aggressed because somebody is being an asshat towards you, but
Yeah.
you're doing the same thing back to him. So
Yeah, I'm being a mirror.
yeah, so that's why we put you both backstage.
Proper.
Yeah, it can be effective. I just don't think it's the first line of defense.
Well,
So
I
it seems
agree,
to be.
but when it
But-
turns out this is not the first line, it's about the 50th
True.
line over
Yeah,
months and months.
No, that's
yeah.
fair enough. It's the first time I've seen you two interact, so for me, it's the first time.
Yeah, well, he ran away, so it is what it is.
I
He's
think
in the
it's
chat
probably-
now. He's in the chat because he's afraid to be in the conversation, which
There's
I
no
thought
point.
was the point of this.
No, there's no point in over talking. I agree with him. Sorry about that, Richard. It's what it is. It's what it is. Anyway. Yeah, that's why when you say like I'm sorry, genetically specified. Generally specific. You did start the statement that kicked all of that rubbish off by saying that I had not responded to Richard's question. I had responded to Richard's question very emphatically about what evidence I would accept for God's existence. Okay.
Yes, personal evidence, and I wanted to get back to that.
Please do, Richard, because I'm happy to talk about it. That's fine by me.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a real quick overview without a lot of details. We'll get into the details later as our relationship goes forward. Okay, so the first exercise that I think is necessary in human experience is differentiating between one's own imagination and the fact of the matter. Now, that may seem like it doesn't matter very much to someone up front, not
I'm
you
sorry,
specifically.
Richard. I have to interrupt straight away to ask you just to repeat it because my mind got distracted. Go ahead.
Lovely. Thank you for your honesty. It's important that we differentiate between our own imaginations and the reality at hand. Here is a simple exercise. Oh, wait, before I get into the exercises, let me do the overview. After that is accomplished, that a person can tell the difference, now they can begin a structured prayer where they get actual and immediate results that are verifiable in what is a double-blind survey. That is, if you have a friend available. If you don't, you can do a single-blind survey. That's almost as good. After all, what we're talking about is how to eliminate your own biases. After that has been developed, after several iterations of that, a person can pray with purpose. And then all of the prayers that I have had were informational in nature. That is, I needed to know something. I asked for the something. The something was given to me. I am very aware. I can perfectly show that it was outside of my plausible experiential range. That is, I didn't know. I asked. I was given information. I went to see if it was true. It was true. I didn't know it before that. Okay, so that's the general process.
Understood.
This has, I can't tell you how much it's improved my life because I can only compare it to the way my life used to be, okay? And the way my life used to be was guessing, being wrong a lot, having a lot of failures and frustrations, even to the point where I was getting angry about that on a pretty regular basis and taking it out on people I love. I no longer have to do that. I don't have to be wrong about things that I don't have information for. I don't have to get frustrated. I don't have to get angry, and I don't have to take it out on people because it simply doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's a real brief overview and a little bit of human compulsion as to why someone should care.
Right.
All that makes sense so far.
Oh yeah, I've done that myself. I've done most of what you're talking about already at some point. Yeah.
Great.
Mainly
Okay.
in my 20s and early 30s, but yeah.
Okay. All right. So here's a simple exercise anyone can do. Get a fashion magazine, a hardware flyer, whatever you want to use. Open it to just find a complex picture within that. Look at that picture for about 3 seconds. Close the magazine. And then draw exactly what you saw.
Oh, I'm a terrible
with
artist.
all the details. Okay? Now,
Yeah.
what's going to happen is you'll have some details, and you'll be able to draw those really easy. And then as you try more, your brain will start making crap up, which is a natural human thing to do. And draw those things too. And at first, maybe there's like a smear point where you don't know the difference between what you saw and what you're imagining. Okay? But then, as soon as you're done with the drawing, you can go right back to that same picture and say, okay, I started making stuff up in my mind at this point. And you can start identifying that, and you can learn yourself that way. That's important because you don't want to just make stuff up.
Right.
Right. Okay. In the second iteration of the single or double blind survey, you can do practically the same thing. The difference is you don't open the magazine. You just choose a page number.
Yeah.
In something that would have, pictures, not text.
Right.
Text is okay, but it's kind of advanced. Pictures are much easier for the human brain. Okay. And then without opening it, you not using your imagination, purposefully not using that function of your brain, draw what's on that page. Of course, you can immediately test this. You take some. I think it's smart to have colored pencils or markers. Although annotating colors and such and things like that, things that are that you can't draw the color green with a pencil. But if you annotated a certain color green, and you should be very, very specific about this, like just saying green is not good enough. It should be exactly emerald green or forest green or Kelly green or exactly that. Go ahead, GS.
Yeah.
I'd just like to point out that a good old based douchebag over here is going.
Oh, you guys, are you fighting?
They've been fighting. Yeah, well, you're aware they've been
purposely saying some disgusting things about my beloved, who's not doing him any harm, and just said that while you were gone, that he was being very disrespectful to the channel. Of course, Simos would agree that he would think I was being disrespectful too, even though I was trying to engage the premise of the question. Based Oracle, you're a nut hugger, trying to gin up drama because you're irrelevant for the most part, buddy, and you're just trying to get some traction on your channel. I would appreciate it if you would stop bringing your nonsense to Richard's channel and grow up a little bit.
Okay,
and if you want to be a tough guy and go after a woman that has not gone after you, it just kind of shows your character. I mean, it's freedom, dude. You fought to eat crayons, just like I fought to jump at airplanes.
Based Oracle, 2-minute response.
Yeah, that was a nice virtue signal. But I think if we rewound the tape and actually looked at what I said, it doesn't match up with any of that alter reality that you just presented in some kind of effort to say, Richard, he's mean and I'm good and he's bad. Shut the fuck up, GS. You're a little bitch and you're a victim. You're not going to grow into a man until you stop being a victim.
So now that we've got that done and it's in the past, let's act as if the future is wide open and move forward in it. How about that?
I can't wait to meet you. I can't wait to meet you in the future, Based.
No, anytime, GS. Anytime.
Okay, guy. Okay, no, we're not going to do this.
Put your address in the fucking back chat right now, dude.
Guys, we're really not doing this. I'm serious. I love you both, and I'll put you back.
Test me and find out if it's true, you motherfucker. Put your fucking address, you fucking cunt. Put your address in the back chat right now.
I got you.
Put it in there. Put it in there. I'll make a fucking trip this weekend.
Okay, I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, it's probably the fucking Verizon fucking phone bank, isn't it?
No, it's the gay community of. You'll see.
Guys. We either can move on.
You're gonna be a bitch,
or you can see yourself out, or I'll help. I'll only help if it's necessary. I'd rather we just moved on. Okay. I'm sorry you guys had some kind of history and that came up here. I really wish you guys would just move on with your lives and make the future that you want, really, because in cases like this, you can. Brick Jonesy, did you have any initial thoughts? Peace and respect. Thank you and welcome. And did you have any initial thoughts, anything to add, or did you just want to meld into the conversation as it goes?
No, I actually did have a few viewpoints to articulate. So, one, first and foremost, first, thank you. Thank you for having me up. When it comes to information and ideologies and all of that sort of thing, so the way, from my understanding, the mind works, right? The id, right? The frontal lobe, the what is it, frontal cortex, whatever you want to call it, right?
Id is good enough.
The id, right? So your mind works based upon usually experience, but there are some instinctive things that you have about you in your human mind that are very similar to animal responses. And basically, when it comes to having a conversation with someone, typically what I like is I would like to have a conversation with someone to find out whether my fellow man is a complete moron or idiot, or if he's actually in good faith and wants to have a conversation about perhaps ideology, mathematics, whatever. But what I do find is that a lot of times certain people are not in good faith. Really, they show their idiocy, right? And that really has to do with the id. It's their belief system, right? And because of their belief system, and every single human being on the planet has a belief system, whether you believe it or not, a lack of belief does not exist in the id. The id is where the mind is. Now, it may be metaphysical, not actual physical, but because you are a human being, you have a brain, which means that you have a mind. The only exception to that is a brain dead individual. Now, because of those individuals who are brain dead, we're not going to have a conversation with them because they're just not going to conversate back. Well, you know, perhaps
okay, so
on a conscious level they can.
I'm gonna ask you to pause right there and interrupt you, and I'm gonna take the meat of that and I'm gonna spit out the bones. Okay, so going back to our mind and information, and how we treat information and how that applies to prayer and communication. Okay, so it's evident to me that if I were to open up a magazine that is likely to have some kind of complex photograph picture in it, such as some place that sells properties, or some magazine that has machining tools in it, something like that. And what I've received as an idea and have drawn on a piece of paper before opening that magazine, and I find that it does match what is objectively on that page, which I probably annotated at the top of my drawing before I started, just as a reminder of what to concentrate on. And it's true in reality. Then I literally cannot have generated that. It's literally true in reality, thereby it's informational. And in order that information was created, there must have been some mind somewhere that made those evaluations and created that information in order for there to have been some kind of communication. Does all that make sense?
Yeah, that's pretty much it in a nutshell. I like that. And just to kind of broad out from that a little bit, and perhaps this might help non-believers in understanding what that God point of view is that for information to exist, a mind has to exist. That's just the inward bound of it. So it's binded, meaning literally it's binded to the mind. Therefore, if information exists at all, even outside our own human mind, outside the minds that exist on the earth, dogs, cats, animals, even if you want to include plants and bugs and microbes into that, it doesn't matter. Something out there in space has a mind. It might not even be in space. Maybe it's out in a different
Now,
realm.
what would be evidence that it's, what would be good evidence that it's not solid evidence? I shouldn't say good. What would be perfect evidence that it wasn't you that created the information? How would you know?
Because there are things, physical things, that I cannot possibly see or hear or, sensibly experience. There's things
if you've had this happen to you, could you recall a specific situation so we can understand better in an example?
Well, okay. An example would be no man, well, can't say that. No man that I know has ever seen the backside of the moon, right? But I know it exists.
Okay.
Well, I believe it exists. Maybe it doesn't exist. Maybe there is no backside.
There's every reason for us to assume there's a physical backside of the moon.
Right. Therefore,
not to mention there are people who have seen it and taken pictures and stuff like that.
And that is information that exists outside of the experience of the human mind.
Right. Okay. So my issue is, even if I accept this particular definition of information, which of course in my worldview is not something I'm willing to do. However, accepting this definition of information, if you're saying to me that because of this information, therefore God exists, right? That's a terrible argument.
Who said that?
Well, both of these two guys are nodding and saying, "Yep, that's it. That's exactly what they meant."
I'm not necessarily willing to agree.
Thank
It
you.
depends on a person's definition of God, and
well-
if what they mean is their perception of God, which is some kind of entity in a place that they would call heaven, then I could say yes. Okay. I don't believe that. That's beside the point. My beliefs are beside the point. It just doesn't matter.
It's beside the point, because
Right.
if you are literally defining information as having come from a mind, and then saying information exists, therefore God exists.
Oh no, I don't think that's
No, I'm
logical.
not
That's
talking
not.
to you. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, but it's my show.
Okay, then fine. Then that's it. It's irrelevant. Yeah, it's a fallacy. It's affirming the consequent. It's a fallacy. That would be a terrible argument, Richard, as you know.
It would be. But I need your definition of information in order to comply with that.
No, I'm saying that their information. I was using their definition of information.
Well, that's okay.
Mine.
That's
Yeah, your.
That's my
I think
definition.
General GS was nodding his head to you along the way.
So
I don't know what GS was commenting on.
Well, my
visually.
definition really isn't different than DDoC's. I just have a different view of what God is.
Yeah, again, all you're saying to me at the moment is that there must be a mind in order to create information. And that mind must be God, because I couldn't do it, or we couldn't do it.
So
as a species.
what would information look like outside of a mind, Simos?
Let me finish the sentence.
Sorry, I thought you had.
No. Okay, so the point being here, that if that is the case, if that's what you're saying, and I don't know whether it is, then of course you're literally baking into the word information a mind which is outside of the universe, or outside of the Earth, or whatever you want to say. In your particular case, you were just saying existed in space, but that might not be the case. It could be William Lane Craig's definition, right, of being spaceless and timeless and all that stuff, which is even worse. But nonetheless, it's still, if you're baking into the definition of information that thing exists, then to prove that thing exists by saying information exists is a logical fallacy, right? It in no way demonstrates that thing exists. Okay, so that's just a terrible argument. Now
Well, the problem with the argument is that it assumes that mind is God.
Indeed.
Now, we can say something like there are other minds, I feel real comfortable saying there are other minds. Now, whose mind and where it's located, that's a different question.
Indeed, yeah.
But Brick, he was addressing you, if you wanted to respond.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
What was the question?
Well, I'm just saying that that's a logical fallacy that you just committed there. And so the deductive
Yeah, I don't believe in logic.
The deductive argument you put forward is not sound.
Yeah, see, logical arguments are based upon deductive reasoning, correct?
Or inductive or abductive, yeah.
No. No. Logical, you must deduce for logical arguments. It is not.
There's actually 3 different forms, Brick.
And
I think
Simons just said what they are.
I think Plato would probably disagree with you.
Well, in the problem with inductive
or Aristotle, I beg your pardon.
Abductive, right? Sure, you can include inductive and abductive into logical arguments. Unfortunately, the finale of the logic must be deduced.
I mean, I just simply disagree. The form of an inductive argument is, like I'm saying, all observed A's are B's, therefore A is B.
Therefore, that's the problem. The therefore is deduction.
I think you guys are talking past each other. Let me describe how.
Yeah,
I think what Brick is saying is the rules of logic themselves were deduced, and that's the problem he has with it.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So basing your arguments on deduction is not an argument in good faith. You must produce all arguments with a reasoning of inference. It must be based on belief. Otherwise, it is not an argument.
Right. Okay. So, sure, you have
point.
to.
That's actually a really good point.
In deduction, you have to agree that the premises are true in order for the conclusion to necessarily follow. That's one of the problems with deduction, right?
Yes. Yes.
Right. But with induction, that's not necessarily the case. Right. Because with induction, there is a set of data points, which are, in my worldview information, but that's besides the point. But there's a set of data points which can be agreed upon objectively that, in fact, those observed A's are, in fact, B's. But even in some sense, this is all going to be conceptual, right? So if your argument is everything is conceptual, right? Is that what you're kind of getting to? So this
that is exactly right.
Fine. So it's an idealistic worldview, in other words, right? Idealism.
And yeah, everybody has.
I see.
Yes. You have
that's fine.
To. Like, there's no other way to. That's how the mind works. You take in information, you get rid of what is bad information, and you try to keep on what is the good information. Yeah. It's just basic, the way the mind works.
Well,
unless you're brain dead.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But if information is in fact only produced by consciousness, and therefore it's an idealistic world, you will fail of the same issue again, right? It's
I will agree.
Argument. It is a circular argument, right?
Yeah, I will agree that logic is a useful tool, but it cannot be the tool that you use to base your argument upon. Every argument must be belief. Therefore, the logic fails to produce the entirety of the argument, right?
Right.
So you go down the list and you do the deduction. When you get to the deduction, then after that comes your argument. That is the induction. Your belief.
I see. Okay.
See, Brick, knowing you, I knew it was going to be better than you first explained it.
I see.
That was brilliant, dude. That was brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's wrong for several reasons, but that's fine. I think that also we're talking about, philosophical worldviews now, metaphysical worldviews, which in some sense are disputed. Right? I don't think idealism has been shown to be necessarily true, and I don't think it can be for the very reasons I pointed out. It leads to a circular argument for itself, and that's going to be the case.
And I don't disagree.
That's going to be the case for most worldviews. Let's face it. You've got whatever they called it, the Griffiths trilemma, right?
And
to deal with
that's why everybody has their own version of events, right? Your experiences are your experiences. My eyes are for me, your eyes are for you.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Agreed. And
So-
that's where I would use an inductive argument to show that
Exactly.
to show
Now-
that
now,
like science, right? And I say
I
science,
can-
the inductive hang on, let me finish.
Yeah,
The
go ahead.
inductive process has led to objective information, which we all agree, regardless
has,
of our background, regardless of our religion, regardless of our presuppositions. And I think that is a weighty argument to show that idealism is not going to be necessarily a worthwhile worldview in terms of being the best explanation.
I do
Okay,
agree.
so Brick, is there anything wrong with me saying this is the best we can do right now?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. That is how I would word it. That's exactly how I would word it. Or in my opinion, right? In my opinion. Or if you want to go collectively, you could say in our opinion.
Yeah, I would
Good.
say is what I used just there.
Yep.
Yeah,
And it's tough, man.
If I may, you kind of taught me something there, Brick. Pretty profound, actually. I never really thought about, because I'm new to inductive, deductive. Like, I probably understood the concepts of it. I just never understood definitionally how it was computed and put into existence. But the fact that you're saying that you have to, there's a necessity that it's inductive reasoning because it's a belief. Otherwise, it's a fact. Deductive reasoning is based on facts. These are provens. These are solid in the material, replicatable, indisputable. Premise A, premise B, conclusion C equals true. And the way you said that, I don't know if other people missed it, or I don't even know if I fully understood it, but dude, that was brilliant, dude. And
Well,
it was a gentle dance that you were doing too. I was very impressed.
Well, I'll just kind of rephrase it a little
before
bit.
you rephrase it, let me just get in there to say that the slight problem that I foresee with that particular worldview is that in order for that to be true, okay, and this is the problem with deduction as far as I can see, it means that your premises, right, have to be true. Correct?
No,
in order to have a necessary conclusion, your premises have to be true. Correct?
No.
That's correct.
No,
No,
you don't have
okay.
to have true premises. No,
Okay,
you don't have to.
If you have a false premise, does that not mean that the conclusion doesn't necessarily follow?
I mean, it could be illogical argument that's happening, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so
Yeah.
then the premise, even still, the premise could be true or false, right? Like you can get to a logical conclusion through a illogical deduction. You can.
Yeah, but we're not going to call it logical. We're just
But
going to call it true.
The reverse can happen too, right?
Yeah,
Or
but
an untrue.
We're not going to call it logical, though, are we? We're just
Right.
going to call it true.
The
right?
belief
Because
can
the
be
inference
true.
rules. Yeah.
Your process can be wrong, right?
Yes. Yeah, that could be the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
That-
2 plus
that is
2
one of the
equals
problems
4
with deduction.
could be reached by I could posit that 3 plus 3 equals 4 when I've got 4 apples on the table. I just looked and I saw 3 on each side and I said 3 plus 3, but the real answer is 4.
Right.
Right. So
Sure,
I mean,
sure. But you're not using
logic
deduction to get
fails.
there, are you? Yeah.
But that's not deductive reasoning because there are in fact 4 apples.
yeah. So I believe there are 4 apples.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So let me just
My
go down
addition
this
was wrong.
little bit here, because I agree with you that a deductive argument gives us the necessary conclusion. That's fine. I'm happy with all of that. The problem I have with it, and you could be wrong, right? People can be wrong,
Mhm.
right? One of the strange things is the definition of truth. Okay, like the way we use true in true justified belief for knowledge, right?
Right.
That's a very slippery thing in itself, because like if we believe something, right, that we think we're justified, we would call it knowledge. But if it turns out to be false, we have to retrospectively go back and say, well, it wasn't knowledge because it wasn't true.
The only true knowledge was that there were
Right.
4 apples on the tables.
Yeah,
On
this
the
is the
table,
argument for
not the 3 plus
fallibility,
3.
right? So
Right.
this is why we are human, we are fallible. and that's fine. But I would go a step further. This is what I was trying to get to.
Mhm.
Look, even given all of that, even given that, we were saying that the true form of logic is a deductive argument. If you want to say that, that's fine. I don't
Mhm.
think that personally. But anyway, if I did think that, right, then I would be saying by necessity that those premises, right, have to be true in order for logically the conclusion to necessarily follow. That's part of the definition of a deductive argument. So there's no way around that. It might not be the case that it's true, but that's a separate issue. That's
I will
a
say
separate
yes.
issue.
For the purposes of what you're saying, I will
Thank
say
you.
yes, because
That's,
I know that technically it could be the other way, but yes, for the
yeah,
purposes
but
of
that's a
what you're saying.
separate issue, is what I'm saying, right? That's just to do with fallibility, and
So-
I'm not that interested in that right now. Let me get to the point, please.
Yep.
So the point I'm making here is that those two premises, okay, in order for them to be true, they also have to be justified. In effect, those two premises are conclusions of another deductive argument, right? And we're going to get down for an infinite regress of justification, right? And the only way to stop that, right, in order for us to say, okay, yeah, this is a necessarily true conclusion, is at some point to introduce an inductive premise.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. So that's where we're at. So there's no point in saying that, that everything has to be deductive.
Agreement must be met at some point.
In fact, logic dictates that induction is a strong part of this process. Now, I completely agree with you on that premise, right? On that statement, rather, I should say. The difference here is that I think I can take a conclusion from an inductive argument in itself, right, and not be anything to do with a necessary conclusion, just to bypass all of that and go straight to fallibility, right?
You can.
Yeah, and I just think that is a more representative worldview of the way I think we as humans objectively look at the world and come to conclusions and make computers and telescopes and whatever else, right? Then it is to say that we've only done this through deduction. I think they're both important.
Yes.
But if I had to put one in a primary position, I would put induction there. Okay? And so I don't think that this harping on negative or harping on necessary conclusions is very helpful for gaining what I'm going to call now new knowledge or unknown knowledge.
Okay.
Right? If we have a definition, then we can use deduction to get to a conclusion which is sound, right? I use sound in the proper sense.
Yep.
But if we don't, right, and we're looking for something new and unknown, right, then I don't see any way that we can solely use deduction to get to it. And that's why I'm pointing out when you say something like information proves the existence of consciousness, right? And I'm saying, well, only if you bake in consciousness to that definition, right? Then therefore that's an illogical argument. It may be valid, but it's not sound. In fact, I don't even think it's a valid argument, right? Because I think it's affirming the consequence.
It must be believed.
Well, I know. I think it's affirming the consequent.
Yep.
Right. So I just don't think it's a good argument at all. And that gives me no reason to believe it. Not that it's false. You see what I'm saying? There's a big difference between those two things. And anyway, there you go. That's some of the nuance, I would say, about logic.
So you mentioned the word knowledge again, and I'd like to kind of drill down on that because I think Richard was perhaps trying to help me out in a way to, but because I think he better understands where you're at, Mr. Asamos. So my thing is this, and so I apply. It's kind of what Richard was hinting at, was that I have a conversation with God. I pray for an answer to something, and I receive it. I can't necessarily explain how or why I receive it, but I do. And this is, and if I'm not steel manning what you kind of said earlier about the card that's, and drawing something and asking not from some intuitive, but hey, give me knowledge, direct knowledge of what this object is so I can redraw it. That's prayer for me, right? He who lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally, but without reproach. But let him ask with faith, for he who asks without faith is a double-minded man, unstable in all of his ways, and will receive nothing from the Lord, for he is like a wave on the water blown about by the wind. And I understand that that's something that a book that you don't necessarily ascribe to. But I asked you before if we could just grant for efficiency's sake and not get to the dissection and the minutia of what you think the most apropos definition of the word knowledge being, or wisdom being, knowledge well applied. Right? So if there's yes or no, Silas? Can we just grant that premise?
Knowledge well applied. I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, I'd have to think about it much more deeply. Knowledge is a tricky word. There are many theories of knowledge in philosophy. So,
right. So without us getting into slippery eel territory where you're going to continue to avoid.
Say one quick thing, firstly, which is, interestingly enough, philosophy, I would use the definition as a love of wisdom. So it's not that I'm against what you're saying. Wisdom has something to do with reason. It has something to do with understanding and inference. All of these things. It's a very wide word.
Right. And idealism in philosophy is also known as a philosophical idealism or metaphysical idealism. It's a set of metaphysical perspectives asserting that most fundamentally, reality is equivalent to mind, spirit, and consciousness. That reality is entirely a mental construct, or the idea at the highest type of So,
I'm a naturalist, so of course I have a completely opposite view.
Okay, well, see, that's what I'm saying, though. It's like I don't really understand how you can be a naturalist. Have you seen your brain?
Right.
Have you seen it?
Well, I've had a scan, if that's what you mean.
Okay, so you've seen a facsimile of what another man told you your brain looked like and how it functioned. Why do you believe that man, but you don't believe a man with a Bible in his hand?
It wasn't a man, it was a machine. But, okay. I don't know. I don't know. What do you want me to say? I looked in a book 2,000 years old, and that told me what my brain was.
See now who's being passive aggressive? I'm asking.
I'm just saying.
Very
I
good faith.
Understand the question is not a good faith question.
I am asking a question in very good faith to try to ascertain where you're at, because I don't understand where you're at.
No, I haven't seen my brain.
And every time I feel like
directly, I have not seen my brain.
And every time I feel like I'm getting close to an answer with you, you kind of get squirmy and slippery like an eel, and you slime on.
Somewhat loaded, I would say. But no, I haven't seen my brain.
How can it be loaded if I'm asking you a direct question to try to ascertain where you are on something, and you say, okay, I'll grant it, but then you get millie mouth and you ungrant it and regrant it and ungrant it 5 more times.
I'm not ungranting and regranting. I think the question, have you seen your brain, is a nonsensical question.
How is it a nonsensical question?
Because if I had seen my brain, I'd be dead, which means I couldn't see my brain. So it's a literal contradiction.
Well, they used to do open skull surgery without anesthesia in ancient Egypt. Are you familiar with that? And successfully do so. So if I held a mirror up above your open skull and you could see your brain, then you would be able to see your brain and survive. So your premise is flawed in its face. So let's get to good faith responses, because I would prefer to have a good faith conversation.
Okay, difference between the skull and the brain, but okay, and a mirror.
No. They can pull a chunk of your skull off.
Let me say, do you accept that somebody looking in a mirror is a representation of reality?
Do I accept that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if they had open skull surgery on their brain and used a mirror and looked at their own brain, something like that.
You would accept that is somebody looking at their own brain. You would accept that, yeah?
It's a mirror. That's why
it's a mirror, but it could also be distorted, i.e., a funhouse mirror. So your point is also still. So now we're back to inductive. Now we're back to having to believe in something that you can't really see, taste, touch, or smell.
Yeah. But your point in asking, it'd be better to just get to your point in asking why someone had seen their own brain. It's something about evidence and induction, something about that.
Right. So I mean, Brick, dude, I want to freaking keep replaying what you said like 15 minutes ago, dude, because I don't even. It was beautiful.
Well, let me do that again then, just real quick, okay? So the deductive the problem with the deduction is that eventually you have to make an argument for it. So it's a second step process, right? That's where the mind comes in. You take it in, and then you speak about it, and that taking it in part is the induction, that part. And so after you deduce what the argument is, you've produced that inward belief about it, and that's the second part. So after that final part of deduction, where you say therefore, now you've posited. That's a positive. That's not a negative. The word deduction is negative. The word posit is a positive. The induction of, you inwardly believe it. So there's a second part to your argument. The deduction part, then comes the inward part. And the inward part is your belief, and you express that through your language. Therefore, you always have a belief, unless you're brain dead.
Yeah,
I know people that say they don't have beliefs. It's a modern trope. It makes absolutely no sense because they believe this statement they just made.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look, I think there's some nuance again here, and I don't disagree that people have beliefs, right? One of the accusations I had thrown at me was about my belief in not God, right? And that's
No, you
fine.
don't.
Can, hang
I
on,
get that.
hang on,
I get
hang
that
on,
you don't
hang on.
believe
I
in
know
God.
you do. I know you do. But look, the problem here is you can phrase it that way, all right? But those aren't my positive beliefs about my worldview. Atheism is not part of that, right? Part of my worldview is my humanitism, or my humanism, I should say. Right, that's my positive worldview. And when I talk about things like morality and ethics and other people, how they fit with me and what we do as a group of people and a social structure,
so would
etc., that's all to do with humanism. That's not to do with my views on atheism.
So would you agree with that the rejection of knowledge is not good faith based upon induction?
Not good faith.
Can you explain that a little bit? Can you flesh that out a little bit more for me?
Okay,
Rick?
yeah. So
maybe not for Simos, but for me.
So if there's good knowledge or bad knowledge, yet you reject it completely, are you in good faith?
I think
towards the argument.
I think you can be. I mean, like, for instance, it's like this. If you think that the inference rules that are being used to construct the argument that are bad, then yeah, you can still accept the data, right?
Well, you've already made an assumption at that point.
Of course you have. I don't think you're going to get round the problem.
No, there is
no. We have to conceive,
listen,
right?
Listen.
Sorry, you're asking a different question. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's take it to the physical. You've built a castle, right? And why did you build a castle? You built it because there are the enemies, and so you've got walls up, right? You believe that there are enemies out there who want to come in and take your stuff, right? And so the enemies never come, right?
Sure.
Now your belief was false, right? But you believed it. That's why you built up a wall. You stopped all the information from coming in. That means you can't even get agriculture in there. You built up a wall. Nobody's going to bring you anything, not even a message from the outside, because you built up a wall.
Yeah.
Complete rejection of any knowledge outside.
I see. Yeah, I don't think that that's a sensible thing to do. Yeah, I know people do it. Of course they do.
Right.
I think one of the, for instance, one of the hallmarks of being a human, of course, is bias, right? And one of the things we can do, I think, to be in good faith, in that sense, the word where you're using faith there, is to try and overcome that. But of course, I think the way to do that is through, like an inductive process, right? Because those are the facts that we have, right? The facts are what they are, the best evidence, and then we have to put that together into some sort of inductive argument to show that something is more likely not true, or not false, I should say. It's that process, right? The scientific process.
Simple enough.
Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, we agree on that. Go ahead, JS.
Yeah, so thank you for calling me GS. It's a lot easier for everyone, I think, to understand. I've been called generally pacific. I've been called all kinds of different things. Yeah, so it's interesting. It's cognitive dissonance, I think, is kind of what Brick was kind of alluding to there. Maybe not the extreme version of it, but yes, I do agree that we all have our own, perhaps to our detriment, or I choose to not be willfully ignorant. I may be ignorant, and I am indeed and in fact ignorant to a great many things. However, I don't choose to stay that way. I don't think that it needs to be a permanent disability of my mind, meaning I may be entitled to my own opinion, but I'm not entitled to my own facts. Inductive versus deductive. Now that I understand those things, thank you, panel, very much. I really do appreciate that. So if I ascribe to and I hold my position thusly, that as new evidence, data, empirical evidence especially, comes to my purview, I've heard Richard say something real similar to this. I reserve the right to change my opinion immediately on the spot as I become educated. Okay. So here's the thing. But if you're never looking for that new evidence, if you're never, to Brick's point, if you have blinders on and you refuse to weigh, measure, and announce that here's something new, let me examine it, because no, I just don't believe that, then how can you say that you're dealing in good faith and not dealing in a cognitive dissonance kind of a situation? This is not accusatory to anyone on the panel. And by the way, for the record, I typed it in there. I don't think Simos is dense at all. I think he's actually rather brilliant.
Yeah, I have trouble keeping up with him.
I just don't. I'm trying to learn how to communicate with him so that I can be understood and so that I can understand him. So I don't think he's dense. Maybe it's my inability.
I don't believe what you believe generally.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just think.
Oh, you think he's dense?
Okay, I just think that's fine. I don't care either way. But I just think it's not that. Thank you for the compliments. I appreciate that.
It's from my heart.
You have to understand from my position. Of course, I've had this particular conversation probably for about 5 or 6 years now with many different types of Christian and non-theist and atheists and whomever else and everybody in between. So it's not that it's when I hear you say something like, have you ever seen your own brain? Immediately I stop and go, okay, look, that's a silly question. You may be making a point with it, but make the point. Don't ask the silly questions, because I don't need silly questions. All right. I can go straight to the main point, believe you me, and fully understand them normally. But that's another thing altogether, right? It does take a while to get that communication going. Like with Brick here, when he was describing idealism, I didn't get that straight away. It took me a little while, just a couple of questions to go, okay, oh, I see. You're talking about a philosophical, metaphysical point, and that's fine. Now we can move on with the conversation on that level. Go ahead, James.
So the reason why I speak thusly is my Lord and Savior, Christ is King, also used a religious term of analogy called a parable. And even his own disciples were confused. Like they said, Rabbi, when you're with us, why do you speak this way? But when you're with the multitude, you speak differently. Why? Like if, let's say, Simos, let's say you're an electrician, and let's say that I'm a carpenter, and I know nothing about electrician or electricity other than I plug this thing and it works. And you know nothing about building a house other than how living in one is nice as opposed to being out. But let's say we both understand what it is to have a flat tire and be able to change it. Now, would it suit me to only speak to you in carpentry terms and you to speak to me only thusly in electrician terms, or should we talk about the flat tire that we could both figure out and we can identify that, okay, we can speak in this term so we can understand each other, or should we continue to speak past each other?
No, that's fine. I mean, to talk about it on the practical level.
So that's why when I use terminologies and stuff, I try to be as analogous as possible, because what might be obvious to you might be over my head completely.
I see. Yeah.
So I have to try to get a shock group to find out, okay, I'm on target now.
Sure. There's a couple of things I would like to not demonstrate, but like to point out there. Firstly, analogies have a pretty bad track record. All right. So when you always give an analogy, when you always give an analogy first, you're kind of being vague and then targeting in on the point later. Right. That's why I try to do it the other way. I try to make the point first. Then if the person doesn't get the point, then I come with a kind of analogy which may help demonstrate. I find that just a little more conducive to understanding. Right. So that's exactly your point. That's me talking about the tire first. And then if you didn't get the tire, I would make a carpentry analogy.
Right. So when I said a man with an argument has nothing on a man with an experience, and then Richard followed up by saying, what would be required for you to have that experience? Have you asked for said experience? And you were kind of like, well, so the answer to that question in my mind, from my ears and from what I deduced from your answer, is not positive, not positive. Therefore, the conclusion is no.
I don't know how you deduce that from me saying I would need some sort of first-person revelation.
So the follow-up question is, have you asked for it with faith, without doubting, earnestly?
Yeah, I think at some point in my life I did that, yeah.
I think at some point does not sound like faithful and
I'm
with
old, dude.
determination.
I've had a long life. Like I said right at the beginning, I've been an atheist since I was 7. Okay?
Right,
So-
but hold on. Look, I'm not trying to nail you to the wall, bro. I'm
No,
trying to
that's
have a
fine.
conversation
I'm
with
just
you,
saying
man.
you're asking me
You-
for something I don't know about. Okay,
But I asked you definitively, have you asked, in fact, in faith, with a
Right.
surety, with
Sure.
dedication, and you said, I think at some point in time in my life I have.
right.
So you're already putting doubt
yeah, of course.
into your surety of whether you did or didn't.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. No, we talked
could I-
about fallibility, right?
Well, could I real quick before you go on?
Go
that?
ahead.
Do it tonight. Do it tonight.
I'll just
do it
I'll
tonight.
just like here's an example of something that I would consider in good faith, right? In regards to this conversation, and the question would go like this: have you earnestly, by yourself, ever gone to a quiet, private place and said, God, if you are real, and with good faith, right? God, if you are real, I really would appreciate it if you would at some point reveal yourself to me. Now, it doesn't have to be that exactly, but
Yeah,
something along
I would
those
say
lines.
yes. I mean, I would say yes, right?
Okay.
Many, many years ago now, of course, when I was still searching for something which I thought was beyond my kin or my abilities to understand, etc., etc. Like Richard said, I've done those very things.
Yeah.
I've written down, and just to show you it is good faith, I've done exactly the process that Richard described earlier. Okay.
Well, in that
I went-
case, what I would say is that
and it didn't work.
the end goal is
either
not
case.
lost, and I would say continue in that good faith.
Yeah, absolutely. I would hope my mind is open to new ideas, new possibilities, and that I forever leave it that way. Okay. Not so open that my brains fall out, as the quote goes, but
Right.
Open enough to be able to accept new ideas. Not so open or not so close that I can't
Or at
see
least
over the
just
wall.
out of the ears, not the mouth.
Well, not so open. Let me use this analogy. Not so open so I can't see over the walls of the castles that we all live in.
Right. Yep. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Jess.
go ahead, Jay. You're muted.
You are muted on StreamYard.
That's a good thing. Is there any way we can bring up Judges 6:39 or and within context of that?
Yes.
Is that possible?
Yes.
Let me
While
make
you're doing that, I just want to say to Brick, this is a very old thing for me, right? I became an atheist literally the day that somebody told me about God. Whether that was a
Gotcha.
reason for doing it or not, or whether it was a good reason, that's completely different. I think that I learned philosophy, and of course, as most people do, you learn logic, etc., in order to affirm your previous beliefs, not to dissuade you.
I have
So-
good news. You're still breathing.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's
there you go.
Not too late. It's not too
Only
late.
just, right?
So
But there you go.
Richard,
We are going
as
to bring it up.
as you see fit, though, like context. I don't know how much before and how much after, because I know you like to read things in context. Okay,
Yeah,
I digress.
absolutely. I think it's necessary, and I think it's necessary to look beyond any translation and look at the original ideas and what makes best sense within it. That is to say, is it coherent?
It's always trouble with
Simos and
Richard.
Simos and maybe not
Yeah.
tonight. Whenever we're gonna keep talking. I get the feeling. I'd love to hear the process that you said I just described,
Yeah.
and the result thereof sometime.
Yeah,
Not necessarily right
It
now.
wasn't very accurate. Let me put it that way. But
It
I
wasn't
did what
very
you
accurate.
said first.
Okay.
I drew the picture of the one that I saw in the book. I shut the book. I drew the picture. Then I got another book. I drew another picture. I turned
How-
to a page, and it it wasn't on there. So
You know, I was talking about, depending on the individual, 50 iterations of defeating your own imagination, 100,
Right.
1,000
I have,
might be
yeah,
necessary for a person. It depends on how stubborn their brain is.
Okay. Well, let me say iteration number 1 didn't work. Let me put it that way then.
Oh, you would be some kind of mega genius to do it in one try.
Yeah, yeah.
I've never
was
heard of
hoping-
somebody doing it in one try.
Everybody falls the first time.
As a joke, I was hoping you were just going to say something like, okay, now write down 6 numbers and a bonus ball.
I did absolutely just make a Matrix
I've
reference.
never
I'll
done
give
that
it
because
See, that
you know the thought has crossed my mind using it to make money, but in recognition that there is another mind involved in this, if you did know the lottery numbers and you knew me as a person and my weaknesses and strengths, and some of my weaknesses were that I would do things detrimental to myself if I had a lot of money. You, in your wisdom, might deny me the numbers. And that thought has occurred to me. And GS, if you're still there, what was the chapter and verse? Because it has escaped my mind now.
It almost looked like he was taking a phone call. It was in Jeremiah. I do remember that.
Judges. I thought he said
Or
judges.
judges. Yeah, Judges. Yep.
Judges.
Don't know.
Okay.
Was it 22 maybe?
I heard him say a 6. I know that, but
Oh, okay.
we're just going to have to wait on that until he comes back.
And again, I'd just say then on the previous point, like, look, you know, I'm a naturalist, so of course I'm going to hang on falsifiability as being quite an important criteria for for knowledge, right? So,
I would say you just have a high threshold of evidence.
Threshold.
Maybe
That's not the best word.
Maybe.
Or a high. What's a better way to?
Maybe standard.
High standard. There you go.
Yeah. No. Well,
Yeah.
I think I believe that Hume.
I like it.
I think Hume got a couple of things correct. One of which is a wise man apportions his beliefs to evidence.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that is a very good motto in general for life. So
yeah.
And I've tried to live through that.
Yeah, that's good, man.
I have seriously tested these things.
You put it in the chat.
Okay.
639.
Where what?
Judges 639.
I'm on a different screen, you know. Judges 6 and 39. Just a moment.
So,
whoever's backstage
sorry, Brick,
will be with you in just a minute.
Sorry, if I could ask you a personal question, Brick, if you wouldn't mind, which is, you're a theist, are you?
That's a tough word.
like a pantheist or something, maybe?
Because a theist is a believer, right?
Yeah, someone who believes in God. Yeah.
Yeah, so I do believe in God. I'll put it that way.
Yeah,
I don't like to do the label thing because as soon as you put a label on yourself, then other people put you into that category.
Yeah, I know. As an atheist, of course, I know.
Yeah, you know.
No, really? You experienced that?
But only tonight, a few times. Yeah.
So only tonight and only a few times, right?
Hey, guess what? Though we are brothers, Simon.
Oh, are we?
Simon. Yeah. So I am just a man. As far as I know, you are too.
Yeah, I believe so. I haven't looked recently, but I'm pretty sure I've got one of those. Yeah.
Hope so. You got a deeper voice.
Yeah. Were you born in Africa?
I was not born in Africa.
Okay, so we're closer brothers than you might think then. Everybody born outside of Africa has very closely related DNA.
I don't think we were looking for Judges 639.
Did not know that. That's
there's apparently, and I might be wrong, but I don't think I am. There's more difference between two neighboring tribes in Africa in terms of DNA than there is between like someone from Northern Europe and someone from China.
A lot of migration in Africa then.
It's out of Africa.
Oh, out of okay.
Not much migration out. Not much DNA difference outside of Africa. It's quite recent. In other words,
migration.
That's the justification for the theory is the diversity in genetics. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I could see an albino-ish whiter species being outcast and having to kind of work that way, and it worked. I could see that happen.
What?
So that's why their DNA is so connected.
albinism is a birth defect. It's not representative of any large group whatsoever.
I thought it was more like.
No, you're not an albino because you're pale skinned. That's not true.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I could see how that like group of DNA could be outcast, and then their DNA would have to kind of be similar if they're having kids.
But you look, Isaac, you look so different without your beard.
I know.
Yes, he does.
I had to.
You should
this
get
time.
some. You should get some pictures done, dude.
What?
Like you're a handsome man. I think you could probably make some money from that.
Well, you
I'm
were
not
accepting
worried
your
about-
puberty, and now you're denying your puberty. Could you explain why?
I shaved my beard because I said I dedicated 12 months, and that's what I said, and I did 12 months. So that's what happened. There's no
No,
other.
growing a beard isn't about having a beard. It's just acceptance of puberty. That's all it is.
Yeah, no, I just decided to restart. Yeah. I don't,
So GS judges. I don't think the judges 639 is what we were looking for, is it?
Well, hold on. It's supposed to. Yeah. It's about.
Gideon and the fleece.
Right. It's where he was asking for a sign. Lord, if this is your will, let there be wetness on the fleece and the ground around it dry, or vice versa. Right.
Okay,
So,
I thought you were going to have me
I
look up
see.
the part that you quoted, which is not this. But okay.
No, this was about basically like, asking God in faith, Lord, I want to be obedient to you. Your will be done, not mine, Lord. So give me a confirmation that this is what you want me to do. And it's not me tricking myself with my own hubris, my own ego, my id, my odyssey, all that kind of stuff. See? So this is kind of for Saint Simos as an example of even someone that believed in God wanted to make sure that he was hearing God's voice. So he tested God, and not an attempting test kind of way, but in a way of like, Lord, if this is your will, give me a sign. Let the fleece be dry or wet, and let it. I think he did it over 2 nights. I think the first night it was, if the fleece be wet and the ground dry, then I will know. But then the next night he said, let the ground be wet and the fleece dry. And it was so. So he knew that that's what God wanted him to do. How far off am I on that?
Well, I would have done it more than twice, but yes, that's the idea.
Okay. So that's
once.
that's my query to Simos. When I say, when you say, I think I may have done it in my past, it's old, I'm old, or my memory might be faded. So my statement to you is not to be snarky, but do it tonight or do it tomorrow. What are you waiting for? Like
Sure.
Brick said, you got air in your lungs, dude. Ask in good faith. Don't hold anything back. Just say, Lord.
I actually have a problem with that. I don't know how a person would have faith in a lack of relationship.
I already have that sign. I've already seen that. I don't need that.
Oh, good for you.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't test God. I already.
But someone who's without that, though, which is the point.
Yes, different
Or
very
wavering.
different. I'm just saying, I think I've been there where I wouldn't have to do it again, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You shouldn't have
But
to keep.
I've stepped out in faith so many times in other ways that I didn't have to put like something like that on it. I've just seen results in other ways.
Okay, well, this is thank you, GS. First of all, this is good.
Yeah.
And the reason this is good, of course, is because I live in UK. It's
It's
forever
always wet.
raining over here, right? So all I've got to do is get a fleece, and I do have a fleece. I mean, it's not a real one, but I do have a fleece. So I will leave that out tonight, and tomorrow morning I will see if everything else is wet and the fleece is in fact dry. Okay?
Well, it's a question of whether or not you're asking in faith. If you're setting that situation up to be for failure.
Now, where's that verse? That's the one I was wanting to look up.
That's an issue for me then, right?
Well,
so are you saying that if it doesn't work, it's because I wasn't in faith?
No.
Well, it said here, it says, behold, I will put a fleece of wool in the floor, not outside in the rain. And it said, and if the dew be on the fleece only. Oh, sorry, you just went up. I can't read it now because you just scrolled up.
Oh, well, go ahead and read it.
It says, behold, I will put the fleece of wool in the floor, and if the dew be on the fleece only, and it be dry upon the earth beside, then shall I know that thou will save Israel by mine hand, as thou hast said. So he's basically saying, I mean, he's not putting it out in the middle of a rainstorm. It's in the floor, not on the floor, but in the floor, right?
What does in the floor mean?
That's why I was looking.
Thank
Yes.
you. I knew that, Richard.
Yeah.
I'm just setting it up for you, Richard. I'll throw the ball up. You hit it for 6.
Well, luckily it's in Hebrew and not Greek.
Nice.
It actually means a smooth place or a place that was smoothed.
So it could be the ground.
So such as a threshing floor. No, it can't be the ground. It has to be something that like you purposefully tooled it to make it smooth, like by adding water and then smearing it. Something like that.
Is it about saving Israel by faith? And Israel's not about a country. No. It's about Israel having faith.
Yeah,
Israel are the children of faith. It's not about a country or a group of people.
I have a concrete driveway. So
the implication of this is that it's indoor. So he was right. Okay. It means an indoor place, not an outdoors place.
Yeah, and even more so, really, from what I glean from this is that he was asking God not as to show other men, but for God to show him for a personal reason. It's personal. It can't be for other men. If you're going to ask God for, some kind of sign or something like that, I would have to assume that if you're just going to run out and tell God, tell everybody about it, it's fine if you tell people, but if it's for some gloating, then it's not really.
I won't tell you. That's fine. I won't tell you. I can now put my fleece down inside, and if I wake up tomorrow and it's wet, that would count. So I will ask tonight for what word should I can't really ask you.
It doesn't necessarily. Well, and again,
can't say which God I should ask really, even to you, should I? So I should just do it by myself. That way, at least it's sincere.
It doesn't have to be the laying down of a fleece and then asking for it to be wet or dry. It's literally like it's an example,
right,
of what you might ask for.
It would work though. I mean, that's a good enough example that if I used it, that should work.
Maybe.
Well, you have to be careful because the devil did tempt Jesus at least 3 times, basically saying that you should throw yourself off this high place, and that it is that the angels will, before you even dash your foot on the rock. Right. That's see, your premise and your approach are going. It seems to me, for my inductive reasoning, that it seems to me that you're going to go at it in a flawed approach, which will give you the failure that you're actually looking for.
No, I'm not looking for failure.
So this is interesting.
That's you being a mind reader.
It's just a caution. It's just a caution. That's all. It's just a caution.
No, that's fine.
Understand it.
I'm happy to try it in good faith. I really am. Because if it's true, I want to know. It's that simple. I want to know what the actual truth is, and I don't care whether I'm right or wrong. All right? So to say that I'm looking for failure is not true. I just want to make sure that when I do it in a genuinely correct way where I may achieve results rather than having this like instantly, no, you're going to fail because that's not the right God. Or, well, the devil says it's unfalsifiable.
Right.
So who knows? Right?
I would argue.
You're on target.
Hang on. If it's unfalsifiable, it'll do me no good to do this.
I would argue that a real God wouldn't care what you called it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep. There's to honor his name, and there's power in Yeshua. I think there is.
Stop saying things like that. That is exactly the opposite of what I just said. Look, your prejudice doesn't apply to God.
No, I'm saying I think there's actual power in the name of Yeshua.
That's fine.
I think there's literal power. And he says to honor his name for a reason. He says to honor his name, so I think there's power in his name for a reason.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
All right.
And I've had I've had 2 lucid dreams where I casted out demons in Yeshua's name.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you've had more acid
than
I've had hot dinners.
Yeah, I took acid 2 days ago. I feel like I'm honest still.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So this is very interesting.
All I'm saying is, I'll do it
my way. But no, it's for real. I've had 2 lucid dreams where I cast demons out in Yeshua's name.
Yeah,
I'm just
Jake.
Let me finish my sentence here. All I'm saying is, I'll do it my way, I'll do it in as good a faith as I can muster, right? If it doesn't work, it could be the devil, agreed. It's not, whatever. I'll do it several days in a row just to try and at least give it some chance of working. And then that's fine. And then I won't tell you what the results are because obviously it's a private thing, etc.
It is supposed to be
Exactly.
a private thing.
I agree.
Exactly.
I agree. Go ahead,
Good
Richard.
stuff,
Okay.
Simos.
I'm interested in what the interesting thing is.
Okay, so here's the interesting thing
Sorry,
about this
what did you
text.
say? Hang on. What did GS just say there? He said something
Just
about
asked me to speak.
right.
I asked him to go ahead so I could find out what he found to be so interesting.
The
With
Okay,
this
interesting.
part.
beg your pardon. Go ahead.
I'll make
Are
this
you
full
lagging?
screen
Are you
too.
lagging that badly?
Yeah,
you might have to.
probably.
You might have to re.
It happens. It's okay. We all know it. We
That's
can
cool.
we can deal with the lag. Okay, so whoever's backstage, I'll come to you in just a minute. As soon as I finish this up, I've been trying to do this. Okay, so the Hebrew words here translated as dry upon all the earth beside, meaning beside the Giza, beside the fleece, right? Then I shall know, right? That thou will save Israel. They interjected the word beside right there.
Mhm.
And you can tell because there's no Hebrew equivalent. There's nothing there, right? So that entire idea of something being beside something else is simply not there. It's only in their presuppositions based in traditional Christianity that idea ended up in there. But what does it read? What it does read is that it will be dry upon all the earth. And that the fleece will be wet. And now a fleece, as Simon somewhat indicated, is a sheepskin, but an actual sheepskin. That's what a fleece is, complete with hair, not just the leather, right? So this is actually a reference to the lamb being, I'm going to say moist, don't take it sexually, the lambskin being moist and the earth being dry around it. This is describing what happens in end times when it doesn't rain and the prophet is still maintained.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's a sign.
So the promise that Israel will be saved, or that Israel will survive if it believes, will be maintained. Meaning, end times when the droughts happen. Or did I misunderstand? Did I just make a sow's ear of that?
No,
Okay.
that was fine.
Okay, so
But-
I have a question for GS when you guys are ready.
But it keeps. I was just going to quickly say it keeps going in that same thought process.
That is very interesting.
Simos, and then we're going to bring Marty up.
Yeah, thank you, Marty. Oh, well, hello, Marty. Okay, so my question really to you would be: are you prepared to do the same thing? Have you got an open mind?
I don't. Yeah, I just demonstrated that my opinions will change based on new reason, data, and information provided to me, and I reserve that right to change my opinion. Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, so in which case, do you think you could also do this to find out whether the fleece is going to be without dew or with
Well,
dew?
so I have this thing called a testimony, Simos.
No.
Remember
I'm asking you a specific question.
Yeah, I'm answering your specific question.
Okay, go ahead then.
You're not going to browbeat me into answering the way you want
That's
me
fine.
to.
That's fine. I was just asking if you could just
So-
say yes or no first, and then give your explanation.
Right, but I've already answered it. I answered it. My very first
Okay.
premise question to you was: a man with an argument has nothing on a man with an experience. I have had that experience, which is a testimony.
So the answer is
Therefore,
no. Okay,
therefore, like the Pharisees and the Sadducees have to constantly show me another miracle. I don't need miracles, signs, and wonders aren't for the believer. They're for the unbeliever. Because
True.
I am a believer, I no longer need God to jump through hoops for me.
Okay, that's fine. I asked you the question. The answer is no.
So
I understand.
no. The
Yeah.
answer is definitively yes, and it's my testimony. And my testimony is that I asked for something.
No,
I
no.
received something from God that I can't explain, but from God on 3 different occasions, I asked him to give me 2 more things, not for me, but to brag on him about, to glorify him. 2,
Sure.
I got three solid testimonies out of it.
Right.
That people
So
that
that
know
wasn't
me
my
very
question.
closely.
I mean, that wasn't my question, but okay, that's fine.
You
If don't
asked
wanna
me if
answer it.
you asked me if I would do the same thing, and I say I don't have to because I do
No,
believe.
that's not what he asked
Right.
you.
So that I asked you if you would put the fleece down to see if it was dewy or
I
not
don't
dewy.
need to. That would be tempting God.
Right.
That's the
So
point
you
I'm trying to
understand
make.
that when you answer that way, you're saying no.
Because there's nothing that I'm
I didn't
asking
say
God.
whether it's because. I didn't ask for the because. I
Okay,
just
well,
said, can you
I'm
just
sorry.
answer
I don't
yes
mean
or
I
no
don't I don't
first?
I'm
You
not
what?
I'm not
Now who's
meaning I'm
dancing?
not meaning to interrupt you, but you are
Now who's
clearly
dancing,
intending. I'm not dancing at all. There's nothing in my mind that I would ask God that I'm doubting and understanding. Hey, is this my will or your will, Lord? If there were, I would ask him. Yes, absolutely, I would. There's nothing pressing right now that if I were to do this and to try to demonstrate this experiment, right, it would be tempting God. And the
Right.
Bible says on several occasions,
Sure.
tempt not thy Lord thy God.
Okay,
I
that's
don't
fine.
need to tempt him. There's
That's
nothing that
fine. I
there's
didn't ask
nothing
you.
I'm there's
Didn't
nothing that
ask for that.
I'm sorry, dude. This is really hard to have a conversation.
I'm
There's
sorry, but
nothing there's
I asked you one question, and you've answered it 5 different ways without giving an answer, and you say you're not dancing. Okay, fine.
all right, dude. You're sticking your finger up my ass and telling me it's not gay, Simos. It's really gay, dudes. Just stop. Just stop. Okay. Stop trying to stick your finger in my ass.
That's what you did to me
I,
earlier.
I don't.
No,
I don't
I'm
think
not
anyone's.
particularly-
Hold
I'm not-
on. No.
Go
No.
ahead.
No. No. No.
Go ahead.
No one's being disingenuous. You guys are just talking past
Mm.
each other. Honestly, you're honestly just talking past each other. Really.
Sure. So I
Okay,
just
let's
asked-
break it up a little
I
bit,
literally-
Marty.
I literally just asked for a yes or no,
I know.
and you were unable to give that. Right? That's fine. I know you have reasons for saying no, but the word no has not come out of your mouth. That's telling, as far as I can show.
And what does that tell you? Do you believe that it's telling, or do you know that it's telling? Are you using inductive reasoning, or are you using deductive reasoning to find that? Can you read my thoughts? Well, didn't we just have this conversation? So maybe you might being a little bit obtuse right now, and on purpose, for a purpose, with a purpose, to try to engage me in my belief system. But what's your belief system?
I'm a humanist.
What does that mean?
Look it up.
Do as thou wilt, whatever makes you feel good.
Do you think that's what a humanist is? Maybe.
I'm
I don't know.
asking you, and your answer to me is to look it up. I've explained my position ad nauseum almost, and all you've done is mocked and scoffed at it.
No,
When I've been in
haven't.
good faith.
And
Yes,
if
yes,
I
I have.
if I mock and scoff.
Matter of
what
fact,
does that matter?
I've explained it so thoroughly that you got annoyed that it wasn't just a yes or a no when there was a lot of nuance to it.
I wanted you to answer yes or no and then give me the nuance. Is that
Okay.
so bad?
Well, I want you to tell me what a humanist is. Is that so bad?
Yeah. I have a philosophical stance that emphasizes the potential of human beings and the value of human reason, logic, and ethics.
To do what?
To live.
To live.
Live and get along with people. Yeah.
On scum lives. Okay.
Well, the
To what
topic
end?
was other people.
Right, but to what ends? To what ends? What is your purpose? Just to live? Just to suck and fuck your way across the world? I mean, is that your goal?
Come on, GS. That's not
Is there
fair.
no greater purpose to your life?
I just answered you fully. I mean, what do you if you
To
have
what
some
ends?
specific question?
So
about
I'm trying to get an
if you-
exploration of
if
your
you have-
worldview.
If you have a specific question about the definition I just gave, I'll be happy to answer it. If you're
Yes,
just going to
to what
straw man
ends?
it, I'm not interested.
To what ends?
I
What is
just
the
answered
purpose?
that as well.
What is the conclusion
To
of your
live.
worldview? Just to live.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Just to live.
okay. So this is my position on the humanist ideal. The problem with that is at some point you die. So if your end goal is that you will live, the problem, it's self-defeating. You die eventually.
Sure. That's not a problem though.
But the goal is not met.
Because then I wouldn't be a humanist after I die.
But the goal is to live.
Right.
Therefore, the goal is not met.
Well, it's just met as long as you're alive,
So then,
and I
you
won't be
know
a
that
humanist
you
when
will
I'm
fail.
dead.
So you know that you will fail.
Yeah.
And you're okay with that?
Yeah, of course I'm okay with dying. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I didn't say you're okay with dying. I'm asking. a very
Okay. The impasse there is
Mhm.
is maybe Simos didn't use enough words. Perhaps he could have qualified it with something like to live more easily, or in a society, or and get along better with people, or find myself happier. Not that the idea of living defeats the idea of the eventual death.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the
Potential.
caveat,
It's
knowing
the
you'll die.
potential of
Okay.
human values, human reason, human logic, and ethics.
How about with like afterlife? Do you believe there
I
is
don't
life
think-
after death?
No, I don't believe there's afterlife.
Can I actually present to you a posit where I can actually prove that there is life after death?
Yes, please.
Oh, I would love to. I do this all the time. So
Okay.
every time you see see, have you ever seen like, I don't know if you've seen a human die, but you know that humans die, right?
Of course, yes.
Okay, trees die, animals die. They all die. We all die.
Yeah.
Life, whatever you want to call it, dies. Have you ever seen like a human die and then there's another human after that living?
I mean, yes, but I mean, I
Okay,
can
hold
imagine
on,
it if
hold
I
on.
haven't seen it.
It's
but-
a simple yes and
yeah.
no. After the tree dies, is there more trees growing after that tree dies?
Yes.
They have life, right? The flowers, the grass, the animals. Every time something dies, and this is how I know there's life after death, is because
Right.
every single time something dies,
Yeah.
there's more life.
Right.
There's life after death.
Yeah. I mean, that's not necessarily true, obviously.
No, it absolutely is. It's always
Well-
been true since
well,
life began.
You say that, but then how would you explain species going extinct?
So there's still life
Sure. Yeah.
after those. Yeah, there you go.
Right. Okay.
That's not the same thing as the afterlife.
It is literally after life. Life
Well,
after.
he's not a Christian. He's not a Christian, Marty. So just to point that out,
Yeah, he is.
is he?
A lot of people put that label on me because I believe that Christ is king.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But I know for a fact that
Yeah.
after death there is life.
Yeah,
Right. I don't, it doesn't necessarily follow. In fact, I would say that there's particular ideas in physics which would show that. To be
Where
correct.
where does the life come from?
Right. What do you are you talking about abiogenesis now, or are you
No, I
talking
mean
more?
like the spark of life, that life that is in you. Where does that come from?
My mother's egg and my father's sperm.
I was
No,
gonna say,
no,
like,
no,
Tenant Protected Sex.
not.
Zygote.
Okay, you're conceived, right? And
Yes.
at that moment of conception, there's like this spark of life that happens, right?
No.
It's not like a
No?
literal spark
No,
of
of course
like,
not.
No, it is. It literally is. When you look at the, no, bro. Oh my gosh, you really
Well,
don't.
there
know
might be
this?
some kind of electrical, like,
Yeah, yeah,
energy
all-
being
it's-
used, of course.
It's actually
because
called
it's
light.
because it's a process. But
It's not a process. It literally just sparks out of nothing, like
but
this
it's not out
life
of nothing if
existence.
it happens. How can it be out of nothing if it only happens in eggs when sperm arrive?
So if that was the case, why would not life just all of a sudden come into existence without the egg and without the sperm? Why wouldn't it just all of a sudden happen?
Well, because you don't get life from nothing. That's why.
Oh,
Right.
that's an interesting factor, right? So where does
Yeah,
it come
yeah.
from?
I
doesn't
just
just-
told you. It comes from an egg
Uh-huh.
and a sperm.
And where did that come from?
Ah, okay. Infinite
From the-
regress.
female
So it
body and the male body.
And where did all of that come from?
So it could be an infinite regress of causes.
Yes.
It is. There had to have always been something.
Okay. Well, if that's your belief, that's fine.
No, it's not a
Infinite regress of
belief.
causes.
It's not a belief.
I can't see how you're going to prove it because, as far as I'm aware, there wasn't even life on this planet when that first happened.
Well, here's how. Because
He's a
when-
slippery eel. He's an
Yeah.
eel.
Because
He's a slippery
hold
eel.
on. I got this. I got this. Hold my beer. Watch this.
Mhm.
Life, right?
Yeah.
when something dies.
How are you defining life? Let's get down to it then.
When something dies, life. I mean, are you serious? Like you want a definition of life?
Well, if you're going to use it in some nebulous way,
are we going to go in good faith that it's already got a definition? No.
Life does not.
We're not going to go in good faith that it's already got a definition. I'm not going down that road with you.
No good faith.
I don't think life has got a great definition, but
well,
if you want
if
to say,
life doesn't have a great definition, we won't call it life. Then we'll just call it bumping uglies.
Okay.
Okay. Creating bumping uglies.
Yeah.
Whatever. You know, like if you don't want to just go with the basic understanding of the language, I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, I'm happy to use the word life, all right? But
he'll just change the meaning of it.
Use the word life to define what it is.
Hang on.
No, I'm not going down this road with you. Nope, not happening.
Hang on. I'm happy to use the word life, but if you're going to say to me that life happens,
I'm not going with deduction. I'm going with induction here.
If you're going to say to me,
I've already got a preconceived inductive belief about it. I'm not going
Okay,
down
this getting combative, and I want it to change back to not being combative.
If you're going to say to me that life happened at the beginning of the universe, then I don't know what to say about that, right?
Life has always existed.
Right, well, there we go. So that's a presupposition, right? And you want to give me an inductive argument based upon a presupposition?
You're going to try to disprove it, though, right?
I'm not going to try to disprove. I don't have to now because you've just said it's your presupposition.
Yeah, it's mine. It's mine, right? Exactly.
It's mine. That. It's a presupposition.
So disprove me. Prove me wrong, bro.
I can't do because it's a presupposition.
Right.
By definition, presuppositions
I can't prove.
are not.
Look, nobody's going to be able to prove
let me
your
finish
deduction. I can't disprove your. Bro, I cannot disprove your negative.
Sentence, please, could you let me finish my sentence?
Bro, you won't let me finish my sentence. So
yeah, you sound like my future ex-wife.
I cannot disprove a negative. Okay, it's never going to happen. You can't disprove a negative.
Presuppositions, by definition, have no reason for justification.
It's the only thing that can be provided proof is the presupposition. You cannot prove a negative or disprove a negative. It's just not going to happen.
Wait, now I got two things I got to say. Life existent after my life ends is not the same thing as my life continues. Will there be life? Yes. There's probably life somewhere in the cosmos at all times. Great. It's not my life necessarily. And so I can't deduce there must be an afterlife literally, unless there will be afterlives. If you mean that, that's fine. But if you mean necessarily it follows that my life will continue, that doesn't follow. And what was the other thing you guys just did? Oh,
he was talking about disproving a negative, and I was talking about presuppositions.
Proof or disproof.
Presuppositions are just axiomatic. That's why they're considered a great argument from certain points of view.
If I eat a carrot, that is forever part of my molecular structure. It lives on in me. When I die, I feed something else that lives on, and it feeds something else that lives on, and so on and so forth. What is it? The second or the first law of thermodynamics? Energy is neither created nor destroyed, just transformed. There's your fucking science. Christ.
But I'm sorry, GS, what's the point of that?
Well, the point is he's proving his argument. And the semantics, the nonsensical semantics, not even necessary semantics of just being a slippery eel, just to be a slippery eel.
No. Don't accuse Simos is not doing that.
This is the third time.
In all fairness, he wanted me to define life.
I've known Simos for years. He is not doing that.
Well, D-Dog, what's the definition of life?
What's the definition of? Actually, I would have trouble defining what life is, other than to say experientially, it's living things.
Living things, right? I mean,
you said that life has always existed, right? In your view. Obviously, I have a different definition of life to that because I do
Marty,
not think
I'm going to call on you in just a
existed.
minute. Just relax, Marty.
Sure.
Right? So I just don't think that that's the case. So clearly, we have a different definition.
Thinking. I get it.
That's why.
Neither do I. I don't think either.
Come on, you guys are just insulting each other. Don't do this.
You use life as a presupposition. Yeah, you said life has always existed. That's not insulting you. That's what you said. How is that an insult to you?
Life has
No,
always
I'm
existed.
the one that said you guys are just insulting each other.
I'm not.
I'm the
insulting.
one that said that.
I'm not insulting.
Oh, okay. He's feeling insulted.
He's insulting me, but I'm not insulting him.
It's yeah.
Maybe either way, it doesn't matter. None of it matters.
Well,
I just want look, guys. I just want the conversation to move forward in something progressive and not get stalled on something like what is life.
Well,
Marty,
look,
do you have anything to add?
No,
Did you bring
Richard,
something?
No, Richard. He just said to me he's going to prove, right? Consciousness has always existed. Life has always existed. I don't.
No, I
If
didn't.
he's taken it as a precept, sorry, I beg your pardon. What did you
No,
say
I
you were going
didn't.
to do?
No,
What did you say you were going to prove?
I said I was going to prove that there is afterlife.
There is an afterlife. Okay, beg your pardon.
Depending on how you're using the words afterlife, sure.
Sure. Right. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think so either. I think the heat death of the universe is almost
I know
assured.
you're not thinking. I get it. Neither do
I-
I.
Well, there you go again. There you go again. I don't.
No,
think,
no,
it's
that
not
wasn't
same
an
as
argument.
I'm not.
Hold on,
thinking.
Simos, hold on. That actually that sounded like an insult and wasn't, because despite what you might think, Brick Jonesy actually does not believe in thoughts, his own or anyone else's. You can ask him to explain that later. That's going to be a whole nother conversation. Marty, did you bring anything to the conversation?
Yes. What
Please do.
I was kind of kind of to piggyback off Simos. There's a difference between, like, you're saying, well, there's life after death. Well, yeah, life, when I die, life will continue to live on without me. Stuff is going to happen without me. Is there an afterlife is different to whether there's life after death. Is there an afterlife? I'm a little on the fence about an afterlife, an actual place to go after death, because I don't know anybody that's died and came back and been like, hey, I was dead for like a week and here's what happened.
So here's the difference between what the Bible says about itself and what Christians say about the Bible, Marty, and I apologize for all Christians who ever said something non-biblical to you personally. But here's what the text says about it. It says that heaven is real. Now, that's Old Testament stuff, right? So in the days of the Old Testament, until actually quite recently, something about 1610, there was no such thing as a telescope. People had like field glass, like a monocular field glasses, and that's about the best thing that existed. Okay, so they couldn't just look out in space and go, "Holy crap, that star is really freaking far from here." They couldn't say that. So because of that, they didn't know, they didn't understand, and experientially, like if you just use your eyes, you go out in the night, it looks like you're in a dome. That's really what it looks like without education, and that's what they thought was true. But we now know that there are entire galaxies of real things that are so far away that until recently we couldn't even see them. They appear as stars in the sky in their entire galaxies, and we know that now because we've gotten telescopes big enough to pick out stars within that galaxy. Okay, so we're really sure that it's lots of individual stars, right? But the people at the time could not have known that. So they invented Inviso Heaven. Now, Inviso Heaven is a real place, air quotes, but you can't see it, right? So in the dome Earth idea of first personal experience, you can see everything. It's right here. You can see it. And they couldn't grasp the concept. So the tradition began way back then, and Christians still say today, heaven is real, but you can't touch it and you can't see it. You see where they're just referring to a time when there was no telescope?
Yeah, but at the same time, like I say, when I say I'm on the fence about like an afterlife, not.
I'm getting to that. First I wanted to establish that what the Bible claims is heaven is a real place.
Yeah,
like
no,
actually real.
Is that
And things can be so far away that even if they're huge, you can't find them.
Sure. Well, yeah.
Okay, so that's the first step. The second step is, because it's Inviso Heaven and Inviso God and Inviso angels, now when they appear spiritually, not physically. You can see why that would follow from the idea, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they don't think heaven is real, and they don't think it comes here, and they don't think you'll ever see it, no one ever will, and they don't think you could physically touch an angel, even if people in the Bible wanted to rape them. They still don't think they're real. Okay? So granting what it says about itself, what it says is there's this physical place that physically arrives and physical beings come physically out of it, and you can physically touch them and physically talk to them. You can like talk to them. They're like persons. That's what it actually says. Thereby, what the afterlife, and that's an expression that word or that term is found nowhere in the text. But the idea of being in heaven is to have physical flesh and be in a real actual place with real actual other people. That's what afterlife should mean. Unfortunately, Christians, because no telescope, are really muddy on this. Can you accept that that's at least plausible, or at least it makes sense with what we observe?
Yeah, I can understand that I understand your interpretation of what the Bible says. I just, as myself as a person, like, yeah, I don't, and I see GS said earlier, like, I know a guy, he's called Jesus or something like that, but you don't know that. You believe that, which is fine. But, nobody knows. I don't know anybody. I can't call Jesus and be like, hey, what was death like? I can't. Why not? Because he doesn't. Because I can't. How am I gonna? He's.
Well, there's one thing for sure. If you believe that Muhammad Rajneesh in Thailand doesn't exist, I know for sure you won't call him. I know that.
Well, yeah.
Because you've already assumed he doesn't exist. Now, do I agree with you? The Christian conception of Christ doesn't make any sense. I completely agree. Right. The problem that I have with that is that's not what's described in the story. That's just some church tradition. Okay. What's described in the story is a guy that was medically dead, was technologically, or you could say medically revived, and his genome was fixed, and he doesn't age. That's what the story says. Never mind what Christians might say about the story. I can show you that. And that's not my opinion, Marty. It's not my opinion that it calls our body a vessel and then says we'll have a perfected vessel in heaven using precisely the same term, meaning body. So it's not ethereal plane, and there's no spirit people. That's like really not in the story. No matter what Christians say, I can like show you the actual words and verses. It's not my opinion. It's what words are there. It's what it's claiming about itself. Now, do I have an easy time believing there can be a fleshly person who's alive? I know a couple. In fact, I know a whole lot of them. I've seen plenty of examples. Shoot, all I got to do is go out to the street, and there's thousands of examples of it. Well, so why would I think that's not a real thing? I mean, now the only problem is that it's talking about like perfection and living forever. But we've also found that's plausible in our genome. There's 30 critters on this planet that don't age, so I got no problem with that either. Just a matter of fixing our genetic malfunctions. What do you think? I spoke a lot.
No, you're fine. I see. I understand what you're saying, but like to me, I still don't like. I'm on the when I say I'm on the fence about the afterlife, it's because like I said, I haven't been dead and been to an afterlife.
Wait, stop being so damned Christian. You damned Christian, you. Stop telling me it's about being dead and yet alive. Stop telling me that. That is nowhere in the story at all. It's really not there. It's about being alive, not dead alive, not sort of alive, not spirit alive. None of that's there.
Yeah, so I believe the term is called resurrection, correct?
Right. But just tell me what's not resurrecting about a set of paddles set at 400 volt DC, putting one on the left side on the rib cage and the other one on the sternum and shocking the heart back. That like is a resurrection.
Right.
Okay, so we're not talking about mystery anymore. We're talking about science here. The Bible's talking about science. It's not talking about magic.
So your idea of heaven is like are we in heaven now, or is that like
no? We're on this earth just like we think we are, and you can have a good life and you can have a bad life, and depends a lot on information and attitude and relationships and a lot of things like that. A person could say, "Oh, I'm living in my own personal hell." If they say that, they don't know what the frick hell means. They don't get it. Because what the text is describing is a literal spaceship that comes here and takes captives. That's what the story is. Just, I mean, literally like fire coming down from the sky as it descends. Like that's what's described. Like, rocket boosters. That's what's described.
Mm.
Now, I really don't care what Christians have told you, and I even apologize for everything silly anyone ever said. Not that you can't tell what's silly and what's not, which is why you have a problem with it. But the problem is that all that's based on we don't have a telescope. Well, we have one now. We've got rocket ships now. We've got spacecraft now. And none of this is very darn mysterious to me. And yeah, actually, like B.S. Lewis knows parts of the text that I'm quoting from. He's put Revelation 1:18 in the side chat. He's not wrong.
If you look at the new stories that the human imagination is beginning to create in, say, the 19th and 20th century, you're actually seeing stories of outer space.
Well, I believe in space. I don't think space is.
That's a good start. Do you believe spaceships are possible?
I don't think. Yeah, I don't. I saw the Challenger blow up when I was in 3rd grade, so I know we have spaceships.
Okay, cool. Do you think there's other planets out there?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Do you think the Earth is the oldest planet everywhere in all of the cosmos?
That I don't know.
Well, scientists have a theory about it. This is not the oldest planet everywhere. They don't even think this is the oldest solar system or the oldest galaxy.
That's cool. I just don't know enough about.
Well, I'm speaking theoretically just to see if this makes sense or not to you,
sure.
Right? Because you're one of my special pet loves. I think you're a really decent person who genuinely wants whatever is true, right? I think you really, really are. No kidding. I'm not blowing smoke up your butt. You have persuaded me to believe that over the course of the world. We've known each other 5-6 years now, something like, I don't know.
Something like
right?
that.
So I'm really persuaded that you're an honest person. Here's the facts. The Earth's really old. It's like 6.3 billion years old. But the universe is like 16 billion years old.
Oh,
that's a hell of a lot older.
Yeah,
okay, so all things being equal, if in 200,000 years with this brain and this brain case, we got to rocket ships, we got to actual spaceships in 200,000 years. And that's just true, right? But there could be a living, sentient critter out there somewhere in the cosmos. And let's say that their planet started 200,000 years before ours, which means that all things being equal, they'd be 200,000 years more advanced than we are now. And we've got spaceships. What would they have? Teleporters? Crazy laser beams that, I mean, I have to say laser because it's the wrong word and I know it, but they could like literally just point their finger at something and something else reacts to that and blows up an entire planet? Would they have that kind of power? Probably. And what are we talking about here? Actually, the text of the Bible and other religions make very, very modest claims. Like, we put water there. We put air there. We put plants and animals there. We restricted your genetics, your kind. We restricted your genetic, and we see the restriction. I can prove that. And then we put you guys there restricted so you die of old age and have some tough times and learn some stuff before we come back and collect on our investment in you. Now that's the real claim. But again, there was no telescopes. They couldn't imagine a rocket. But everything you read, you go back and you look at like the description of the chariots of the gods. Look at the Bible and the pillars of flame as heaven descends. You know, look at lightning being under the throne. You know, just in sheer, if it's the size that it says it is, and yes, I can show you the mathematics and it's calculable. If an object which could defeat our gravity, which was larger than the Earth, came down toward the Earth suddenly, pushing atmosphere out of its way, because it's a real object. It's got a solid surface on the outside and some atmosphere inside, so it would displace atmosphere, would move so much and stopped at 3,000 feet off the ground, which is literally described in the text, 3,000 exact feet off the ground. If it pushed the atmosphere and stopped at 3,000 feet and it did that suddenly, do you think there couldn't be lightning? Do you know how much air pressure and friction that would be? The chances of it having no lightning is almost impossible. I mean, just think about like air currents and the causation of lightning. And those aren't planet-sized air currents. Okay, so does it make sense to me that there would be conductivity between it and the Earth, that there would be displacement, that there would be all this friction causing static electricity and lightning discharges? Oh my gosh, that's so predictable.
So I like
it didn't have to say lightning. I'd have thought, oh, there's going to be lightning there.
I like the representation that Independence Day uses when they did that in the movie, when the spaceships come down out of the movie. That was a really good representation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah.
Interestingly enough, there is a place in northern Iraq
Yeah.
that had something similar, shall we say, because I obviously don't believe that that's the explanation for it. But I just point you in this direction. So I think it was the end of the Akkadian Empire in northern Iraq. They found traces of a plastic on the ground, and it happens through a discharge of lightning from low dust clouds that have been gathering as special storm conditions. Of course, you know, very specific storm conditions are required, and these dust clouds get electrified through lightning hitting the ground, and they cause a type of plastic. It is a type of plastic. It's not actually.
Well, it's not refined plastic, like lightning glass is not refined glass. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's not man-made plastics. It's a naturally occurring plastic in the sense that it's a polymer. So from that.
Do you know what materials it struck?
Like as far as I'm aware, it's the dust. So it'd be sand. It'd be some kind of silicon-based.
It'd have to be something besides just silicone for it to be plastic.
Like I agree. But I don't know the details of the.
I mean, everything is plastic to some extent.
I will get you the details of the program that I saw.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, I thought you might find it interesting.
Yeah, I'd love to watch something like that. I love learning new things.
I find it. I know it was to do with the end of the Akkadian Empire.
I almost think there would have to be some petroleum product in that.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been tar because they were using a lot of tar to build with, of course. So, I mean, it might have been that's the reason.
So
but anyway.
I am going to have to head out. I have some more work to do. I have some editing to do. But before I go, I wanted to say this. So I know, D-Doc, you know that we probably agree on a lot of things. Probably mostly the only things that we don't agree on. There might be some other things, but mostly it's just the origin and the destination. Most of everything that D-Doc talks about is literally like on par with what I really believe, like about the whole scenario, you know, death and, you know, moving forward. It's literally just who that origin is and then where we're going, which I do believe it's a similar thing. It's just not exactly where it's at. And obviously,
what about the biblical description of heaven doesn't say spaceship to you, Brick?
So the biblical definition of heaven, there's 3 different versions in Christianese. right? So there's the sky, there's the spatial.
Yeah, but I'm
definition.
talking about the habitation of God when I say heaven. I mean uppercase heaven.
And
Just
then
that
there's that habitation of God, which in Christianese, and as far as I believe, and really still, I don't see any problem with the definition of a like otherly realm, where all of the universal creation came from, like outside. That's like another dimension, another realm that he exists in. That's outside of. I don't see a problem with that. I really
Okay, I'm
don't.
not saying there can't be multiverse. I'm not saying there can't be.
Right.
Are you saying that God could be in a different universe? Is that what you're saying?
Not
a different reality?
Different reality, right? Exactly. Yes, a different reality that we, unless by his choice, would exist. Because he is the creator, he chooses what to do with the format. So
yeah, I actually find this interesting. If you take away the poetry from this, I am the first and the last, the living one. I was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore, and I have the keys of death and Hades. The keys of Hades, that means how to avoid it, like how to not go to hell. The keys of death, that just means I know what causes death and how to avoid death. That kind of keys of death.
Like knowledge, yeah. Which
of course, if you knew how to keep a human being alive forever, you would be alive. That would be the first thing you did. I'm alive forevermore. That would be like first order of business. I want to help others. Now I got to live forever, right? And I was dead, and behold, I am alive. That happens on operating tables today.
Yep.
Now, the idea of the first and the last, that's a little bit more existential, if you will, and it's supposed to be a quote by the Christ, right? So he's saying, I'm the first or capital thing, the most important thing, and also the smallest thing, or the last thing, or the last thing you have to worry about, something like that. Now, Christians read that as I was alive at the beginning of the omniverse, and I'm alive right now, even to the end of the omniverse. I just don't read it that way. I think that's a whole bunch of 8-year-olds on the playground saying my dad's bigger than yours. I don't think you can justify those claims from the text. But Brick, in all love, but holding you to the Christian-ish standard that you seem to espouse, okay? You know darn well when you said on thinking that Simos wasn't thinking, you knew he was going to take that the wrong way. You were being agitative on purpose because he wouldn't know how you meant that, and only someone who knew you well would. And that's slightly dishonest.
I will admit it. Yes.
Hey, look,
okay.
I've got no problem with that, Brick. It's nice to know that someone that is a Christian doesn't have any beliefs, and that's fine. That's fine. But also, I ended with this one because I thought this was great. I love what you did here, right? To say to somebody that you could prove the afterlife and then tell them that you have a presupposition that life always exists is just fantastic. I mean, I can't think of any bigger fallacy in logic. So congratulations.
Yeah,
you would win the Darwin Award if it wasn't for the fact you wouldn't die.
One cannot judge Brick on his accent. That will not work out for you.
Whatever.
We will have more discussions in the future. I am sure of it.
I would hope so. So. Anyway, yeah.
All the best. Love it when it ends that way. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, brother man. Later.
Later, bro.
The resident Riri's back. What's up? I'm here to lower the IQ in the room.
Just stop being so combative if you don't absolutely have to be.
Why does everyone think I'm being combative?
Because sometimes you're being combative. Not constantly, not 100% of the time, but sometimes you are.
I usually own it when I am.
Yes. And what's going on in your background? You have jellyfish?
Yeah. You like them? My wife?
They're real jellyfish?
Yeah, my wife got those for me. No, it's like a little mood thing. That'd be badass if they were, though, wouldn't it?
Oh, but they're fake. It just moves around they just move around in the water. Look,
Yeah,
There's a water jet inside of the. I've already analyzed this and done the necessary logic. There's a water jet inside of that, and they're probably silicon.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that's cool if you have jellyfish.
Yeah, it's called like a jellyfish like mood thing. It's perfect for like 12-year-old podcasters that are female. But my wife got a
jellyfish lava lamp, right?
Yeah, I got a lava lamp that came from the Walrus. We affectionately call him Wally. He's one of my mods over at my channel. He bought me that and sent it to me. And then I got this. My wife got me that and that. I like stuff that lights up, kind of gives a mood and that kind of thing. I would like to have nothing but lava lamps all around here. And eventually I'm going to turn my whole set into the corner, and I'm going to have shelving that goes into a corner, because right here is like where the corner is. And right here, the wall goes like further this way, but I'm going to pull my whole stuff over this way, and I'm going to have it pointing that way. And I'm going to have, it's going to be cool. I think, I hope.
Neat.
Okay, yeah. So Marty, you know, you're not my pet and you're not my project, and I respect you as a person, but you know that it makes no sense to simultaneously reject Christianity and accept Christianity. Like, that's just an obvious A equals not A right there, right?
Oh,
so
I would disagree with that. Okay.
What?
Well, I don't really say I.
How does Simos? How would it make sense to both reject and accept something simultaneously?
Yeah, because it's not, Christianity is amorphous. It's not something which is one thing.
Oh, I mean the real basic stuff.
You could be a Catholic and not accept like evangelical doctrine.
No. I mean the super basic stuff.
Or you could be Unitarian.
The stuff that's universal across all the Christian churches.
I don't know if there is such a thing. I mean,
sure.
Tell me
what
it is.
Christ is Savior. That's universal.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe.
All of them would say that. That Yahweh is God. That's universal. All of them will say it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you know, I always go to Newton when I think of these things, right, as being a disagreeable Christian. Because he had some pretty strange ideas, so.
Okay, well, I don't know Newton that well. Yeah. I'd have to...
That's fair enough. He was type of Unitarian, I guess. He believed that end times has already happened, and Jesus was just a man who was a prophet.
That's partial preterism.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, here's what I'm saying is logically. You have to go, or you had something you wanted to say, or
Jesus is King. He is Lord of my life, and I unironically hope that other people that have an argument would have an experience. That's what I'd hope for each of us, and vice versa. If I have an experience that's going to open my eyes to something that's more of a truth than what I currently accept as the truth, then I hope I will get even more of an experience in whatever direction that leads me. Thank you very much for having me on the panel tonight, Richard.
Oh, thank you.
As always, Marty, it's good to see you. Simos, I really did enjoy the conversation.
Yeah.
I'll have to figure you out. I have to figure out how to not interact with you without it seeming as though I'm trying to be combative, because that wasn't on my heart to be combative. It wasn't.
Let me help with that.
I get it.
Let me help with that real quick. There is nothing you're ever going to find Simos saying aloud that he hasn't already spent 30 hours thinking about.
Yeah, possibly. And if I do, I'm like you. Like, I will change my mind if somebody gives me a good argument, which I think is sound. I will accept the conclusion regardless of whether it's in my belief system or not. I just have to change my belief system. Go ahead.
I do have I got a hard get out time here, but I do respect that. I would just say that you have said on several occasions that you've heard these arguments for years. Sometimes I think what happens is I've not been a Christian for years. Well, for maybe 4 or 5 years, and compared to the decades that you've been hearing these arguments. Sometimes I think there's a danger that we might infer what we think someone is going to say, and they're cut them off before they can finish saying what they're trying to say, and it kind of ruins the exploratory nature of it. Although I can say it must be insufferable to hear the same argument over and over and over again from it's a new Muppet with another argument. I get that. So just I appreciate you guys, and thank you
Yeah.
again for having me on.
All right,
And
no worries. We'll do it again sometime.
yes, sir. I hope
And
to. Marty, take
yeah,
care.
hopefully my fleece will become Jude.
Okay. And don't tempt God. Richard,
I don't know if I can
Sure.
because I'm an atheist. So.
take care.
Good night, GS.
So,
There we
the logical inconsistency that I was probably poorly explaining, let me expound on. If I say something like, I've known this one specific Christian person, and that's happened 100 times, but I'm talking just about this one. They say things concerning the Bible that do not make sense against reality, and I've met a few. They'll say things that do not make sense against reality. Okay, so that I can say that on that person on that topic is like compartmentalizing reality, and then they have this other biblical reality that they're dealing with, right? So that makes them unreliable on the Bible. Because if the Bible has value, it has value in reality, right? So it's like saying I took my lesson from a person who's experiencing cognitive dissonance. I mean, that's exactly what that's saying, right? So I dismiss them knowing that they have this problem, but then I use their incoherent thought process to judge a piece of literature. You see how that doesn't make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really accept Christianity in the way that, like, more it's just I'm more just repeating what I've been told and what I've had. It's not really been told, but I've had thrown at me.
I'm sorry.
When you're not a heterosexual Christian, you get thrown at you. So I mean, it's the stuff that I'm just kind of, I guess, regurgitating the stuff that I've been told about. So it's not really acceptance of. It's
Let me give you a real quick example of this, Marty. If you ask a Christian, they'll say the Bible reads, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." You've heard that line, right? You've heard it 1,000 freaking times. Do you know that's not at all what it reads?
What does it read?
What it actually reads? Like actual definitions of words in the same order. What it actually reads is the capital thing that shakes your head. It doesn't say beginning. It says the capital thing that shakes your head. Powerful beings reformed and repurposed the planet and the sky. I can prove that. That is what it actually reads. The rest of it is church traditions and interpretations and stuff. I can show you word for word in the Hebrew. That is the actual words. I just recited the first sentence. In the capital thing that shakes your head, powerful beings reformed and repurposed the planet and the sky. Full stop. Now, is that meaningful? Well, what's it now? Now we get into exegesis. What does it mean? I'm sorry, eisegesis. What does it mean? Well, what's the capital thing that shakes your head?
Disagreement.
Disagreement. That's a good one.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, disagreement is one. Does it mean shake your head like in like a no?
You ever seen somebody? You ever seen somebody do this?
Well, yeah. Does it mean
what is that indicative of? I mean, they're literally just shaking their head. It's not a shake your head yes or a shake your head no. It's just shaking your head. What does that mean when someone does that?
I was gonna say. What was I gonna say? I forgot. Dang. Oh man, I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn, it was good too.
I could come up with a few here. Epileptic fit, number one. Number two.
That's possible.
Also, it could be some kind of metaphor for getting smacked around the head with a stone mace.
No, not something shaking your head.
No. Your head would shake after you'd been hit. That situation. Just saying. You know.
I'd have to. Okay, I'm not saying that's impossible. I need to look into the
It's
definition
possible.
and
I'm just
see.
saying possible.
I just want to see if it has to be internal or if it can be external. From what I gathered already, it has to be internal.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
epilepsy then, yeah. Okay.
Does it mean like shaking your head, like something that wakes up maybe your brain, that like makes you, more
Brain freeze. Brain freeze.
ice cream?
Ice cream. I love it, Marty. That's great.
It's talking about ice cream, obviously. No, yeah. I mean, I'm trying not to give any of my opinions and give you the actual words. And we all have examples of things that we, as adults, that we know will shake someone's head. Simon gave several. You gave a few. But in context, it goes on to describe the planet that the reader is on. Okay? So to me, and this is partial eisegesis, I admit, it's saying the thing that shakes your head about your location, because it qualifies it in context what kind of shaking of the head. Okay? So it's like saying, what's the most important thing that's just been rattling your brain about your location? Well, it's the big existential question that the narrative is attempting to answer here. And that existential, where did we come from? How did we get here? Why are we here? These kinds of questions, right? And that's what's actually being addressed there, not the creation of the cosmos. It doesn't even make that claim. So if a Christian says to me, my God lives outside of reality and created the cosmos, which begs the question, where is it if it's not in a cosmos? Right. And how did it affect something without coming into the something or contacting these are big questions that are real problems for Christians, and they get all screwed up in it. But what the text says is, hey, we're really powerful. Now, in context, powerful becomes pretty clear to me what they mean by powerful. It says we're really powerful beings. We caused the situation you're in. And it's like rattling to the brain of the reader, this existential question of why does science care where the planet came from, Marty? How it formed, how old it is, what the process was, how life began. Why do we care? Because it's something that rattles our brain. We want to know. And it's more than just me. It's Carnegie Mellon. It's huge foundations are willing to put huge amounts of money into answering those exact questions.
Yeah. Well, I think we realize that our brains are mostly reliable, but not completely. And so we want to try and eliminate the type 2 errors that we constantly make as humans, And I think
I don't know the type 2 reference. What's that?
That's like false positive. So you say,
thank you.
Like everybody runs away from a rustle in the bushes because it could be an animal, right?
People jump at a stick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's that, and there's a reason why we do it, of course. Yeah. But we don't like the fact that we do it. When we find out that it was just the wind, we feel a little bit stupid, shall we say?
I don't. I feel like I lived another day, even if a lie caused it.
Well, that should be the implication, but we don't feel that way. We just feel stupid because we've reacted to something which wasn't true, and somewhat shown our hand, right? We're supposed to be brave people. We don't want to show other people we're brave. So we want to know. We want to know. We want to know that the Earth is round.
Look, I've jumped out of airplanes and I've helocasted into lakes, and I've done some crazy stuff that kills most people. But I'm glad I jump when I see a stick that's perceivably a snake. I'm glad.
Yeah, of course. That's evolutionary. But and the other thing I'm saying here really is that that the point about our curiosity has taken us right from huddling in a cave, being scared of absolutely everything, into walking on the moon and whatever else, right? And not being afraid of virtually anything.
Pretty amazing,
Right.
yeah.
It's an incredible journey we've made, and of course we've done that through the process of trying to objectively find the truth about the world, right? However vague and weird that sentence is, okay, depending on which philosopher you talk to, that's why we revere science the way we do. Right? Because it's led to what is an incredible state for this species to be in, which is the apex
Yeah.
predator when it was never the apex predator.
Yeah, right. You can have a dog or a fox or several animals like that who caught their leg in a trap, and to live and not understanding how to release the trap, they chew their leg off.
Mm-hmm.
And then they crawl into a cave for about 2 weeks, and they come out minus the lower limb. Yeah, cut a human's leg off without immediate medical treatment. Go ahead.
Well,
I don't care how clean you do it.
Lucky.
I mean, God forbid you should chew it off.
No, Richard, there was an example, of course, of somebody in the States who fell into a crevasse and got stuck. And he got his arm stuck in it. He took a knife and he cut his arm off. And he lived.
Right, and he did survive.
So it's possible.
Yes, he also applied a tourniquet.
He did. He had some knowledge.
Yeah, the dog doesn't need one.
Well,
my point was, we are weak animals compared to many animals on this planet. Lots of stuff kill us pretty easy.
Yeah,
we are not tough like a monkey. We are not tough like a dog. We are just not.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. But I mean, I just think it's incredible that we've made this journey, and it's not just a journey it's not just a journey of technological advancement, etc. It's more of it's a journey of social advancement, right? The fact I can sit here today and say, oh yeah, no, look, I have a cohesive, comprehensive theory of what a humanist is and how to live life as a humanist, all right, and still derive value, still not fall foul of nihilism. To have answered that question alone, right, is a challenge without reverting to some mystical kind of answer, right? Do the same thing with morals, right, and ethics, and that's no easy feat. Thank you, Spinoza, of course. So like, it's not just the fact that we've advanced technologically. We've advanced socially. We've advanced in thinking, in reason. Our reason is advanced just a huge amount.
Yes.
Right? And these things are just they're just dismissed. That's what I dislike about.
Well, we're not for societies.
It's what I dislike about. Hang on a sec. It's what I dislike about some fundamentalist Christian beliefs, which is they dismiss all of that. Right? They just dismiss it as being, oh well, of course, that's because I'm here. Right? And it's just so narcissistic to think that way. Right? And that, for me, that is a sign of somebody who's not willing to release their bias.
Well, to me, that's sinning and separating themselves from God.
Yeah, it's not true of all Christians by any means. Most people, right, very reasonable and accept that they have these biases, etc., and can see through them when they demonstrate them repeatedly. But there are a certain number of people on this planet that refuse to engage with those kind of perceptions, and it leads them to such things as transphobia, homophobia, racism, nationalism on the social scale.
Oh, that makes me want to speak about the Bible and what it's actually trying to say using those examples.
Go ahead, please.
Richard, real quick, I do have to go because I have to take care of Merlin, but I'll be in the side chat, but I have to leave the panel.
Well, thanks for coming in panel at all. Thank you, Marty.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope you at least enjoyed it somewhat.
Yeah, no, I always do. All right, Merlin, I know it's dinner time.
Take care.
All right. Like I said, I'll be in the chat, but I have to leave the panel. So, good night, you guys.
Good night.
Good night.
We all know the cats are actually in charge.
Yeah, right.
They mistakenly let themselves be filmed in that movie Cats and Dogs. Now we know.
And that's where we started this whole episode. Right? Of trying to find a black cat in a black room.
I'd like to point out there's a flaw in that. a
Oh
big,
no,
big flaw.
I didn't say it correctly, by the way. So yes, go ahead. Point
Could
the
you say
flaw
it
out.
correctly? Because I noticed something. Go ahead. Tell it to me correctly so I can
Yeah,
fix
I
it.
wish I could. I'm gonna have to just reavert because this comes from like a 1970s comedian. So I heard this when I was quite young.
Okay.
But first of all, I just
Well,
say
since
two
it came
things.
from a comedian, never mind.
Okay. It's still quite deep, I think. But like in the side chat there, in private chat, I've got you that episode where it talks about. I think
Lovely.
that episode where it talks about that. Do you want to just
Thank
talk
you.
about where in the Bible it talks about these phobias?
Sure.
I'd like
But
to hear
first,
that
I'm
while
going
I
to
look
point
it up.
out, since we're talking about a joke and you're not personally responsible, you're only recalling an old joke. Yeah, it doesn't matter what color the cat is in total darkness.
Oh yeah.
It could be bright white. Unless it glows, it's not going to
Yeah.
help.
Yeah. Absolutely. I see.
It doesn't need to be a black cat. It could be an orange cat. It could be a white cat. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Let me see. I've got to look it up anyway.
Yeah, Mr. Comedian Guy, in total darkness, the human eye picks up nothing. Nothing.
Okay. If you go ahead, I'm going to mute myself. If you want to just talk about those phobias, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, so, all right. So, now this is universal throughout religions. It doesn't even matter which one you're talking about because it's an observation from human nature. Human beings like what psychologists and teachers call memory hooks. That is, you learn a simple thing that's really, really basic. 1. And then you can use the 1 like a coat hook, and you can hang 2 on the number 1, and et cetera, and all of mathematics are hung on a very, very small, simple idea of one principal thing. And that's true of everything. It's true in learning mathematics, biology, language, blah, blah, blah. Language for children starts out very, very small and basic, just rudimentary ideas, and those create the memory hooks. That's why they have to be repeated 1,000 freaking times to create a hook, because there's nothing there. And then you have these other things you can hang on the hook, and you can just keep hanging stuff forever on these hooks. And that's what the ancient religions are doing in using natural environments, like comparing, like the Bible compares Christ to a door. In some other religions, he's called a tree. In the Old Testament, there's a series of names that spell out the sentence. You know, he is a pure tree, is one way to say it. So it's using this animistic idea of your natural environment to teach something that we haven't yet seen or experienced. We don't have tangibility. We don't have it concretized. So when it says something like, suffer you not a witch to live, what it means is you shouldn't allow someone who's an outlier, who has ideas that don't work in reality, keep being disappointed because their ideas don't work, and you should help them in that. You shouldn't just leave them with that. That's you're doing, well, you're being inhumane. When it speaks about homosexuality, same thing. It's just making a real world example of something that is physical and concretized to describe a spiritual situation, which is not that thing. The Christian problem is they've said that homosexuality is a spiritual problem. Well, no, that's not what it's saying at all. So they kind of see the metaphor and then they make it, I don't know, what's that? What's the fallacy where you make the abstract and you talk about it as if it's a physical reality? What's that? I can't think of that one. There's a name for that one, though, I know. Okay, so that's what it's doing, and I can prove it. I can tell, because Jesus says, I agree with the Old Testament. In fact, I'm here to fulfill the Old Testament, and all of it's perfect. And then he spends all of his time saying to people, look, you're wrong about the Old Testament. It's not trying to say this. Try to look at it this way. and even expounds on it when challenged by when challenged on eunuchs. You know, if the case that a man be like a woman, if that's the case, well, that's talking about someone who's like transsexual or transvestite, or it's some kind of trans thing is being described there. But he answers the larger question and says, look, if someone can accept the truth, just tell it to them. And he qualifies that he's not talking about castrated eunuchs. He's talking, again, it's using the word eunuch as an outlier. Very small part of the population are ever eunuchs in any point in history. And using that as a memory hook to build on a larger, more important idea. It's obviously not even talking about eunuchs or homosexuals or thieves or whoremongers or none of that. It's just using animism, a local real thing that's fairly well defined to put your brain in the right spot, and then expounding on that into the larger idea.
Okay.
And go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Yeah, I put it into chat anyway, what it was. And it was, I kind of messed it up. But yeah, there you go. That's jokes for you. I'm terrible at them. So that was by a guy called Dave Allen. Okay, who is an Irishman, and in the 70s and 80s, he was a comedian in the 70s and 80s, and he had a great parting phrase, which I've always loved, and I do occasionally use, I have to say, which when he leaves this program, he goes, "So good night, and may your God go with you."
That's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Like take that as you go. Don't leave that behind.
Yeah, absolutely. But he has much, he was a confirmed atheist, and a lot of his jokes were atheistic. So
sure.
And he always used to point out the absurdity in it. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, that sounds like a reversal of the Spanish, Latin, Italian. Go with God.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Another one of his favorites.
May God go with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like it. It's witty.
Yeah, he is incredibly witty. Another favorite of mine is he said he went to a funeral when he was a child once, and he heard the priest look over the casket as they lowered it into the ground, and say, what did he say? In the name of the Father, the Son, and into the Holy Ghost.
Into the Holy Ghost.
That's I believe funny. That I said that for years until I finally found out it wasn't.
My adoptive son, from the time he was 4 until I think almost 9 years old, pretty sure almost 9. There's a children's nursery rhyme in the States. This old man, he played knick-knack on his thumb. Do you know that one?
I know it. Yeah.
Okay, so he was absolutely persuaded that it was Missile Man, not this old man.
Yeah.
Missile Man, he played one. Let's see. On Bob Chats, the channel Bob Chats, he puts up an image of. Shoot, he was in the 101st. He was a guitarist. He played his guitar upside down.
Jimi Hendrix.
And the caption reads, "Excuse me while I tip this guy."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know the quote. And
he asks for tips while he puts that up.
Okay. Nice.
That's pretty damn funny.
Yeah, I always used to listen to it. Excuse me while I kiss this guy.
Yeah, that's a funny one too.
And I was like, what's he saying there? I don't know.
Was he saying that? That's all. That was all. Excuse me while I kiss this guy. Yeah, it almost sounds like that. Yeah, it's wrong. It's
That doesn't
obviously
make
wrong.
sense, you know. That makes sense. He had which guy? He's never mentioned this guy, you know. Anyway,
Some of my other
I love those, but
favorites.
like it goes to show you. I mean, to me, again, it goes to show you, just to take it back to
Yeah.
being the topic again, which is how when we hear things, we so easily misunderstand,
Oh yes.
and why not having the originals for these books is a real problem.
Well,
Right?
you know
As much as
what
the
I do is
interpretation, I love your interpretations, Guy. You've opened my eyes to exactly how these ancient languages can be misconstrued when they're written. Like
Yeah.
that context is everything, and to know the context of the way someone was speaking back then was more than half the information.
Oh yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
So, like, you know, that you have more than anybody else completely opened my eyes to that. But it just made me believe stronger that, in fact, they just misunderstood even ancient myths, even more ancient myths. These are just reinterpretations of ancient myths, which were in themselves misunderstood. You know, so
Right. But is it true that deep hidden within humans is the key to eternal life? Is that true?
I don't think that's true. No, I don't think there is anything.
Science says you're wrong.
Well, I don't think it's. No, I don't think it does. I think physics says you're wrong.
No, there's already 30 critters that effectively don't age.
Well,
and we have
effectively,
genetic coding
they do.
that doesn't manifest in us that would make us the same.
Yeah, but effectively
It's
they
something
do.
like they effectively don't age. Then what I mean by that is, like, one example is desert tortoise or loggerhead turtle or northern Atlantic whale, and these creatures just live so long and stay, you know, reproductive health into the hundreds of years old.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I myself, I've seen a female loggerhead that was 630. I forget the number. This is more than a decade ago. She's 600 and some odd years old. She's older than the United States. And she came up on shore and laid a clutch. I watched her do it. Came back the next spring, watched that clutch hatch out. She's over 600 years old.
Yeah.
There's like literally nothing there.
No, there was a tortoise that I think Captain Cook brought back from Tahiti.
Yeah,
that lived for 400 years.
Right, stuff like that. Okay, so we know it's not genetically impossible that even a complex creature can live for an extremely long amount of time. We don't even know how long.
Agreed. We don't know how long, and that.
But I think that's all they're saying.
But
I think that's all they're saying.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's fine, and that's fine. You know, it's an interpretation thing. I get that, and I would agree that you know, can't happen with mammals, but you know,
it can't.
Such, not our type of mammals. No.
What do you mean by our type?
Well, we are descended, right? We personally, like our species, is descended from very short-lived mammals. Like the fact we live nearly 100 years, that's the longest we've ever lived.
I agree with that. Right? I mean, while we've been on this planet.
As our, not just our species, but our genus, right? Going back to when we were like rats in the Precambrian.
None of the other great apes come close to 100 years. Not even close.
Oh, some of them do. Yeah, some of them live quite a long time. But I don't think they're like. I
thought they made it like 60 years max.
Well, I don't think that it's that long even. But like that's still quite a long time, right?
It's not 100.
It's not like the whatever it is, the 10 years that a rat lives or something. You know what I mean? Or a marmoset lives, right? Which is where we came from, right? And those apes too, right? So like that's a thing. That's a thing. But like even given all of that, I'm not interested in that particular argument as such, because I think that's just like it doesn't do much for me in terms of the large claims, right, which are made
like what
by most Christians, okay, and that those are just simply wrong, right? The fact that like even what's his name's presupposition that saying life always exists. Right? No, physics says different. There may be an argument, right? We don't know yet whether neutrons decay. Is it protons? Yeah, whether protons decay rather. We don't know whether they do, whether they last, whether they fall apart. But when you look at that level, right, the heat death of the universe, given the second law of thermodynamics, is almost assured,
Sure.
right? And if that's the case, life can't exist forever.
Well,
there'll be no-
I'm not certain
life
that's true
depends.
either.
Well, life depends on usable energy, transferring usable energy.
Yeah, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure that we're let's say, for instance,
Okay.
of the cosmos right now, we're observing 99%, right? The knowable universe is 99% of the total cosmos, right? Let's just say that for argument's sake. Well, then we've got a really good sample at 99%. But what if it's 1%? What if it's a millionth? And we don't know what is the whole cosmos because we have this limited field of view. So we don't even know what percentage we're observing. So let's say that the universe, that the knowable universe is expanding just like they think, and things are getting colder just like they think. How do we know that's going to be the end of the entire cosmos? See, we have no idea.
Right. Well, I mean, it's not that there's no idea. Let's take that out off the table. There is some idea.
What if there's other parts of the cosmos that are contracting, equalizing this expansion? It is actually getting more dense and more hot, while this little tiny part, maybe a millionth, maybe 100th, is expanding and getting colder.
Right.
So we can't just take what we see and force it on everything everywhere. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Like that, these are hypotheticals. I could grant that it's a hypothetical, et cetera, but
Good
all
enough.
we can go on is the information we've currently got, right? And to say that there's an exception, like I think again, this is just an appeal to authority. So, don't take this as being a defeat.
I don't have any reason to dismiss them as authorities.
Well, no, I'm going to appeal to authority in a second. And I'm just saying, don't take this as a refutation of what you're saying, because it's not. You could be right, 100%. People do not have a definitive answer to that question. However, basically, someone said, and I can't even remember who it is now. I'll have to look it up in a second. That if having a theory is fine, right? Having a theory that goes against the second law of thermodynamics is almost certainly doomed for that theory.
Sure.
Right. And because it's so invasive, right, in all of the principles that we use to come up with ideas about how the real world works. It's almost, it's so deeply ingrained in the process of basic physics, of fundamental physics, that without it, nothing makes any fucking sense, right? Anything could happen, right? And we know that can't be the case, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to predict, I don't know, quantum mechanical results or, the theory of relativity down to the 22 decimal places. That would not be able to do that.
Cosmological constants.
Yeah, these ideas, right? They necessitate a direction of time, number one, which is heavily influenced by the second law. So, yeah, I just think that's, coming up with theories which go against that principle is difficult. It's not necessarily the case that they're not true, but you got an uphill battle if you're going to call it a scientific theory.
True.
And that's all I mean by to say.
I'm only saying we're way too proud. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. There are recent experiments and observation that entropy is actually decreasing. Right. I would have to go talk to you about exactly what you mean by some experiments like that. Sure. I mean, the idea that it increases. I mean, okay, so it's like this. Upon the heat death, there will be a uniform distribution of energy. Okay, very uniform. One might almost say that entropy will have to increase. Will have to decrease in order to get to the heat death. But that's a different process because entropy is really talking about usable energy. It's not talking about energy per se. and that's the mistake
Right.
most
It's
people
not.
make.
It's not overall energy. It's where we have it captured and can use it.
Yeah, what type of energy it is. It's talking about the type of energy, not
Okay.
necessarily. And like life, as to my understanding, and again, this could be totally wrong. Life bucks the trend of entropy, right?
Well, intelligent interference also.
Yeah, it can do. Yeah. I mean, it's all systems. There are provisos to it, right? The system
Sure.
has to be closed. If the universe is open, right, then straight away we have an exception, right, or possible exception.
Right.
So that's also to do with it. But if the universe is expanding the way it is, then eventually all systems are going to be closed.
Ooh, what if our universe is like a vampire sucking off of several other universes and killing them?
Oh, yeah. Now that is a possibility. So there is recent observations that show that there are a number of galaxies, a large number of galaxies in a particular area of the universe, all heading in the same direction. Right, which means
You
potentially
should.
that they're gravitationally attracted into one point, which is outside.
Someone tried to say that a really long time ago, and they kicked him out of the community.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Halton Arp.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Apparently, I heard it in I don't know, Nature maybe. I think.
Like he literally sat in Doppler's chair, and was like his number one guy. I think it was Doppler. It might have not have been Doppler. What's the other really famous telescope? Earthbound telescope, a really big one.
I don't know.
It's not Doppler. That's the wrong word. It's the other guy. Anyway, Halton Arp made observations like that, and they banned him from being underneath of a telescope, even though he had identified, charted, and confirmed more bright stellar objects in the sky than any human in the history of the planet.
Oh, okay.
Like he has more galaxies named after him than anybody ever.
Yeah.
But they still kicked him out.
Yeah. Well, after Hubble, that's not
Hubble. That was the guy.
Oh, okay, there we go. That's not.
It was
that's not
Hubble's
a land
chair.
bounce. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's always a pleasure to have you on.
Yeah,
I
thank you so
apologize
much.
if anyone assumed anything about you at any point, and I watched them do it, but I did try to brief them up front.
You did. And you give me too much credit sometimes, especially now I'm getting older. I'm finding my brain.
Are we back to arguing opinions again?
No, I'm just saying I find my brain is deteriorating relatively quickly.
Your idea of brain rot is other people's idea of genius, so try to live with that, okay?
That's not going to happen. But anyway, I appreciate the compliments, etc. I straight back at you, by the way. Thank you.
I don't think that's
find it
true.
interesting to talk to you.
You too.
And no, I didn't really. I mean, I'm used to passive aggressive people in this debate community, so I don't mind it too much. They want to get.
I'm aware that you don't do that, though.
I try.
At least I've never caught you.
I do occasionally, of course I do. Like,
okay, well, I've never caught you doing it.
I do mirror people's behavior if it's particularly bad,
Maybe my experience of you has been you talking to me. Maybe that's why I'm biased.
I don't do it to you because you don't.
Because I don't play any games.
Exactly.
You know that.
Exactly. No.
No games. I don't like games.
There'd be no point. And that's why I point out the stuff. Like, I mean, I'm fundamentally going to disagree with you about a spaceship landing and putting lightning onto the ground. But I'm quite happy to point you to where it might have happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If that bolsters your ideas or whatever and gives you some idea to pursue something which might come up with some idea, some new ideas, then that's great. I'm not
actually, from what I can tell from all of the stories, they've never had a ship of significant size here since the terraforming. They just haven't had one that big.
When did the terraforming happen?
Probably about the same time frame we think.
Oh, okay. So that's 2200 BC, roughly.
No. Okay. That science thinks, not religious folks.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. Probably probably 50 to 100% of the estimate of when an atmosphere formed on the planet was when they put the atmosphere on the planet. I think science is probably about right.
Oh, okay. That's 3 billion years or something. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. I mean, that's interesting. I like the yeah, I kind of like what's it, transpermia or something they called it. Life came from another from
Oh.
outer space.
Directed and undirected panspermia.
Panspermia, that's it. I kind of liked it originally. I've grown more distant to it in the last few years because I just think that it's more likely that the Earth was formed with them already here, so they didn't need to come from outer space.
Well, it's mainly, I think, directed panspermia and undirected panspermia are a solution to the abiogenesis problem fundamentally. That's what I think.
I agree. I just don't think we need it. I think that the laws of physics are quite capable of producing these things. In fact, if you look at First Life on Earth by David Attenborough, he goes through a few quite recent.
David Attenborough. I know that name. He's got a fossil named after him while he's still alive.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's Mater Pisces Attenboroughi.
Wow. He deserves
that means
it.
The mother fish of Attenborough.
Okay. I had no idea. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a placard fish found in Queensland, Australia. You know what a placard fish is? It's got like bony scales on its. Okay. And it's a placental fish.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, I'm a lot more about biology than I do. It's one topic which I try to avoid with as best I can.
Why?
Well, I'm just. There's only one thing I can use biology for, and I don't need to know all the details.
No, you really don't. It's pretty darn natural, and you don't need much detail at all. It's pretty much tab A and slot B, and it works, or it doesn't. One of the two.
Yeah, I guess.
It's simpler than Kia furniture.
Yeah. Anyway, there we go. Look, let's call it. Let's call it because I'm tired. So thank you very much, Richard. As always, I really enjoy having these conversations, and I really enjoy being on your panel.
You humble me. Thank you, sir.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for the side chat as well. I've been reading it. Thank you.
All right, guys. I would entertain 2 minutes to give you a moment to respond in side chat. I would take challenges from you guys now. Because why? Because you're humans. Even if you didn't come up on panel, maybe you can't come up on panel. I don't know. Hillary's, you kill me with these jokes. You kill me. I would suggest one put a bit more weight on the traditional translations rather than Richard's. That seems reasonable to me. Well, it's more mainstream. There's more people who would agree with you than would agree with me, Peter, no doubt in my mind. The only problem is the things that they're saying don't make sense in reality. I mean, you can say you disagree with me. That's fine. The reading frame I was given to read the Bible, it works definitionally and in physics and in this universe. The knowable one that we actually observe. So you're welcome to believe things that argue with reality. I guess everybody knows or thinks they know some certain thing that doesn't work in reality, but I promise you, things that don't work in reality are not true. Which means I'm saying if you believe in things that don't work in reality, then you believe things that are not true. It's as simple as that. Let's see. Bill Hicks. Peter W. Sevens pattern. B.S. Lewis. think I've known B.S. Lewis longer than any of the rest of you guys. Pretty sure. Halcyonic Kaiju, thanks for coming by. I do appreciate each and every one of you guys. Marty Camejo. I know few people with a bigger heart than Marty Camejo. True story. Mac the Human, thanks for coming by. P-Town, it was good to see you. You didn't write much, so I don't even know what your thought process was or where you were or if you stayed around. I don't know much of anything. She didn't write much. And that brings us to the begging portion of the show. I'll scroll back down and see if you guys wrote anything. Rather you instruct us on steady state universe fascinates me. You know, I don't understand why we ask the question, what was the beginning of the universe? I mean, does that question even make sense? And aren't there hidden assumptions within the question itself? Isn't it a hidden assumption that it must have began? How do we know that? Anyway, would you guys look? Here's what I think. I think that even though it doesn't have to be a fact that I am correctly reading these ancient religious stories, what it does is it makes them all one story. Why would that be important? Because, man, even if we just got off this planet and looked back at ourselves, we would have lost a bunch of our prejudices. If we ever met some alien species, wow, a bunch of our this human's different than this human, that would just poof, just be gone, man. From the perspective of heaven, well, it must be something like a small blue dot way off in the distance. Is there life there? Is there not? From heaven's perspective, man, we are uber simple, ancient, barely have gotten anywhere in technology. And they wouldn't look at us as probably anything besides cute. They probably look at us like we look at infants. You know, when kids first learn to speak and they say really, really wrong things. And we just smile and we think it's adorable. And that's probably where we are right now as what are we, 0.5 to 0.75 on the Kardashev scale of civilizations? We're not even a 1. I tell you what, Halsey, I have no hope for humanity without intervention either, because I see where we've gone and I see where we're going. And it don't look very darn promising. So I could be completely wrong. This is not what the ancient religions are saying, but it looks like they're all saying the exact same thing in different ways, societally appropriate ways, different societies. And that the heavenlies, ancient human beings from another Earth-like planet who became at some point in the very, very distant past a space-based society. Why? Because no society interested in increasing their numbers could live on a planet forever. You just can't do that. It's not going to work out. You can't just keep increasing your numbers. You've got to become a space-based society. And besides that, stars blow up, And in the big scheme of things, stars blow up pretty quick. Heard a statistic, totally off topic. Something that we observe like 30 stars per night exploding, or 30 per year, something like that. Anyway, I remember the number was 30. I'm just not good at the rest of it. So the idea is that these ancient human beings told every tribe on this planet the truth a really, really long time ago, before there was ever telescopes. And because they were talking about great, great technology, and those people didn't understand technology, thought it was magic. So now we got this tradition of magical thinking. It's ironic in the most extreme sense to me that the Bible is talking about the end of religions and there being no temple. No temple. Think about that. Finally home from work. Having a hatred of Y, the letter Y. Peace and respect. Welcome, Odin. See, the reason that every religion says that everyone else is going to lose their religion and it's all going to become one thing is because that's the truth. That's in every religion everywhere. It's the revelation of truth. Yeah, I know. All of them say it's the revelation of truth. I know. That's because it's everywhere. What they don't understand is it's not talking about everyone converting to their religion. It's not it. It's talking about everyone losing religion. All of it. There won't be one. Peace and respect, boss. How are you?
Hey.
You were on here the other day for just a few minutes, weren't you?
I don't know if it was the other day or if it was earlier this evening.
By my memory, I mean, if you popped up backstage today, I didn't see it, and I apologize.
Hey, no worries.
So
I think there were more people up here, and some of the stuff is beyond me. You know what I mean?
yeah, there's always stuff beyond me too. So what's on your mind tonight?
I think it was the title of. Could you read the title, because I'm on StreamYard and I'm on my phone. So what was your title of the channel again?
The title of the channel is Demolished Doctrine. That is, I'm saying I think traditions are wrong about spiritual stories. And the title of the stream was Atheists Welcome Biblical Objections. Of course, non-atheists are welcome too.
Well, I would say that I'm not. I'm, even though I was raised in a Catholic family, I am not a Christian.
Okay.
I think so much of belief, it comes from. I think so much should come from personal witness, and that I'm trying to keep it simple, and that is that personal witness leads to connection with the evidence in which you can share with others, and then it's not up for them to accept what you witnessed, but for them to acknowledge, hopefully, to understand that they have been warned, and this can come in fact in any situation. So safety first, you know what I mean?
You ever thought about teaching someone how to have the similar experience that you've had?
Yes. I've
Do you ever do
I've
that?
done it. Yes, I've done it. And I can't expect what I say, even though they say yes, to, protect them. I don't give them a shield. But at the same time, I have been given knowledge, and it at sometimes did not protect me. And when it did not protect me, it became a lesson in into on itself, to where,
Imagine it would.
and now, I feel protected because I've already, walked through that fire. And then when I give somebody that lesson, just because I tell you, hey, this, that, and the other, do, don't, whatever, it doesn't mean that you're not going to walk through that fire and and somehow,
It still might be helping though, because if they can see the situation and the end result, maybe they'll get to the end result faster and suffer less.
maybe,
I've seen it happen.
yes, but at the same time, you could give somebody all the knowledge,
Mhm.
and you could give somebody actual shields, and they still, it might not be their fault.
Wait, are you suggesting we're a stiff-necked people?
What do you mean by that?
It's a Bible quote. Yahweh says of the Israelites, they're a stiff-necked people. They don't want to turn their head. Welcome back to Based Oracle.
Well, I think that's kind of like a broad thing versus an individual, because I mean, if you have 50 people and 3 of them are obstinate to what they've been given, I don't even know if that's the right word, but if they are rejecting the knowledge or the gear that they've been given, then whose fault is it? But even if they use everything that you give them, but the opponent gets them, whose fault is it? And again, does fault really matter? Because you're gonna go one day.
Well,
Share everything that you know.
Personally, I believe that no thing that could be called a god would think of us as blameable in our limited knowledge. That's my own compunction, and it's something I espouse. Okay, you guys introduce each other to each other and stuff. And Hillary's, have you got this while I go smoke?
Sure.
Thank you, brother.
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm an asshole apparently, but an honest
Everyone
one.
is at times.
Yeah. So I'll wait for you to come back. I had something for you, Richard.
Well, let me mull it over while I'm smoking. Say it now.
Okay. So
it's not going to be shallow and easy to answer anyway.
Well, you never know. So earlier, talking about a couple different conversations going on at once on this channel, but essentially, what if I could give you the proof of God? I don't remember who you were saying that to, and that sort of thing. And I think, I mean, I'm just naming to bring up what happened. I think that GS was a little upset at sort of my pushback on some of what seems to be Christianity promoted, or how I view religion in general. And sort of the point that I was going to make for question, I think, is, you know, if I say I'm of this religion or whatever the case, and I want you to believe in it, or I want to bring you to the good, or whatever the case, and I'm up here acting like a fucking asshole, you know, sort of what is the promotion of that? How is it that people can't see, and maybe myself included, but people can't see that you're promoting this ideology, or however you want to look at that. And if you're doing so in ways that are, I think, counter to what I understand of Christianity, then what is the selling point? Just
I
come
think I
to
can
our
answer
club
that fairly
because?
quickly.
Okay.
There are certain Christian sects and Christian people, and not referring back to the prior situation, but truly in reality, there is a theory that the way to convince someone of something they don't already hold, or to persuade them more toward something that they actually reject, part of that is public embarrassment. Now, I don't agree with that method myself. And I'm not even saying that happened earlier on this show. I don't know that. Because I was out having a cigarette, which I'm about to do again.
I know.
Thanks for the reminder. Untrackable and based Oracle, always speaking about body poisons. Thank you for that, because you remind me when I want a cigarette. I haven't had a cigarette in over 3.5 hours, which means I've really enjoyed the conversation. I never go that long, but so thank you all. But that is one of the present theories on conversion, is to try to make a person feel stupid or embarrass them publicly or something like this. I could name you, well, I can name you 2 exact people who do exactly that, and they're not shy about it whatsoever. And that's one guy who calls his channel Jesus is Lord, and another one who calls his channel Veckel. Okay, now they mean to do that. Okay, so I'm not saying that happened earlier. I'm just saying it does happen. All right, I'm going to go smoke. I hope that answer wasn't too horrible. Based, is it good enough?
Yeah, no, my question wasn't even good, so your answer was better than my question.
Well, I got an answer
You're
for it.
very kind. Okay, you guys get to know each other. Hillary's emails has equal control over this channel. Please give him due respect for what he's trying to do by helping you.
Based, are you still there?
Well,
You
he's
still
probably
hear
in
us?
the same apartment, just not in the same.
I just gotta get something, but talk.
Okay, yeah, if you can hear, that's good enough. Basically, yeah, I mean, you should represent Christ well, but at the same time, you can't be too worried about hurting other people's feelings. I mean, think about Christ himself. I mean, he was crucified because of his beliefs. It wasn't necessarily about appeasing people, while at the same time, you shouldn't act like a jackass. But I understand your point, but where do you draw the line? If culture is so far deviated from where God wants it to be, how can you represent the truth without offending and upsetting people?
Well, yeah, no, I get that. How do I put this? So I won't self-reference back to this conversation earlier that I was
referring to GS, I'm assuming.
Yeah. But I'll just say generally, without being too specific, that I've seen things like very commonly out of some people, and I'm not saying they represent all of Christianity or whatever religion they're in, but some people come back at a logical question point in the kind of, well, you're a fucking asshole. You're, just ad hominem attacks, just going after things that are really pointless to the argument. But then when you look a little deeper, it's like, how are you claiming, how do you make the claim that you are trying to be like Jesus? Now, I'm not trying to be like Jesus. I don't subscribe to a religion at all. But with that said, I think I can still speak on the idea. I have read a bit of the Bible, grew up in a Catholic sort of atmosphere. That does not seem to me to be of Jesus or somebody striving to be like Jesus that does that. And there's plenty of content creators I could point out who do these things. But it was more of a, I guess, rhetorical question open to thoughts really than asking directly, what do you think about this? Because I would think a reasonable person would think that it's crazy, you know, somebody losing their shit
Sure.
over an argument. And I'm not up here to attack Christianity or any religion, but I am,
Well,
just like
let
you're
me
referring
try
to,
here.
going to be as honest as I can be to truth as I understand it.
Okay, well, let me answer it from my Christian perspective. And just so you know, I didn't grow up Catholic, didn't grow up Christian. I was not in a Christian home, and now I'm a Christian. When I see people out there who are Christians, or at least claim to be, and doing things like you're describing, I immediately reflect on what you see patterned throughout Scripture, is that God's chosen people are messed up. Christ, Christ didn't come to save perfect people, but came to save sinners. So the point is that we are not good enough. So when you encounter that, sometimes God uses the most obtrusive, apparently, the wrong choice, like whoever, apparently the wrong type of people as tools.
Mm-hmm.
And that, brings a whole entourage of apparent negative situations. And they fail constantly. I mean, but that's the story, is that we just continually fail. And even those that have influenced the most people.
If I might interrupt, the idea of being Christ-like, I'm not sure. Like I'm not a reader of the Bible, but if I could say that I don't think there's a part in there where Christ said, "Hey, be like me."
And that's a great point, because as a Christian,
he more or less did his thing, and he did it so selfishly, unselfishly, and so impartial, that it was, hey, this is how I'm living my life.
Yeah, I
And
don't think that was a good point at all. Many Christian practitioners talk about being like Christ.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, and I feel uncomfortable because I think it's kind of a sissy way of the church has been kind of sissified in this manner, because it's like, I go to church and everyone's like, you just got to be more and more like Christ, more and more like Christ. But in a way, I don't get that from Scripture. It's true in part, but this idea that Christ is just always trying to be nice to people and cares more about their feelings is not biblical. And that's what I get when I go to church a lot.
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't have taken that. I would think more the actions of being good than the feelings of being nice, because being good sometimes can be the opposite of being nice, right? Being honest. You were just talking about how being honest can get a lot of pushback, right? A lot of times the truth is very unpopular and hurts people's feelings.
And that's what it means to be a Christian, because now everyone likes to be liked, but now you're standing for something that's more important than someone liking you, or more important than how the other person feels, because now you're standing for what's true. And I would stand and say that what the Bible continually throughout time demonstrates as being true is indeed true. And where has Christ not been true? And how much has this impacted the world that we live in, and continually does? And how many lives has it changed? You can't argue with that.
I would add that the books that have been written that have guided people for so long.
Which books?
If the books, if you don't know what I'm talking about, then I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry? Why don't you just tell me what books you're referring to? There's millions of books in the world. Millions.
The books.
The books. Okay. That doesn't mean anything untrackable.
Do you mean the Bible?
The Bible, the Torahs, the Quran, the all the things that.
Okay, religion, books of religion. Is that what you're saying?
But is that okay?
I don't know if it's okay. I don't know if that's what you're saying. I'm asking you, and you said no. If you don't know what the books are, then I'm not going to explain it, and that's fucking dumb.
Well, let's hear his point, though. Okay, we've deciphered what he's talking about. Okay, so go ahead, Untrackable Wood.
And they are, if you follow them so strictly, they can be guidelines to lead a way, because they are, what are they? They're testaments of witness. But in your own life, you are going to have your own witness. You are going to have your own defined witness. So are you going to go to this book or that book or the other book? Or, like you said, there's millions of books out there.
Well, I remember your point earlier, though. You said it has to be personal. But I want to tell you that that's not biblical. Because you look at what Peter said. We have now a more sure word of prophecy. Look at the people that followed Jesus. Even they doubted, even though they witnessed with their eyes. They touched him. It's still not as solid as what we have according to Scripture. Just so you know.
But you are talking about a written witness. You will have your witness. What's going on right now? Us talking together. This is your witness of what other people are thinking and how other people are conducting themselves, and such and such. You do what you do for a living. Regardless of what anybody else does, what they do for a living. So to have those books that have been written about witness to be a reference, so that way when you actually go through something, where are you going to go? And that becomes a question, because what book you go to, if you go to a book, you could also go to an elder. You could go to a living person and be like, hey, I'm going through XYZ. And you know what? They may not pull up the scripture for you. They may say, hey, suck it up. You know, they may simplify 8 to 10 to 20 books that you could, go down each and every day and be like, this is how I'm feeling today. I'm going to pull up Psalm, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, what problem, for example? Give us an example. You're going on and on. What is an example that somebody might go to somebody? What for?
Well, I mean, have you ever questioned your existence?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, well, you're gonna get. Would you rather go to a book or go to an elder?
I guess it would depend on the book, and it would depend on the elder.
Base, I liked where we were going. Base, untrackable.
Where were you going?
Untrackable.
Where were you going?
Let's try to get back on track.
You guys go
on track of what? He's untrackable.
That's my point. Okay, so what were you and I talking about? I liked where we were going.
Apparently, I'm retarded, so I'm gonna let you guys go tonight.
He was trying to focus your message because you were wandering a little bit. So yeah, you would rather go to an elder because that would give you more direct answer to your question. It sounded like.
Well, it's a different media. Would you rather Google it? Would you rather Google, hey, I'm having a hard time? You gonna Google it? Are you gonna talk to somebody? You gonna read a book? It's a different media. And people respond.
That's what you should do. Base, what else bothers you about Christianity or Christians? I'm curious, because you mentioned that people some of them have a bad attitude, or they're not Christ-like, or
Well, they don't practice what they preach. But hold on, I wouldn't say this towards Christians any more than towards any other religion I've seen. I view them largely as cults, and they funnel a lot of money. They have influence, right? There's a lot that goes with it outside of, let me be a good person. Let me be a good man. How can I do that? I don't see much of that happening. I see a lot more happening in terms of political influence, in terms of bringing money in tax-free,
What
in
if I
terms
said you
of this
sound
is
like
our
Christ
club,
right
this is our
now?
cult.
You're talking about what Jesus said when he came. Just so you know.
No, he was talking about what I'm saying.
That's what
But
I'm
go on.
saying. I know I'm saying. You're
No, he
talking like
copied
Jesus
me. I didn't copy him. All right, go on.
It's a little older.
That's what you think. How do you know that? I'm 3,000 years old.
Well, the point is your objections are, closer correlated to cults, Catholicism, or different denominations. Or you're right, absolutely right. You're literally describing what Jesus said was and will be. So there's no objection to what I believe in what you've said so far. I would just say I agree.
So then I would just question, again, for any religion, why do you need to ascribe to a religion to believe in God and or to be a good man, person, etc.?
Well, I think that we are all here because we're seeking truth. As far as being a good man, in essence, you don't have to. But I'll tell you, it's a lot harder when you're not putting God before yourself, because
Okay.
you're faced with
I agree.
situations where in this modern world, lying gets you ahead.
I agree.
Seeking money gets you more money. Doing things for others without expecting something in return is biblical. Is exactly what it is. You don't get anything out of it. Being a friend to someone, look at YouTube, right? I mean, everyone says, "Oh, so don't be friends with these people. You want to cut those people out of your lives." When no, you're supposed to be friends to people who need you, and let God choose who you should be friends with. This is what it means to be a Christian.
Well, I agree with
Am I
you.
going? Okay.
I look at God as love, and love is not an emotion, to make that very simple. So I agree with what you're saying. I don't have
We
any
finally
pushback.
disagree about something, and this is what makes the Christian God unique, is that he's an emotional God. He's not like the other religions where he doesn't have emotions. He has anger. He is happy. He can be jealous. Just so you know that
I'm not saying you can't.
Okay.
That's not what I was referencing when I said love, not the emotional kind. But now I'll delve into it, is that what most people seem to refer to as love is not love. It's brain chemicals. It's serotonin, dopamine, right? They feel in love when they have sex for the first time with someone, or whatever the case, right? They feel love with all this money if they end up getting it, or this type of thing. But I don't view that as actual love. I view that as exactly what it is, which is brain chemical responses. I think that love is more akin to, for instance, sacrificing, the action of sacrificing your life for, let's say, a loved one that may not even know that you did it. And don't ask me how that situation would unfold. I'm just saying that to me would be the essence of love, kind of
That's
referencing what
literally
you said
straight
about
biblical.
friendship.
You're getting this, whether you know or not, from Scripture, from the Bible. The greatest love is to give your life for your friends. This is Jesus himself.
It's the opposite, but yeah. I mean, it got it from me, I would assume, but
Okay, because
yeah.
you're 3,000 years old, yeah.
Right.
But there's a lot here that you align with.
I agree.
In fact, everything you said aligns with being a Christian.
Right. And the only thing is, I say I'm not a Christian. And what difference would it make to you? I'm not saying to you personally, but how do you perceive it would be different if I came up here exactly as I am, but said, hey, actually I'm Christian.
I guess it doesn't make any difference other than
Bingo.
right, other than you're proclaiming something else, which is a big deal.
I mean, that's just the title.
Because
Okay,
I'm
I
more
think
concerned about your impact on other people.
yeah, sure, but I think the thing that the mistake that a lot of Christians make is that they separate how they treat people and their relationship with God, right? Earlier, you kind of justified the idea of spreading what is supposed to be good news, possibly in a way that is even offensive. I'm sorry. How the fuck do you give people good news in an offensive way that will turn them away from good news?
I can tell you. So, for instance, I mean, seems to me that outlawing, or not even outlawing, let's say that unaliving fetuses was banned in the U.S., and we all know that ain't going to happen. But let's say it was. I would think that would be good news. Yet, how many women and maybe men would be upset about that? Because it's not God's body, or whatever the case. It's not of love. It's just flushing a fetus down the fucking potty, right?
I mean, sure, but so there's an equivocation thing going on here, right? I'm not talking good news in terms of merely just in terms of like social issues and even political shit, right? This is spiritual stuff, right? And the purpose, the good news, is spiritual in nature, right?
Okay.
And so
Can you give
at
an
the end,
example?
so the example that the example that I would give is, for example, you know what? This is actually perfect. So the idea that you should love your God first, right? And you should love your neighbor as yourself, right? And every single human is an image of God, right? And so the idea is that if you hate any human, you're hating God. If you treat any human like garbage, you're treating God like garbage, right?
You're
And so
extrapolating way too far, man.
no, I mean, we can pull up the scripture, right? Jesus straight up said, "Listen, when I was hungry, you didn't feed me. When I was there, when I
Yeah,
needed
but
clothes, you didn't clothe me."
Why was he
Right? And what
whining?
did he?
your,
Huh?
your your connections are totally not biblical. I mean,
Not
you
biblical?
are,
Do you need me to pull up scripture? I don't talk shit that's not in scripture.
I
Okay,
understand,
so
but your
that was the good
connections are.
news. So good news would be
So the good
love
news,
your neighbor.
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
right? But for someone who believes in God, right? God is equating loving your neighbor to him. So when you hear Christians are being assholes to people and treating people like shit or condemning people to
Your
hell, right? That is not consistent with the practice of their
your
faith.
extrapolations of scripture is incorrect by saying that he made us in his image, and then you're saying, oh, so we're like
Did he
God.
not?
The whole Bible
Did
is
he
about
not?
how we
Did
are
he not
not
say that?
like God, how we
Did
are
he not
Okay,
say that?
so here's my
under no
ruling.
understanding of
Here's
scripture
my
that we are.
ruling on this. P-Town, you spoke for some time. Batman is speaking.
No, we can do the back and forth.
He asked me
No,
to.
no, you were talking to Based Oracle, and no one asked for P-Town's opinion.
But that
Batman asked me
I'll
to.
just end it right there. Oracle. But that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
bro. Right? I'm telling you this, right? Because it's a fundamental teaching that is in the Bible that is not practiced by most Christians,
Hmm.
right? And it's basically it will
Well,
you
I think
having
that's a
that knowledge.
contradiction.
Well,
Do-
I will admit that the instructions are circular in nature. It's supposed to be entrapping, but it's entrapping for a reason to keep a Christian straight, right? So if you sit there and you love God, you're following the first command, right? you have to follow the second command. So it is circular in nature.
Well, I didn't
I'll
say
agree with that.
circular. I said it's a contradiction. Reason being is you said most Christians, and I think that to be accurate, what you would have said is most people who purport themselves to be Christian, because it would sound like most Christians wouldn't be doing that, right? But I can't judge. I'm just saying, wouldn't that be the distinction? Somebody claiming to be versus somebody who is, and then it would be in the eyes of God to determine.
No, so you can
No?
be a Christian and be a piece of shit, right? You can go.
Really?
You can yes. You can go. You can get a membership. It doesn't mean you're going to reap the benefits.
But
A little bit of channel business. Phillips Astroloin. I'm gonna need you to turn on camera, and I'm gonna have you ask you to hold an upside down peace sign with your left hand on your forehead, because who the hell could find that? And then I'll have you live if you were planning on doing something disingenuous. Sorry to have to test you. As soon as you do that, I'll bring you up. And he left. Go ahead, gentlemen. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you'd have to define what you mean by Christian if you're going to say that, because
So-
to me, the person's
so-
got the label, but they're not Christ-like.
Yeah, so
That was my
basically,
point.
the typical understanding is someone who believes in Jesus Christ, the death, burial, and resurrection, who has confessed their sin, right? Who are baptized by the Spirit. Now, sure, there are a few denominations who might say, a water baptism is necessary. Some say it might not be, but that's as far as I'm concerned, that's not super important. But what I just said is typically what people will do, and you can do all of those things, and you can take that title of being a Christian. But it doesn't necessarily mean that someone being a Christian means they are being in Christ.
I mean, it sounds like what I said in more fluffy words and longer. Right? Somebody can claim to be a Christian and not be a Christian. Right? Somebody can claim to be Muslim and not be Muslim.
You mean in practice?
Yes.
Okay.
Versus what? Theory?
No. Like, you can claim a title, but not practice what would be associated with the title.
Well, I mean, we're jumping around. Why beat around the bush? They're not
Not-
a
it's
Christian.
not being-
We can say
they're
that they're not a
distinctions.
Christian.
No,
Well,
because
you're making a distinguishment without a difference.
no, there is a difference. You can join a football club, right? And you pay your dues or do whatever, right? And they say, hey, listen, in order to be considered a footballer, these are the things that you need to do, right? And let's say you do those things to join the club, but you don't do anything footballers do, or soccer players.
Like
whichever.
get drunk? What do you mean?
I mean, it could be anything. The contents of that is irrelevant. I'm just saying there's
Okay,
a title.
people can pretend.
There's a membership. Yeah, there's a membership, right? And then there's the things that you would do that would be associated with it.
Okay.
Batman, what is a Christian? Can you give me a definition?
I literally just said it, bro.
Can you do it one more time?
But
What's
it was
a
like 10 paragraphs.
A short definition of what a Christian is.
If someone believes in the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, and they confess and they are baptized with the Holy Spirit, then they are a Christian.
What if they
That is
murder?
what you said.
If they do all that, but they also murder, they could be a Christian.
Yeah, your definition doesn't have
They
the other
still
stuff in it.
they still have the title.
No, I'm asking if they would still be a Christian. It seems like you're
They would.
tiptoeing around. They would
No,
still
they
have the
would
title. I
still.
don't care about the title.
Yeah.
This isn't a used car. I'm
Yes.
asking, could they
Yes,
be
they
a
would
Christian?
still. They would still be a Christian.
There's only one disqualifier biblically based, Oracle, and that's blasphemy of the Holy Ghost, which in order to actually blaspheme the Holy Ghost, you'd have to understand what that meant.
Okay. So what if they blasphemed the Holy Ghost but did what you said? So you just left that part out. But if we include that part, then that would all account to being
essentially
a Christian.
It's basically rejecting Christ, essentially. So
Okay,
you would no
and now-
longer be considered a Christian since you
Okay.
reject the core thing.
Now, how do you know if somebody did that? How would you know if I did that, other than me telling you, and I could be a liar?
Well,
I mean,
it's not about our judgment. I'm sorry.
It's not about my judgment, right?
You're giving them the answers, Richard.
I can look at your actions and whatever you do, right?
But
and
that's
I can
irrelevant.
Just base,
No,
and I
no,
can,
no.
Hold on.
That's irrelevant because you just said if I meet these pre-qualifiers, then you're a Christian, period.
Yeah.
But now
But
you're
if you-
saying I can judge you based on your actions? How does that work?
No. I didn't say judge. I can look at your actions, right? And I could look at, okay, what is a Christian is supposed to do, right?
Judgment.
And if you do something, let's say, right, if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit,
Mhm.
right, you're basically saying I'm no longer a Christian.
So you would use
Because
judgment.
that's how you say you're no longer a Christian. It's not my It's not my personal judgment. It's a part of what it means.
You're
to
beating
not
around
to
the
deny it.
bush. You would use your judgment to discern based off of your observed actions that they're doing.
No,
It
I'm
wouldn't be your
looking at it-
judgment. What would you be using if not judgment?
I'm looking.
would
I would
literally
be
be
looking at the
judgment.
script.
It would be judgment. Thank you, Richard.
Okay.
You lost, Batman.
Okay. So if it's my judgment, right? It would make sense if it was a situation where I came up with the tenets and the things that one would have to do to disassociate it. To disassociate, right? So how is it my judgment? If he admits to doing something, he did it. He admits to doing it, right? And that thing dismembers him.
Having foreseen this coming, that's why Based Oracle said, what if I lied that I had blasphemed the Holy Ghost? That's why he said that.
Okay, but that would not make him not a Christian. I wouldn't make the decision.
You would make the
He would.
judgment. In your esteem is this person. I was asking you how you would know somebody is. And sort of my point in asking that, it wasn't to trip you up or in bad faith. My point is that I hear a lot of, this is maybe a criticism or at least a thought, I hear a lot of, out of any given religion, oh, this fellow Christian of mine or fellow, whatever the case. And my point is, how would you know? And then you could say, well, what we just went through, well, I looked at his actions, I judged him, but it wasn't judgment, whatever. But my point is, nobody knows, I would think, who is or is not a Christian other than yourself and God.
I mean, are we talking about solipsistic ideas here?
No,
Because the only way
ultimately, who has the objective understanding of whether or not someone's a Christian? That's the question.
I mean, okay, I'm trying to get an understanding here, right?
Well,
because
all right, I'm trying to make you understand. My point in asking this might help you is to just discern when we talk about, well, Christians are doing this and the Jews are doing. Maybe I can't say that, but my point is that we don't really know who is or isn't. We know who claim to be at times. So I was just trying to make that point. It's not really a jab at anyone. It's just my observation. And I think it's sort of wrong when we blanketly refer to these other group members, and we don't actually know if they are or aren't, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, whatever the said subject is.
Based Oracle, I have to ask if you're aware of the Christian sensitivities over the word judgment.
Yeah, more now than before the show, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
because there's a Bible verse that in the English reads, "Judge not, lest you be judged by the same measure,"
Yeah.
And a lot of Christians have been attacked for that. So online, it's a sensitive word.
Yeah.
And the conflation, the conflation that non-Christians make about Christians is that Christians mean the colloquial usage when they're using a biblical usage. And I just wanted to make sure all that was straight.
Yeah, I think I understand.
So if
That
a
makes
person were to
sense.
differentiate and say, Batman, do you discern people? He'd say yes. But he'd be disinclined to agree with he judges people, because that's a different
Right.
idea.
No, I totally get it. And I was sort of
Okay.
pushing back on that, what I would refer to as programming, because I have noticed this, and I think that it's sort of silly,
Okay.
but as you
That's what
described
I
it,
thought you were doing.
I understand why, right? I get the why, but I also think it's kind of silly, because I've heard a lot of Christians say what I think are Christians say, well, I can't judge, only God can judge, I don't judge. And it's sort of a silly thing to say in reality, because we all judge. Our survival, in the most pragmatic sense, depends on our judgment. And the
If
idea
you drive
is
a
to
car,
use,
you judge where the road is compared to your car and the steering system. Yes.
Sure. And even about people, right? Like, oh, I
Yeah.
don't judge people. You're not going to judge somebody that you're going to let your kid go play with their kid at their house, and now it's under their supervision, and you're not going to judge that other parent.
Yeah,
So
I
if
don't
they're
concern myself whether my kid's being watched by a pedo. Yeah, I don't even think about it. Yeah,
right,
sure.
yeah, that's what I mean. Is they'll talk about, like,
Of course you
I
judge
don't
everything. Of course
Right,
you do.
exactly.
Yeah, thought never crossed my mind. Well, you're an irresponsible person, aren't you?
Right. Yeah. So that's why I wanted to bring it up, if
I
that
think
makes
it depends
sense.
on I think it depends on what you're judging. I can make a
Sure.
judgment like Christians, like what Oracle is saying as far as judgment and email. What's his name? Batman. We can make a judgment on action, on what we see, but we
Sure.
can't make a judgment on, oh, you going to hell. That's not our judgment.
Yeah.
Right.
Or even
That's
your
the
heart.
difference.
That's
We have to judge
Yeah.
things all the time, but
Right.
we are not the decider of salvation. That's
Right.
the differentiation.
And we
Right.
Good
can't.
job, Von Eric.
Right. And when it comes, I think Oracle brought up when lying, we are unable to see what's on your heart. So that's why we make judgment, the action judgments on the outside. Christ can see what's in your heart and see what you're doing. You just out there just playing a game, but your heart is not there. So that belongs to him. He has that gift, that power.
And
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think maybe, being a non-Christian, that where some of the judgment comes in, maybe to extrapolate a little bit, is I judge this person to be as you brought up, a pedo. So no, definitely kids not going to their house or whatever the case. But I'm walking down the street and this person seems like they could be a pedo. My judgment shouldn't have me yelling at them, right? I just judged them right off the rip. And I said, oh, this person looks like he's probably in politics, right? Same thing. So therefore, I'm going to punch him in the face, right? That would be, although it could be accurate. The point is, right, what do we do after the judgment? This is what I'm kind of connecting, is the idea of, when judging somebody that we don't really know their heart, I think, as Von Erich was bringing up, and therefore we shouldn't judge them in a way that has us treating them poorly after unnecessarily, right? It's not a matter of protecting, but just maybe viciously. That would be wrong.
So, based Oracle, I think I know something you would really appreciate and maybe have not heard of. Have you heard of the joke, The Aristocrats?
It's a joke? I've heard the term, but not a joke.
Okay, just look up just Google joke, The Aristocrats.
Okay.
I think you'll really appreciate it.
I think a good biblical example of judge lest he be judged, and a demonstration of that is Job's friends, and what they were saying to him and accusing him of based on how he was suffering, right? they didn't know what was going on in his mind or his, or his heart or whatever. They made a bunch of accusations at him, all of that stuff. And, you, the reader, right? Like, in Job's heart, like he didn't do any of the things he's accused of, right? None of the stuff his friend said to him was
Well, you
even
don't have to
remotely
guess.
close.
It's right there in the he never said anything amiss about God. It's right there in the story.
Yeah. So in that same story, after God addressed Job, God addressed his friends. And long story short, he rebuked them for passing judgment on him, and basically says the same thing Jesus said: judge lest ye be judged the same, judged to the same standard. And when God judged them using their same standard, they failed.
Right. And the overall point is,
oh no, I was giving that as an example. Like, I understand what he's saying about discernment. I absolutely agree. It's just the way how judgment is being referred to here. It's referring people's intentions or what's in their hearts based on their outward circumstance.
and I'd like to welcome, since I was on smoke break, P-Town. You came in while I wasn't here, and welcome. It's been a long time since I saw you, and I wasn't trying to shut you up completely when I asked you not to speak when two people were speaking already involved in a conversation. And I just wanted you to know I wasn't trying to just completely shut you down. I just thought it was inappropriate at the time.
And I wasn't trying to object to your objection. I just think that, like what you just said, was untrue and unfounded.
Which
Good to
was?
see you, Richard.
Good
That
to
I
see you
was
too.
interrupting those two speaking. I was under the impression that Batman and I were having a discussion as well.
Okay. Well, I've been wrong before, and it probably won't be the last time.
Hey, Ron Eric, do you have an email address? Can you share that?
Okay, yeah, I'll put it in the chat.
All right,
And
thanks.
to give some more background information on the judgment, my favorite minister is Les Feldick, lesfeldick.org. And he said that whenever they talk about Bema, the context is, whenever they talk about judgment, the context is the Bema seat, which is where the judges would sit, like during an Olympic Games type of event. And so then they were the one making the call. So when they say judge, it's saying this person is better than that person because they crossed the line first. But it's not saying that person, that you can't say that person completed the race, because anybody in the stadium could have seen that they completed the race. They just didn't have a photo finish. And so it's the same way with what everyone here is talking about. Judge not lest you be judged isn't saying this person is behaving in a way inconsistent with the gospel or Paul's letters. It's just you can't say, well, God's mad at that person because they did this one act.
Yeah, a matter of fact, Base, that's part of the reason why I apologized to you the other day.
Did you?
Yeah, when you remember
I thought
when
that was GS. Oh, go on.
It meant a bunch to him. He remembers that vividly.
I get apologized to a lot, so I'm not really sure. But yeah, I got you.
Yeah, that was part of the reason I apologize. Just trying to stay consistent with, practicing my faith and all.
What is your faith, Batman?
Is that a serious question?
Yeah.
He's atheist. Come on.
It's evident that everyone who calls themselves a Christian and can recite the gospel is obviously an atheist.
Right.
Does those answers suffice?
No, he's going to want an answer from you.
You have to tell me.
Aren't you supposed to be proud though and spread the news?
Bro. Yeah, I am of the Christian faith, P Town. What's the reason for the question?
What does that mean to you?
Oh, that means
Because
everything
I
to
was
me.
just under the impression that the other panelist said that you were an atheist. Or did I miss something here? So you're of the
Oh,
Christian
really?
faith.
So are you making a judgment on my heart? Because I clearly
I'm
stated
asking.
multiple times, right, that I
I'm
am a
gonna.
Christian, and even in hangouts where me and you've been in the same hangouts in the past.
I just wanted to confirm you're the same person.
Maybe it changed.
Sure.
When you mentioned the other
grant that.
atheists, you were speaking of yourself, right, P-Town?
What's that, Hillary?
When you were speaking of the other atheists, you were referring to yourself?
I was referring to the other people on the panel.
Which you are one of.
You know I'm
That's
not.
the word other. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you didn't specify.
I'm sorry I
you
misspoke.
didn't. You
Maybe
didn't
I was.
specify that I was not one of those other. So, are you accusing me of being an atheist?
I can't remember what I said, but I'm assuming I was referring to Batman being an atheist because I thought he was.
Right, because you said the others, and so
Sure.
everyone other than Batman would have to be an atheist.
Okay, I think we're.
It's okay. I'm just teasing with
I think
you.
we're
Go ahead.
digging into the linguistics too much
It's
here.
it's cool.
I'm not.
It's cool.
I'm not
Cunning.
the best speaker.
Actually, he's not digging into linguistics. He's psychoanalyzing you.
For free.
Hillary, are you a Christian?
I believe so, but I've heard so many different definitions. According to Batman, I'm not sure that I would be. But
Right.
according to me, I'm a Christ follower. I
Okay.
try to emulate Christ.
But I think the difference is that Hillary's would admit his understanding of Christ is subjective to his own mind and cannot be accurate to the actual Christ, which is why he'll say words like, I attempt to, or my impression of, because he's actually thought about this.
Yep.
Inspired
You
by.
can be a
Right.
can be a Christ follower and not be a Christian.
How?
According to your definition.
How though? What does that look like, being a follower but not a?
I mean, you can just live your life according to his teachings and not necessarily absorb any of, like, for example, the spirituality, for example.
You mean like
Kind of
Hail
like-
Mary or like?
Yeah, like whatever like the religious stuff in terms of like heaven and stuff like that, right? Like you can ignore that part of it and follow like his teachings for the same way like someone can follow Buddha, right? But they don't care necessarily about any of the mythical aspects of Buddhism.
Right. Look what Jefferson did.
Yep.
Base, why don't you just be a Christian?
I mean, I can be bought. You know what I mean?
Bro. Bro, I wish I could sell you salvation, but I can't because it's free and it's not up to me to give.
Plus, I already got it. So
There you go.
You'd be doubling me up, and I'm already topped
Double
off.
up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't have any worries. I mean, I'm just telling you, I don't worry about going to hell. I'm pretty certain Earth is hell. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but I just mean there's so much evil.
What?
I mean, there's so much evil here that I don't know what hell would have on this in some ways. You know, like oh, it'll be hotter and there'll be Lucifer with a whip.
Oh
well,
my gosh, you've been indoctrinated by Christians.
I just want to. I just think that being your Catholicism background based, I think you're gonna find it easy to be a Christian.
But I don't want
Okay,
it
I
to
think
be.
a lot of that resentment that's built up is from something
You
that
sounded
happened while
like a
you're raised.
pimp, though. Like, oh, you're going to
So
find it easy. Set up the camera. Like,
so
why?
base to
He's a pimp
completely
for
blow
Christ.
off your actual point and go completely on a tangent on
Yeah.
something that you barely mentioned, the word hell. Okay, so the Christian conception of hell is an amalgamate of several different ideas, and a lot of the translation did not differentiate between the ideas and called it all hell in their translation. So I'll grant them the ignorance, and I'll grant them that they're poor students, and I'll grant them that they're not actually committed to actually figuring out what this stuff means. But granting all that, the biblical hell, the biblical hell is indeed a spaceship that arrives here where a person is completely, totally, and permanently separated from everything human. Like your emotional interactions, relationships, empathy from others, and your empathy for others. These kinds of very human things is what the person gets separated from. In other words, the total concept of the God, including your definition of God, would be something you would no longer experience, but you would still be sentient and alert and conscious.
Oh, okay. So it's like I'm under the knife, but I'm still conscious. Like I can't move my arms or
Yes,
anything.
it's that nightmare. That's a great. That was a Stephen King thing, wasn't it? Where the guy's under the knife and he's still alert, although he can't move, and they start doing surgery on him. Yeah, it's something like that. That's the biblical description of it. Never mind what Christians say.
That was a good example right there. That was
yeah.
Maybe I'm
Hey,
getting a little
Richard.
more Christian.
Can,
maybe you are.
May I suggest a probably fun channel stream?
Is it mine?
It's not this
You
one,
could
according to
probably
him,
do it.
apparently.
Damn, he's about to plug somebody.
You know, you can show yourself to the door. I'm sitting right here listening to you, Batman. Jeez. Just slap a guy while he's standing right there in front of you. Well, at least you don't stab him in the back, right? At least you stab me in the front. That's a friend. I love you.
Yeah. What would Jesus do? Send him to another channel. Oh, fuck Batman.
Go on with it, though. Sorry about all the jokes.
You should have a stream titled "Bring Your Heresies," and have people come up and share their niche views on their religion or beliefs. Because someone could be an atheist, for example, and might have, I guess, strange or weird positions based off of that. I think that would be something interesting. I don't know. I like to get people's different perspectives on a lot of the stuff.
There's an inherent flaw in the title. No one thinks that they are the heretic, except me.
I don't know. I think I hold some
Do you?
biblical views that might be considered heresy.
Just depends
to
on
some
which church you
other
ask.
Christians.
Oh, definitely.
That's why every
Definitely.
Christian is a heretic.
Yeah, but no, they think every other Christian's the heretic.
I think just put in your little box and consider it and see, see
Who
what kind of
should have
characters
this
we
on their
get.
channel?
I was asking you to do a stream
I should do that.
dedicated to that. Yeah.
Okay, I take back that it was a joke that you thought this show's not very good and you want me to do something else. Fine, I get it. No longer a joke now. I get it.
Yeah. It's a funny, serious request.
It's an interesting idea, and I'm going to seriously consider it, not just out of respect for you, but also for the idea itself. But I think I'm probably not going to title it that because I don't know.
Your heresy? Come on.
I mean, some of us are honest enough. Like if I said, P-Town, what's your biggest heresy according to most Christians? He would have an answer.
I would.
Okay, not as smart as I thought. If I said Batman,
I'm a little too. What's the word?
What do you mean you don't have an answer to that?
No, I have a word.
Okay.
Gosh, it'll come to me.
Well, until it does.
I think my heresy would be that I hold to the growing block theory of time,
Yeah.
which is basically theological presentism, and quite a lot of Christians do not hold to that position. They hold to a what's the combination of free will and determinism combined into one?
Compatibilism.
What do you say?
Compatibilism.
Compatibilism. Thank you. Yeah. So I don't hold to compatibilism. So I would say that is one of my things, and the other is I don't see quote unquote angels as spirits. I think these are physical entities. It's a position that I kind of share with Richard.
I'm
Right?
sorry. Christians make me giggle.
So that's one other thing. There's a few other
I mean,
things.
what are they going to say of Lot and his daughters and the scene with the two angels? That they're unisex, even if a large group of people thought they could have sex with them. Oh, and they're not physical. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, that's just some of mine.
Yeah.
I'll save it for the rest for whenever Richard decides to try out this stream idea. I think the title would definitely pull a lot of people.
You ever read that? Just take it as a personal invitation. You don't have to have an actual heresy.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know, man. Vaughn, I'm pretty sure he's a heretic in some way.
Here's the truth. Here's the truth, Batman.
Yeah,
if a person had the objective understanding of what the Bible is about, that would make them one of two beings. And neither of them, those two beings, would call themselves a Christian. Because one will be the Father, and the other one will be the Christ. Okay? At least I can read it and go, I can't have objectivity. Most people can't even get that far.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Would you say at the first? I didn't get the first part, Richard. Can you repeat the first part?
Okay, so Vaughn, you're familiar with the verse that reads, "No one knows the Father but the Son. No one knows the Son but the Father." Yeah.
Yes, I'm familiar with
you
that.
confirm that is in the Bible, and if I read that and I eisegete that as meaning the only objective understanding of the mind of the Father is held in the mind of the Son, and the only objective understanding of the mind of the Son is held in the mind of the Father. And everyone else who picks up this book is ignorant. Would you agree with me on my eisegesis?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay, so that being the case, there are no Christians. Because to be a Christian, you'd have to actually follow the actual Christ. And we're all left at subjectivity.
Is that a bad thing?
No. The Bible is just, it's not a bad or a good thing. It's just the situation at hand.
Right.
Yeah,
now you could say it's a good thing because it's part of the design of heaven that we experience this subjectivity, and that we have arguments, and that we have suffering, and that we don't have understanding. Right? That's part of the design of this whole Earth experiment. Okay, so in that way, you could say it's a good thing.
Can I ask you a question, a personal about this in the channel?
A second one? First, you asked me the personal question. Can you ask me a personal question? Now you got an add-on.
All right, you're right.
Just get to it.
Have you had arguments or debates, whatever you're referring to, right, about the text, about the Bible, Christianity in general, and it made an impact on your life? And I don't just mean like your thought process or your spirit. I mean, is there something tangible that you could show from it? Meaning that, for example, after having a series of debates and understanding this more, I became, I did this good action after. Maybe it was for you or somebody else or family, and I'm essentially asking about the pragmatism, I think,
Right on.
of doing so.
Okay, so several things. The other interlocutor was whom I would label an angel in heaven. Now, those are Christianese terms, but I think you know what I mean. Okay, so a sentient creature who is human being, who's not local to my sight, to my hearing, to my touch, but communicated remotely with me in a way that I cannot mechanically describe. I can only experientially describe. Those debates with that individual proved me wrong. Why? Because they made certain claims about reality that I was unaware of. So I said, that's a testable thing. I'll go and test it. And then I found out those things were true. Okay. So once they had established that they were telling me the truth about things and continued to do so and helped me, I don't know, more than 1,000 times, probably less than 2,000. It's a big number. It's hard to estimate. I didn't actually keep a tick,
Mm-hmm.
They argued with me not only what the old stories are about, but what their intention was and their responsibilities to us. Yes, they have huge responsibilities to us because we are innocent and they are not in their promises of the future. What did that do for me? It made, in a very real way, it made me learn more about reality. It made me investigate a whole plethora of things. I mean, most of the things that I speak about on this YouTube channel for the past 5 years, I had no interest in 12 years ago. Just none. I hadn't learned any of this stuff. I didn't know anything about magnetic polarities or electromagnetic currents, or a gigantic list of things that I had to go and investigate that they said were there, that were true, which I'm a heavy equipment operator. Okay. Yeah. You got to cut me some slack. My chosen job skill is pretty much moving hydraulic levers and a little bit of construction theory, and that's it. So having proven all these things to me and having helped me in real ways, in real time, in simple and complex matters, I came to believe that what they are espousing is that they were humans on an earth, that we are humans on an earth, that they accepted a gift of genetic perfection, that we can accept that same offer in a already perfected utopian society. And by perfect, I mean the Jewish perfect, which is as good as it can be for humans.
Right now?
We can accept it right now. Well, you could accept the theory right now. You can't accept it right now. It's not theory.
Okay.
Yeah, but what that made me believe is that you become an angel. Okay? So if every human, yes, you, if every human on this planet, or everyone I've ever met and everyone that I've ever heard of, and very few don't become angels because, wow, they're not a huge failure. They're actually a gigantic success and they know what they're doing. That I see no reason to not treat you that way now, knowing that that is what you become, and you'll remember me talking to you right now.
So, okay. So practically you treat people better than...
And they have greater value.
Value to you, and objectively in the frame that you're thinking.
Right, whereas before they only had sexual, monetary, reproductive value, support values, things like that.
Yeah. And just to real quick give you sort of my rationale in asking that, it seems to me, and I'm not speaking of you and what you just spoke of, but in terms of other people, that a lot of people seem to want to seek out truth in different ways, right? What they would refer to as truth. And a lot of time, it seems, don't really utilize it for anything. Like, there's a lot of useless factoids in the world. TikTok, probably a great example, or Instagram, or, these scroll forever apps. And people can learn things if we assume it's true. I don't know how much of it is true, but, like, wow, I didn't know this about the earthworm. Wow, I didn't know this about pudding, or, whatever. And it sort of goes in one ear, out the other. And did they learn something? I guess, but it would seem they don't remember it. It wasn't useful. It was sort of a factoid that was just, for the moment, interesting. And when I see people, again, I'm not referring to what you just said or you, but when I see a lot of people doing that, it just seems like such a waste of energy in comparison to, truth seeking, great, but to actually utilize it for something good, ideally, rather than something bad, right? We could all talk about facts up here leading to bad things, hey, here's how you make a BO, right? These types of things.
Thanks for not actually saying it.
Right. So anyways, that was sort of why I was asking.
No, it's good. Hillary's?
Pardon?
I could have sworn I saw your icon change or your name tape change or something, and I thought you were going to speak.
No, not at all.
Okay. Yeah, so a man much wiser than I said it's not good enough to have a great argument. What you need to have is the human compulsion factor. You need to say why it matters, how it would improve someone's life. So I find your question perfect.
And in terms of religion and such, somebody I won't name, but it could be a lot of people who, big content creators, millions of people watching, following, we could say. And for example, things that I pick up on, and I'm just going to make it simple, is, oh, don't be a hoe, you young woman. Don't be a hoe. That's bad for you. And meanwhile, this person, and, no offense, but if the shoe fits in some regards, chain smoking, drinking way too much, or, unhealthy, right? Like several things that are sort of like, look, it's not that you're wrong about these people or the actions that they're doing, but how are you here, these certain people, talking about sort of judgment, what we were just talking about, judgment of others. And meanwhile, you're exhibiting for millions of people, not just me, all these sort of nasty habits that would seem to me, and I get it, we all have crutches and vices. I'm not perfect. Nobody is. Nobody's perfectly healthy. I just want to make that clear. But, seemingly not working on it, not caring about it, but pointing their finger at everyone else. Like,
well, the
you're
problem
bad.
You're having with it is it's a hypocrisy.
Yeah, it's a.
I mean, he's only like a Padawan or something in the Eastern Orthodox Church. I mean, he's an infant Christian, and like I said in the very beginning, God uses the most obtrusive, unhinged people to throughout Scripture to do His will. So it's not uncommon. Now, I'm not condoning his behavior, but let's just face it. He has impacted a lot of people, even that guy you're referring to, as a gateway to bring, into possibly learning more about the truth.
Yeah, I have a big problem with that gateway, though. If the gateway is tainted, if the funnel is slippery, but it doesn't lead to said place, I see a major issue with that. Hey, I'm going to bring these people into Christianity or Orthodoxy, whatever, but I'm going to show myself being a piece of shit in order to do it.
Oh, I'm not condoning what he does and says at all. I'm just saying that it's just something that happens.
Yeah,
the way
I agree.
Like we're all, like, to say that I'm better than Andrew Wilson or you are, you know what I mean? Like
And
God
I'm
uses
not
everybody differently.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I am, but what I am saying is that I'm not promoting a religion, right? And in doing these actions, and
Okay.
I do. I mean, on the topic of me, I do look at my shortcomings and have made improvements, I think, objectively over time and continue to work on them. And again, I can't judge what anyone else has in their mind. Again, we're looking at actions, but I just see, I guess what I'm getting at is this. I would think that if I was a Christian or other people are Christians watching that behavior, even if it is bringing other people to then look into the religion, that one would be very dissatisfied
Oh
with,
yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
Christians are very dissatisfied of Andrew Wilson. Absolutely. As well as the other polar opposite, which would be like Joel Osteen, you know? So
Right.
you have
Yeah. Good
what I'm
point.
saying, but
What?
all people, like God even uses those
Joel.
people. That's my belief.
Polar opposite Joel Osteen. And P-Town, one time you made the claim, and I just thought, I'm not going to comment on that. He may not have actually meant it. Now you've made the claim a second time. Here's the claim. God's people, Israel, are really messed up. Right? That was the first part of it. Second part of it. And God uses those messed up people to bring people to himself. Is any part of that am I straw manning what you said? Am I misunderstanding?
I'm not sure if I can call it straw manning or anything. Honestly, I have no idea.
So
No idea.
you remember, you don't remember saying those things.
I didn't say those things. So
You didn't say those things. I can rewind it and show you objectively you did say those things, but that's okay. We're not going to talk about it because you don't recall. It's fine.
I might be able to bridge the gap here. Maybe I'm wrong, but I did kind of hear what you're saying, Richard. But I think what maybe he was trying to get at is that the irony of that, of not that God is doing that.
Oh, I know
but
why
that
he said it.
seems to
He's
be-
just wrong.
Okay,
I know why he said it, the example he was trying to set. But first, God doesn't use Israel to bring people to God. That's not true. God uses prophets, which are exceptions in Israel. And they're
I never
not
used the word
stiff-necked.
Israel, so I don't know what you're talking about. I never even used the word
God,
Israel.
you said God's chosen people are really
I didn't say
expletive.
I don't know if I said chosen. I don't know if I said chosen.
Expletive up. Just tell me where I'm wrong in your thought process.
What I'm saying is that God, throughout Scripture, and I'm referring to the prophets, uses people that were not perfect. In fact, probably far from
that's
it.
good. Just pause right there. Show me something a prophet did imperfect.
Well, let's look at.
I mean, after they became a prophet, of course.
Well, I don't know when you're going to define when they did, but
I'll let you define it.
Moses, okay, is a good example.
Uh-huh.
He's described as being backwards in speech. We're not quite sure what that means.
No, it doesn't.
But it's enough.
Wow.
That's
Sorry,
the
go
King
ahead.
James translation. We're not certain of what that means, but he also wrote half of the Bible. So God chose someone who is not good at it to do it.
Wait,
Okay?
time out. Give me a little time out. That was a full idea right there.
We can just go
Okay,
down the
so
line. It's continual.
What the words say, never mind what a Christian says about it. What the words say is he was hesitant to speak aloud in public. Does that make you a bad writer somehow?
Well, let's just take your made-up definition. Even then, he is still...
No, I've warned you about this so many times. Nope. You can apologize. You can go and not come back. Those are your options.
Well, what do you want me to do, Richard? I mean,
You just said I made up something. I can show you these words in the Hebrew. I didn't make up something. You can apologize, or you can let yourself out, or I will help you.
I apologize for the way I phrased that, Richard.
Please continue. Thank you for the apology. I accept.
Backwards in speech. We're not entirely sure what it means. That's the King James translation. Richard's translation was different. If I got it correctly, is that he was not good at public speaking. Either way, the point is he was not good with words, and yet God used him to write half the scripture, as well as be the spokesperson to the Israelite people and formed a nation. God uses people who are not perfect. Now, a better example would be for you, based would be, well, the first one that comes to mind would be David. I mean, look at how much he screwed up when it comes to women, for example. You know, he's clearly not the ideal king from God's point of view. He has imperfections, and yet God used him in so many ways. You wonder. Go ahead.
Just keep on talking. I'm just going to show definitions of words. Knock yourself out, man.
Well, you clearly want to stay on this, Richard. I mean, here, I'll pull up my Bible software too. Okay.
So what it reads is promise, Moses, promise, God, Jehovah, the Adonai, Anoki, promise, not promise, negation, promise, neither, gam, so psalm, gam, promise, God, volunteer, worshiper, servant, slave, key, anoki, bed, speech. Yeah, there's nothing about him being bad at writing. Nothing about it at all. But all of this is like pronouncing words in some kind of public setting.
That's what I was saying. It's even if we take your definition, Richard, it doesn't change the point.
Why do you keep saying my definition? Do you want me to bring these up one at a time and show you I'm reading it correctly? I mean, I already brought. Okay, I'll. Here you go. I'll do that too.
I didn't mean to use definition. I meant to say translation. I still think you'd be offended by that. I don't know what to do.
I am not worried about any translation because it's precisely properly labeled by you a translation. Look, kabed, to be heavy in a bad sense, or burdensome, or things like being burdensome, severe, or dull, or in a good sense, numerous, rich, and honorable, causatively to make weighty in the same two senses. So it's about the weight of speaking. You see that?
Okay, let's take that. Okay, the weight of speaking. And yet God used him to be the spokesperson to Pharaoh.
Very good. Now you're consistent. Thank you.
All right. Anyway, this is a little, it wasn't even the best example for the point I was trying to make when it comes to what Base was saying, because clearly the Crucible dude is not Moses. He's a very good speaker, chain smoking, booze drinking, loves to offend everyone. But what I'm saying is he's
fat.
Is he kind of fat? I don't know.
He's skinny fat. He is the skinny fattest dude I've seen. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, it would seem to me he eats very unhealthy and overdrinks and is a chain smoker
and you're a health
and
guy,
goes after, whatever 20-year-old women that he can out logic, no doubt about it. And this wasn't just to, be on him. I was just bringing up an example that I think when people like myself and even not like myself see him as promoting Christianity, it's sort of a turnoff, right? In terms of, I certainly wouldn't want to be like you.
Well, what I'm trying to say is God uses extreme personalities.
Who was he referring to? I
Often.
missed something big, apparently.
Hi, Pixie.
See, I thought you were referring to false prophets, so I misunderstood earlier. I thought you were referring to them, the people like him, as a false prophet, as I would kind of see it.
We definitely wouldn't call him a prophet.
Well,
what I'm saying is that even God's ultimate plan, and he could use people even like Andrew Wilson, is what I'm saying. He doesn't have to be perfect. He doesn't.
I don't know who it is. That's what I'm missing.
Oh,
Sorry,
he's
continue.
hilarious, Pixie. You should.
I'm not trying to say perfect.
He's a Christian YouTube show host on a channel that's growing pretty rapidly. But he's always talking about, righteousness, but then he chain smokes and he drinks.
So he's one of those people who doesn't have consistency, and I wouldn't see as anything more than a case study. Got you.
Oh, and for everyone's information, check out Based Oracle's channel, where he spends a good deal of time talking about a balanced, healthy person and how a person could achieve that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's not me, but I'll check it out anyway.
You're not in bad shape, lady. What are you talking about?
Bad shape? No, actually, I am underweight now. I did lose too much weight. Am I in bad shape? No. Am I like the healthiest, most well-balanced person? Also, no. Freely admitting that.
Do you want to be
He
healthier?
could probably give you some tips. Yeah.
Good luck. I'm also horribly picky, so. And I have to remove my headphones now.
She probably has some kind of eating disorder, actually.
Sounds like it.
I don't have an eating disorder. Well, if I do, it's not by choice.
I didn't say you volunteered for it. I said I think you have one.
I might, but it's not as bad as it used to be. Like, to be fair, I have gone to doctor after doctor after doctor after doctor trying to figure out what's wrong, and nobody can figure out what's wrong. So,
have you ever ate a good, healthy, balanced diet for more than, at all, or for more than a few days?
Based Oracle, could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
If you're going to feed, can you turn off the camera and mute when you're not talking?
My bad.
Yeah. It's not the camera. It is the sound.
It's only the sounds. Okay, that's interesting.
It's only the sound. And to be fair, I don't even like the sound of myself eating. I listen to loud music.
I know.
No. So have I tried eating a balanced, healthy diet? Yes, actually, and I did pretty dang good at it. Here's the thing, though. Eating it is not a guarantee to being able to hold it down.
She thinks she may not have an eating. Lady, I love you. You have some kind of eating disorder.
Okay, here's the thing, though. I have tried all kinds of things, and there's no rhyme or reason. Like, I can eat the same healthy food day in and day out. And
look, you might be the first case on the planet.
If I eat the right amount at the right time, I'm okay. If I eat too much, I'm not going to hold it down. If I eat too late, I wake up and I throw it up in the morning. If I eat too early, I don't hold it down. I also have like texture things. So certain textures, I just can't. They go in my mouth and I gag and that's it. I don't know.
Have you ever cut out added sugar, refined sugar completely?
I don't really have a lot of sugar. As a matter of fact,
everyone thinks that.
This is the thing. This is
until they start looking at it.
Hold on. This is what I drink all day.
I don't know what that is.
This is a sparkling water with no sugar, no calories, no nothing.
Right. You drink water. That's good.
I drink the probably the sweetest thing I drink in a day is probably milk.
Milk is good. That's not added sugar.
Frothed milk in my coffee.
Added sugar is in almost everything on the shelves if you don't look. And most people that I've worked with who are like, oh, I don't need added sugar. And then it turns out they're eating a lot of added sugar because they don't look. And I get you don't have any in your drink. That's great. I was just making the point that a lot of people are unaware, and it's not just because they're dumb or something like that. I think that it's sort of conspiry, and it's been continuing to conspire to somehow get more and more added sugar, which is sort of the devil, in my opinion, into more and more food of people unsuspectingly.
My biggest problem is not sugar. My biggest problem is carbs.
You don't know that.
Well, okay,
if you
I
can't
don't know
answer
that, but
about
I
the
can
first
tell
part,
you-
you can't say it's not my biggest issue.
No, I can tell because I can tell you because I make my bread, so I can tell you what goes into it. One of my
That's good.
breads does have sugar, but I use a raw cane, like coconut cane sugar, and that is a babka. And then my jam does have sugar in it, but I
Yeah,
don't have.
so you
But
eat sugar.
I have jam on my toast like once every other month or something. Yes, I
Okay,
eat
just
sugar.
just
I
because
don't consume sugar. I will tell you.
based Oracle, just because I said you know something about health stuff does not turn the channel into a health show.
Oh,
I will
shit.
tell you perfectly
I
honestly.
was
my
trying,
big-
Richard. I mean,
Yeah,
I will
I
tell you.
noticed.
I will tell you though, honestly, my biggest problem is carbs. I have the most carb heavy diet of anybody I know. That is just God's honest truth. I love my carbs, and that's
yeah.
not
Out of respect for Richard, I'll just say that you're not totally aware. I can already tell, and it is what it is, and that's probably somewhat correlated with the issues you're having, which I don't think you actually want to solve. I think you prefer to complain about them.
You are free to have your opinion, and you're free to make all the assumptions.
I know
you
that.
want.
You don't need to tell me that.
Because the thing is, I don't really give a shit. But if I didn't want to solve
I
it,
know you
wouldn't-
don't. That's the point.
If I didn't want to solve it, I wouldn't have gone to doctors and nutritionists for more than a decade. So you can make assumptions about somebody else.
Well, apparently they sucked.
Apparently you know so much more in 5 minutes because you're brilliant that way.
No, I've just been around the block, and I can tell when people are lying to themselves. But anyways, let's carry on.
Sure, that's what's happening.
boy.
You know.
They're going to get spicy, I can tell, which is a great time for me to go to bed. So I'm going to thank you all very much for the experience and know that I can't repay you, but except for to say thank you. Thanks for everyone who came on the panel, everyone in the side chat. Please remember to do that promotional stuff because algorithms care. And if at any time you gain some trust for me and you think maybe there's some possibility that I might be saying, maybe accidentally, something that is true, then other people should hear it. And I need you to help me get that idea out there. Hillary's or Sammy, either one of you guys want to take over, or am I closing it up?
Yeah, you can keep going.
You're gonna keep it going, Sammy?
Yeah, I'll hang around.
All right. Well, then I thank you all so much. Did anyone have a small last thing they wanted me to address before I go?
I accept. You can pay me. I accept payments in hugs.
Right on. When we get to heaven and I see you physically, I'll be more than happy to hug you. Truly. Okay. Well, I guess that's it, guys. Peace and respect to you all. I want you to know I look forward to the day that we're all great friends in heaven together. I really, really do. Peace, y'all.
Peace.
See you, Richard.
Laters.
All right, I'm ready.
He didn't end it before he left. It's still
No,
live.
he
He
said
said
that Sammy was going to keep running it.
Oh, yeah, I checked out for a minute. Cool.
Seems common.
So Pixie,
Like you
are
would
you
know.
are you trying to put on some weight to get a BB out?
No, so I know exactly how I lost. I know exactly why I dropped the weight, and it just,
Me too.
I stopped doing my workouts, and then I got extra busy, and with my mom's diagnosis and with my bajillion appointments coming up, it's just been go, 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 and I forgot to eat a couple of times, and it's been not good. But I'm slowly getting back up. I have made it. I'm not at 95 anymore. I am at 99 now, so we are climbing.
Jesus.
We are
Degrees?
climbing back up.
I think you're supposed to be 98.6 technically.
She is very tiny.
I'm 5 feet 1.5 inches, and my lowest
He's
healthy
joking.
weight is 102.
You gave him pounds. He was talking about degrees Fahrenheit.
Degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that was her poundage. Her weight.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's a
I
petite
guess
little
it did
thing.
turn into a health talk. All right.
She carries it in the right places, though.
Okay, let's see here.
Anyway, back on the workouts, back on the eating more protein than my stomach likes, but I'm doing it, and we're gaining, so we're doing good.
Oh, that's good. I've just been sticking with my meat and veggies.
Oh, thank goodness for eggs, because eggs, I like eggs so much more than I like meat. I mean, some meat is good depending on how it's prepared, but I like eggs so much more, so thank
Do you eat
goodness
beans and rice?
Do what?
Do you eat beans and rice?
Yes.
Okay, that's also a good meat substitute.
I love black beans and rice, actually.
Yeah, I haven't had any beans and rice in forever.
But
I did just
I
the
also
other
like
day.
bread way too much. I love bread way too
Bread
much. And
is not a
cheese.
meat substitute.
No, it's not. Neither is cheese, but I like my bread and my cheese way too much.
Nice.
Yeah, I think more than an eating disorder, what I've heard Pixie say in the past is she's got a finicky stomach.
I do. I have a real finicky. My mom used to get so frustrated. They would send me home from school for like throwing up all the time. And my mom would be like, but she is not sick. Look, she got too hot. You made her run too long without giving her water. She saw something that grossed her out. Like something happened, but she's not sick. She used to like argue with the school all the time. I felt so bad for her.
I think maybe something's wrong with your stomach bacteria or something like that.
They tested that. At first, they thought it was because I might have something like H. pylori, right? And then when I got pregnant, it got really exaggerated. And then after she's 19 now, you know, and it slowly started getting better, but it never ever went away. And so they tested for H. pylori. They've tested my thyroid, my gallbladder. I don't have Graves. I don't have IBS. I don't know. I don't have a lot of things. I know that. I don't have there's nothing wrong with my thyroid. I don't know.
God doesn't want you to be fat.
Are you insulin resistant?
They thought I might be because some people in my family are diabetes, some people are diabetes type 2, and one of my parents is hypoglycemic, but I came up negative on all of that as well.
Are you a hypochondriac?
No. I have a really strong immune system, actually. Of all my stomach problems, I have a really, really strong immune system.
Well,
God doesn't want you to have any more weight. That's the only conclusion at this point.
My older sister is like similar to me, but with a different problem, right? Like she also cannot gain weight. She's about 101 pounds right now. She also has trouble gaining weight. She was worse than me when we were younger. She was like 89 pounds till she got pregnant. But now she runs just about 5 pounds heavier than me, but she's the opposite. She will eat everything in sight and just not gain weight. I used to get so frustrated at her because as small as I am now, growing up, I was considered the fat one of us girls because when I was like a size 2, they were like a size 00, right? It's kind of flipped now that we're adults. But anyway, I would eat like 2 pieces of pizza and I would be ready to go. She would eat like half the pizza bar, take 4 trips to the salad bar, 3 trips to the dessert bar. And I'd be like, are you ready? She'd be like, yeah, but if you're not going to finish your pizza, can I have it? And I would be like, I hate you. I hate you.
You seem obsessed with weight and food.
No, I wish I could. I wish I could eat and enjoy it the way most people do. To me, eating is a chore. And growing up in the type of household that I grew up in, lots of holidays were centered around the kitchen table, which is great. I love seeing my family, and it's all a great time. But food is something I've always struggled with, and it's like it's a chore to me. Eating is a chore to me, and I would love to enjoy it the way everybody does. And she is somebody that enjoys eating so thoroughly that it always reminded me, like, I wish I could enjoy it like that.
Yeah. You seem obsessed.
Yeah, you would think so because this is the first time you've talked to me, but I really don't talk about this like often or ever. So
You know your sister's current weight. I don't know anyone's weight, nor do I care. But the fact that you know
I only
her
know
weight
my
right now,
sister's I only know my sister's current weight because my mom was comparing me to my sister yesterday. As a matter of fact, it's not something I keep track of.
whatever. You know your sister's weight, and you're talking about, I wish I could eat pizza like she did. It all seems.
No, I wish I could eat food like she does.
Well, you were referencing a pizza bar and her eating pizza and then eating your pizza, so I didn't make that up out of thin air.
No, I said when I was younger,
Yeah.
I wished I could eat like her and not ever worry about my weight. Yeah.
And not worry about gaining weight.
Not worry about my weight at all.
I
She
don't
didn't
know
have-
why are you worried about your weight?
If it's too little?
Yes, I have to constantly worry about putting on weight.
No. Body composition is not weight. Now, obviously, weight will be a reflection of that. But you might say, well, I have too little muscle mass or too little fat or both. But it's not really weight. You don't just eat food and put on weight. It goes somewhere. It could turn into muscle. It could turn into fat. It could just turn into poop, right? So the idea of weight and being concerned about weight, it's sort of an odd obsession that a lot of people do that don't think past the game of checkers.
I shouldn't say weight because
Right.
you're right. I should say, I'll put it this way. I wish I could build muscle tone. Is that better? Like she could eat.
You want to put on muscle.
Yeah, she could eat everything in the most unhealthy manner, and we would do the same workouts. And like, I can't. I don't know. I wish I could build muscle. Like that's not easy for me.
You could. Everyone can. But if
I
you're
know I
saying, I
can.
wish I could like this person, that's a
Yes.
comparison that is unhealthy for anyone to do.
Well, yeah, I was a teenager. I'm pretty sure all
Well, we're
female
talking about
teenagers
now.
have really unhealthy. Yeah, but I did this thing where I said, when I was a teenager, I felt this way. Ha ha ha. And then you're
Yeah.
like, oh, you're obsessed. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, you do seem to be obsessed. I mean, just based on what you're talking about. But you're saying now that you want to put on muscle, or you did.
Yeah, I
Okay.
do.
You do. Okay, so that's current. You do. And the fact of the matter is that you could. And to do so, you would want to start tracking everything, including refined added sugar. And then you could actually come from a place of knowledge instead of just saying, oh, I wish I could magically have the body composition that I want, when that's not how life works. And if
You're
you're looking at
assuming-
somebody else and saying, well, they did, my sister or friend or whatever, they're not you. You don't have their genetics, and there's other variables that you can't possibly account for.
I get this is your niche, and you're like up on your soapbox because I
I'm
told
giving
this
you
story.
facts.
No, listen, because like
been
I
trying.
get it.
It's difficult.
I get it because like I gave you a story from like my teenage years or whatever, but I'm 40 now. I'm not a teenager, and I'm pretty conscious of what I'm eating and putting into my body, despite what you think of me.
Okay, you're pretty conscious, so
All
you can easily answer, what is your macro breakdown daily?
I didn't say that. I said I was conscious of what I was
Yes.
putting in my body, not the
You're not.
breakdowns of everything.
No, you're not. If you don't know the macros going into your body, you couldn't possibly be conscious of it.
No, you're not listening
You're
to the
not
words
listening.
that I'm saying. I am, but you're not listening. I
You
am
have
saying,
no idea what you're putting in your body, but you say that you do. You say
No,
that you're
I'm
conscious.
what I'm saying is I know what type of foods I'm putting in my body, right? And they tend to be as homegrown as possible and as from the farm as possible. Now,
That's good.
does that mean right? That I know all my macros and how much vitamin A I'm getting. No, I don't. But that does mean that I'm aware enough of what's going into my body, that I'm not running through the grocery store buying my shit from the frozen food section. I'm not doing that.
That's good.
Okay.
That's good on you. But you can't say that I'm conscious of what I'm all putting into my body if you don't know how many calories you're bringing in daily. You don't know what your macro breakdown is, and you have
Not
no
enough.
idea what your micro variety is. You have no idea. So don't act as if you're coming from a place of consciousness when you're clearly not.
No, I'm not. But I am getting.
Now we got to the truth.
I am getting help with that. And I've talked to somebody who, I don't care about this meter that they want me to blow into to get a meal plan or whatever, because I don't even eat enough calories a day to have a proper meal plan. But that's beside the point.
Huh?
I do talk to somebody about how to get
That didn't make any
vitamins
sense.
that I might.
The less you eat, the more careful you have to be.
Exactly
I know,
correct.
which is why exactly that's what I'm saying. I never quite get enough calories to have what a nutritionist would consider a proper meal plan. However,
You don't know that. You don't count.
I have been talking to a nutritionist, if you'd let me finish.
You don't need to talk to. Well, you keep gish galloping. You're going all over. You're trying to spread your load, and I get it.
No,
and I'm
I'm
trying
not.
to get at
I
facts.
am-
And the fact
I
is, you
am
don't need a
talking-
nutritionist in order to count your calories or your macros or
That's
look
not
at your
what they're
micros.
helping me do.
Okay, then it's irrelevant to the point that I made. So why even mention it?
They're helping me look at incorporating all, like, what foods that I eat normally. What am I missing in, like, my vitamins and stuff?
You're
That's what
missing
they're
tracking. That's what you're missing, is tracking everything. You're not doing it. You could be doing it, but you're not. So
I
you
can
could talk to any nutritionalist in the world, but if you can't present them with what you've been doing, they can't make an adjustment to what you've been doing, other than
can
you
tell you what
vaguely saying, "Oh, I mostly eat healthy things from the farm," which is good. But then
No,
I
I
say, "How
tell
much
her-
refined sugar do you have?" And you have no idea. You have no clue. You're like, "Well, I don't think I have much," but you don't actually know.
No, I do have some, but I don't eat sugar
How
very
much?
often. Like,
No, you eat it every day, and you're just oblivious. You're just purposely turning a blind eye.
no, I'm counting. It's in the cheese.
You're
right?
not counting.
Any cheese product.
Why are you
has-
lying now?
I'm counting in my head right now. I'm not counting on a daily basis.
You
I'm
can't
trying
count
to
in your
count.
head.
No, I'm trying to get. You don't know how often I eat. I'm trying to count how many things on that make it on my plate this week had any sort of refined process to begin with. Okay. So that would definitely be the cheese, which I had in 3 meals this week,
This is irrelevant.
and the bread, which I had in 1 meal this week. I don't see how it could have been in anything else.
You just you just talked about all the different things you have with sugar in it. You said, "Well, I do put it in the bread. I do put it in the jam. I do put it." And either way, you don't count. You're not tracking, so you don't
week,
care.
I said this week I've had 3 meals with cheese in it and 1 with bread.
Okay, that's good.
That's what I said this week.
You seem obsessed.
No, I'm not. I am tracking these things for the
No, you're not.
nutritionist because
You're not
she's going to
tracking.
tell me.
No,
how
don't
can-
just change your story now. You aren't tracking
Okay,
it at all.
I'm not tracking. I talk to the nutritionist and I say, this is what I have eaten. These are the vitamins I am consistently low in. What do I need to add to my diet? Do I count my calories in a day? No.
Yeah,
I
and I'm
don't
just saying, if
consume
you
enough of
cared,
them.
if you didn't just want to come up here or wherever and complain, "Oh, my body, oh, my diet, oh, my stomach," then you would actually give a shit to do the bare minimum, which would
Is
be
that
to
how this
track.
started? Was me
to be- to
complaining or
track.
somebody else bringing it up?
See, you can't even shut up so I can finish, which would be to track everything that you eat.
Yeah,
that
now
would
back
give
to
you
the-
that would give you the advantage of coming from a place of awareness.
Just because I'm not actively tracking it on a counter doesn't mean I don't know what I ate. Second of all, is that how this started? Was I just came up here and complained? That's how this
Yes.
started?
Yes.
No? No.
Yeah, it is.
No, I said that's not me, but I'll look into it. Thanks. And then Richard introduced the subject. Thank you so much. And then you tried to interject, to which I politely told you that you had no idea what was going
I
on.
think
To
you
which
just
you
have a
continued,
victim
and
mindset. You're
therefore the
just a
conversation
victim of the
continued.
world. You're a victim of yourself. You're just a
You think,
victim.
you think an awful lot of things about strangers you don't know, and that's a you problem.
Well, you tell me a
with it.
lot as you go on complaining and complaining,
Really?
and
I
yet you
haven't
have no awareness of what you're complaining about. So
I haven't told you anything about me except that I have food issues. Congratulations. You know so much.
well, okay. It's not my problem. I don't have food issues.
It's
so.
not your problem, so maybe you should let it go and find a new subject instead of pretending to know me.
Well, I didn't actually bring this up over and over. It was you gish galloping about your
No, it
sister
was
and
you
your
trying
diet
to
and the
pretend like you
pizza
had
and
it
growing
was
up and the scale and
you
how much
trying
your
to
mother
pretend like
weighs
you
and
were-
on and on
I
and
never
on.
said anything about my mother's weight. It was you trying to pretend like you knew me while I was over here talking about something else. Keep trying. All right. Anyway, how have you been, Sammy? It's been a long ass time since I've seen you.
I'm good, thanks, Pixie Love. How are you?
You know, I've been better and worse and currently somewhere in between, but I'm all smiles today.
That's the way.
Why don't you tell her how to count?
Why don't you
Why would
stop
I do
so
that?
obsessed? See, he says I'm the one who's obsessed, but he's
I
the
was
one
reading a
that keeps doing it.
chat comment. Why are you so triggered, Pixie? It was a chat comment. The chat thinks you don't know how to count, and they wanted me to explain to you how to count, and I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, because you're such an expert. So drop it.
Right, yeah, I don't know how to count. And neither do you, so I guess you're doomed. You should just give up.
No, that's what I'm talking to a nutritionist for. They can do the counting. I'll just tell her what I ate.
I was just wondering when we get on to another topic because I don't know anybody except maybe the couple of you that even care about this topic.
Well, I
only
care
care
about the
about
truth, which is what Richard said we should be looking for, and Pixie was presenting a bunch of lies, so I was just correcting them.
It's not a bunch of lies. The only part of this I care about is not hugging the toilet bowl for 20 minutes every morning. So, moving on.
Yeah, somebody come up with a good topic.
Hey guys, I'm gonna hop out and see if I can try to get some sleep.
Later days, Batman. I'll go back and
Yeah.
listen to what you said later because
See you,
I'm sure
brother.
you said some good stuff I missed while I was running around.
Take it easy.
Okay.
Take
All
it
right.
easy, man.
Peace.
It's too bad P-Town left.
Yeah.
He's one of the believers I haven't run my scenario across yet.
What scenario is that?
I just want a believer to be able to explain to me why their God expects me to be better than the apostles he chose to walk with him.
I don't know if he would say that he holds that position. And several times today he's talked about how God chooses people that are basically POSs to do things.
Only short-term POSs, and see, that's the problem. That's the problem because you have Jonah who gets mad that God chooses to save Nineveh, but he still goes and does what he's supposed to do. You have Saul, but Saul turns into Paul, right? But
Right.
and it's supposed to be representative of your Christian journey, right? You become this new person. But here's where I have a problem, okay? Christians then turn around and they say things like, if you deny me before man, I will deny you before my Father. You shouldn't test God. You shouldn't question God. You shouldn't all these things, right? And here's where I have a problem, because all these people who witnessed his miracles, right? You become this new person. witnessed him perform his miracles, saw him do everything, walked with him while it happened, and they hid. They hid when he was crucified. One of them denied him. Thomas said, I will not believe until I see the holes in your hands. You will have to show me before I believe. But me, far removed from all of this, I need to rise above all of his apostles and have this blind faith and just run with it. Why?
Wait a minute. You said that they said that for you not to question God?
Yep. This is what they tell me. That I should not test God. I should not test God.
Okay, but you said question.
Okay. I shouldn't say question as in struggle, right? Or as in work through doubts. They should say that I shouldn't ask for signs and I shouldn't ask for miracles and I shouldn't test God. But is that not what Thomas did when he said, I will not believe until you show me the holes in your hands? I have to see it to believe it, right? But I'm not supposed to look for any of that. So
if you've seen that, why would you listen to that? If you read the Bible and read that, so that goes what they saying doesn't add up. So why would you listen to it? So why would you allow?
Well, I don't have any gods, but I'm asking them to consider why they think that this is a hopeful message.
Because they may look at it places where it says like do not tempt the Lord thy God. So they may have a different interpretation, right? But you brought up something in the Bible that states your claim. So why would you listen to them?
I don't. I just want them to explain it. I want to see if anybody has a good reason. So I ask all of the believers, and I have not yet asked P-Town why he thinks this is a hopeful message.
But so even if you ask them and they don't give a acceptable answer, does that sway your way as far as how? Because just because someone is believed, that doesn't mean they have all the answers and able to explain the answers. It depends on how they was taught, what their interpretation is. It's just
right.
Just went in there and seen something that was that validated your point. It shouldn't be, they may say something else. They may go somewhere else in the Bible to validate their point. Okay, no problem. But
no, I agree with that.
Wrong.
Well, you know how Based a while ago was saying that by me telling a story from my childhood, I was giving up all this information about me?
Nope, never said that.
I kind of agree in one way.
I didn't even say it.
And
that's fine. It's her story. Just let her tell it.
Whatever. I kind of agree in one way. And that is that I've always had this phrase, right? Like, me as a non-believer, why do I ask all this stuff? First of all, I find it fascinating. I find culture, I find all of it insanely fascinating. Religion, all of it. But beyond that, I think the clearest way, the easiest way to get to know a believer is to ask them about their God. Because nobody who believes in the same book describes it the same way or describes their God the same way, really, or describes him with the same attributes. And I think when people do so, they are telling you where their own values lie. And so I find that interesting in itself.
So who's your God?
I don't have any.
So therefore you have no values.
I didn't say that. I said...
You said that someone's values are attached to how they describe God, and then you said that you don't have a God.
That is not what I said. You didn't listen to the
first part
of that sentence.
Which part?
The first part of the sentence where I said, and so when you are speaking to a believer, the easiest way to get to know their values. I didn't say it is intrinsically attached or that one is absent without the other.
A believer in God. A God or the God?
Not just God. Not just a God. It can be a philosophy.
Well, you said, okay. So do you have a philosophy?
I have bits and pieces of different philosophies. So no, I don't inherently have a philosophy either.
Okay. So you don't have any values that would be attached to
I have
a
values.
philosophy.
I have values. I have yet to find any set of philosophies or religions that offer a set of values that are A, complete, or B, that I cannot also find in another.
Asked another way, do you have a coherent worldview?
Define worldview.
the theory by which you live your life and judge everything.
Do I have a particular way in which I wish to interact in the world and a particular way in which I see the world happening? Sure.
Okay, and it is coherent?
I mean, I think we all think ours is coherent, but I can't say that it's coherent because I have been known to change my mind, right?
That's accurate.
So,
That was good. Right? It's subjective, our idea of being coherent, coherence.
right. And I've changed my mind. So if I've changed my mind, then either I'm not coherent now or I wasn't coherent before. And I just think, new learning, new experience.
DeBrink has a question. Is she woke?
Define woke.
I don't know.
In the classical sense or the hijacked sense, or
I think the hijacked popular current sense.
probably not. I both sides get angry at me. The conservatives get angry at me, and the woke and the left gets really angry at me. Both sides.
What do the conservatives get angry at you about?
I don't know. Probably because when there's a group of them, I like to play the other side because I can.
I don't think conservatives have any problem with that.
It's probably all the babies she sacrifices.
Oh.
I have never done any such thing.
As long as you make them into a good hoagie sandwich, it's okay.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah, it is.
Although oddly close to the description of we played this game one time because theater kids are fucked up. Okay, we're all fucked up somehow. But I told you we used to drive around with cars with trunks full of props and costumes, playing Truth or Dare. We were theater kids in a very small town. We were very bored. Anyway, we played this game one time about if you had to go into the store and you could only buy 2 items and your goal was to freak out the person at the cash register, what items would you buy? What would you buy, Hillary's?
Is this at a gas station or a grocery store?
At a grocery store. Or just a store, like a Walmart, like anything.
Right. A pregnancy test.
I know.
A fifth of really strong alcohol, like Everclear. And
no, you only get 2.
You only get 2, and he almost got my answer.
Okay.
Mine is condoms and a bottle of sleeping tablets.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Jeez.
Based, what's yours?
NyQuil? I don't know. I don't even know what the question was. I just heard condoms and.
Okay, if you're going to Walmart, all right, and you're picking up 2 items,
Ew,
and
Walmart.
your whole goal, your only goal, is to freak out the person at the cash register. What 2 items do you pick up?
Oh, okay. At Walmart. I mean, I don't think anything could freak out a Walmart cashier because everyone walking around is, yeah. But I don't know. I haven't been in a Walmart quite some time. I guess that's a good question, but I don't have a good answer.
Okay, Von Eric, what would you buy?
Gotta freak out
the person at the register. Yeah.
I guess I will buy a soda and a box of Tums and put it in the soda or something.
Ah, okay.
There we go. My answer was a pregnancy test and coat hangers.
Oh, Pixie, you're as dark as me.
I said Hillary's got close. Look, if I was scanning somebody and they came through with a pregnancy test and coat hangers, I would be freaked out, okay? So that's why that was my answer.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a good one. Although it's probably normal in a way. Right? They'll be like, "Oh, I'm preparing for now we can't just go to any doctor and have this fecal matter gotten rid of."
Fecal matter.
Right? What do they think of it? People who don't think of fetuses as babies, right? It's just
Yeah.
part of the woman, and that's it. It's like dead skin. I guess I'm just assuming.
Well, at some point, it wouldn't be dead cells, right? At some point, it's a clump of cells, and then at some point, it's like this fuzzy white pole with electrical impulses, and then it becomes a zygote, and then it becomes a fetus. And so, like, what stage are we speaking of here?
No, I agree with you, but I'm talking about how it seems that they would view it in order to dehumanize, right? Because
I don't think that that's the majority of abortion care. There is that. I'm not going to say that there's not that. There is that, and that breaks my heart. But a lot of what is actually classified as abortion care isn't just like somebody going in and terminating a pregnancy.
yeah, no, that could be. There's always reasons, but it just seems in general, if you're willing to do that, then you don't view it as murder, right? For instance.
Right. Well, I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying, like, if I had a miscarriage and I went in to get like the placenta and the fetus removed, that would be considered abortion care, even though I didn't have an abortion. That would be medically billed. That would be medically tracked as abortion because it's an abortion care.
Okay, I'll give you that. I wasn't referring to those, but yeah.
That's by medical definition, right?
Yes. Yes, by medical definition, that is abortion care. Also, if the problem that they're having with in some of the red states right now is the way that the law is worded, that says if the mother's life is in danger. Well, the problem is a lot of doctors, they need to word it better, because what's happening is doctors are too afraid, because technically the mother's life is not yet in danger because she's not in sepsis. But once you get to sepsis, you may or may not be too late, right? And so they're waiting for the mother's life to like literally be in danger. That's not a good spot to put anybody in. And so there's some, I'm not against restrictions, but there definitely needs to be a lot more care in the way these things are worded.
Yeah, we do need less laws. What is sepsis? I just want to know real quick. What is that?
Like sepsis shock? It's like an infection.
When the body gets into shock from infection.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
I personally vouch for full abortion until they're 18. You
That's
should be
rare.
able to
No.
abort them until they're an adult.
Well, then you're going to have a hard time finding first of all, even a consistent age for adulthood. And legally, there's more than one legal age of adulthood, even in the United States. Like you have 18 is technically adulthood, but not in inheritance court. Because you have UTMA, the Uniform Gift to Minors Act, and that covers people up to the age of 21, actually.
That's a good point. And on another angle, I don't see 18-year-olds, nor myself at 18, as an adult in any way, shape, or form. Maybe at a period of time, like maybe 100 years ago, or here or there. But in the U.S., at age 18, these are kids. But what I was going to ask is, would you necessarily then change the age of consent? I don't know who had said that. Was it Sammy? Would you change the age of consent to 18? Because it'd be weird for the age of consent to be 16. And then it's like, well, you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I was being facetious.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say.
Obviously. I sort of stay out of it, really. I think it's sort of a woman's issue, mostly. I will offer an opinion, though, and my opinion is it's not that I agree with that I go with this because it is the current laws here, but I guess I agree with the current laws here, which is basically once it's viable, it's no longer legal. So prior to viability, and it's generally around, and by viability, I mean really, really early viability. It's actually 20 weeks here in Australia.
Yeah. That's not
Is that
the part
8%? It's 21?
No.
No. 20 weeks is the longest you can have an abortion.
Oh, okay.
Longer than 20 weeks, and you have
the
to
part
take
I was going to push back on is it's a women's issue. Now, hold
Yeah.
on. I get why you say that, because the woman is the one carrying the baby. The woman is all of that. But at the same time, I can't just be like, that's a woman's issue, because that baby is half somebody else.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I said
I'm a mom.
mostly.
Like
I think the fathers should have a say.
I think it's
I do.
halfly.
Absolutely.
I do think the fathers should have a say.
But they don't, and I don't think they ever will, because that's just not how it goes, right? Like, we protect, I don't know if protect is quite the word, but protect women to the extent that men have no choice whether she has it and he didn't want her to have it, or she doesn't have it and he did want to have it, that he has no choice either way.
That's what I mean. I think ideally it would be half-half. And
yeah, but see,
if the mother says, I don't want it, it should be, well, the father can have it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if
Responsibility.
I've seen it go both ways. I've seen a woman have one without telling her other, and that bothers me. But I've also seen a man pressure a girl into one, and that bothers me, right? And I think two things should happen, right? I think if anybody wants to keep that baby, there needs to be a legal avenue for that to happen. There just needs to be. And then second of all, yeah, that and paternity tests, those two things, that should just be a given.
Yeah, I don't really agree. Maybe in a perfect world type of thing, and this is far from it. The way I view it is, this is sort of how it is and how it has been. I don't think a whole lot has changed other than the big changes, which were birth control, contraception, and really that men need to understand what is at risk and what, will happen or can happen, the exact things that we're talking about, and therefore use much better discretion before sticking his penis in things.
I think it's a complex issue, because if let's just say they both decide, and then they both decided that they didn't want it, but she changed her mind and say she does, should a man be forced to pay child support?
No.
Yes.
But no.
That is
Actually,
a
no.
complex issue, Vaughn.
No, he shouldn't, and he doesn't have to be.
He shouldn't.
He can sign his rights away.
Not in the U.S.
Right.
No, you're
it depends on what
the
state.
same here in Australia.
It depends on what state.
Well, that's still not. It's still a complex, because wait, if he signs his rights away, he can still be forced by the court of law to pay,
depending on your state. Yeah.
But which circuit court you talking about? Because he may be denied in one circuit and then take it to another circuit and have to pay.
Well, you can't. That's another reason to pay attention to the laws of not just your government, your federal government, but especially in somewhere like the United States. Different states have different laws.
Right.
Actually, different states are influenced by two different principles of laws. That's why you have most of our states are based off of common law, which is English law, which is technically contract law. And then you have some states that are built off of code law. They're more influenced by Spanish set of laws. Mm-hmm. And you can generally tell the difference by looking at one area of law, and that is family law. Do you live in an equitable distribution state, or do you live in a marital property state? And that will generally tell you which set you're based on, common law or code law. Now,
Yeah,
beyond
yeah.
that, state legislators have gone in all kinds of different directions. And so you really have to know your state laws, because how jurisdiction in a court is decided is based on residence, based on like these different things. And so the court that has jurisdiction over your case is going to be important in these decisions.
And
Yeah,
not just the court, but the judge,
The
him
judge,
Yeah,
or
right?
herself. I mean,
Right.
the discretion, and understand that this
Mhm.
is a quasi criminal court that
Right.
they can implement, right? This is really having your cake and eating it too.
Mhm.
And they can implement penalization of criminal
Right.
right levels. Meanwhile, there's only a standard of evidence that would rise to civil litigation, which would be more likely than not. So it's the one place in American law where you can be held to criminal liability
Yeah.
with merely civil. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with
Perfect.
the civil preponderance of evidence, with
Right,
preponderance
yeah.
of evidence rather than beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
Right.
Right. But just on that, like he just spoke very well, the complexity of the situation, because you could
There-
take it from one to another, even if you live in that type, what you explained,
Right.
Dixie, they could take it to another court level or court system, as Oracle was, I think he was explaining, and then you have a different outcome on that.
Right, like they can appeal it, they can ask for a different judge, they can change venue in that way, and it gets
And
complicated.
a jury.
Right.
I will say one thing I have found encouraging. Well, two things I have found encouraging, at least locally. I can't speak for everywhere, right? Two things I have found encouraging locally, at least, is one, I've seen a lot of the courts start dropping jargon, which I think is great. As a matter of fact, I saw a judge hand back a motion, and he said, if your client cannot read this and understand it, I do not want it before me. That is a good move to make in the courts. The second thing I see is a rise in fathers getting full custody. So is it slow? Yes. Is it way, way behind? Absolutely. I think one of the biggest failures and one of the biggest reasons feminism went way too far is that we did not compensate on the men's side. We said you still bear all the responsibility, you still bear all of it, but we're going to give all of your freedom away too. And that just, it didn't make sense, and it's taking too long to catch up, but I think there is a move to at least start catching up in the courts that I have seen least locally.
Just want to do a bit of housekeeping. Zach, this channel is aimed around religion, yes, but the conversation actually went from religious talk to morality, which got onto abortion, which has now got onto state laws. And I'm sure the conversation will come back around to religion at some point as well. So you will get a bit of everything.
No religion.
Sorry, carry on.
Here we go. No religion belongs in any politics. There we go. How's that?
Well, except that politics kind of are a religion.
Right. Right.
Okay, I'll put it this way.
Yeah.
No religion with a deity. No deity should be brought into politics. I sincerely believe that.
So I think you made some good points, regarding sort of the evolving and feminism, the idea of, I sort of look at it like this, and I don't even know if it matters why and how, but just what is. But anyways, with women on the whole making as much income as men at this point, and I think maybe even more, definitely depending on the state, is that in family court, divorce court, etc., that there's kind of been no choice. In the big picture, we'd have to connect a lot of dots for this to be simple, but I'm trying to make it. Whereas now you're seeing fathers get more custody, or some still rarely getting support. Even if they did have full custody, a lot of men do not get support. And really, a lot of this has been at the discretion of individual judges. And you mentioned, for instance, I've seen this change, like, the judge handing back motion and saying if my client can't read it. And I would just say that's nice, I guess, but it's also a singular anecdote out of what I think would be hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of these cases, in the U.S.
That is, and that's why I said I can't speak for everywhere. I can only speak for not just one judge, but trends that are happening with the judges, plural, here. And there is a trend that seems to be pushing towards catching up. Now, I can't speak nationally. I can't even speak statewide, right? All I can speak of is this little corner that I see regularly. And that makes me a little optimistic. But you're right. It's a drop in the bucket and it says nothing to what everybody else is going through. I am just slightly optimistic that there's at least a push to catch up.
And when you say catch up, I mean, really, I think what you're getting at, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is things being fair, just, this sort of thing.
Right. Because like I said, traditionally speaking, if we go back before women's suffrage, right, there was a reason men were the providers. There was a reason men were the protectors. There was a social need for this because the women were absolutely dependent on the men, right? So when we gave women the freedom to provide for themselves, which I don't think was a bad thing, and I'm not saying it was. So for anybody who wants to twist my words, fuck off. We gave women the opportunity to provide for themselves, right? And the means to provide protection for themselves. And I think this is wonderful. I don't think that was bad at all. In doing so, though, we said women can now provide for themselves and women can now provide protection for themselves, but men still have to be the providers. Men still have to carry the burden. Women still get the benefit of the doubt in all of these situations. And I think that puts not just an unnecessary burden on one side of the population, but a very harmful one. And I think it initially led to egalitarians, right? And then it somehow skipped egalitarians and it went straight to like these crazy people you see all over TikTok saying wild shit like my money is my money and your money is our money. And I'm like, like this concept that you're supposed to build something with somebody is gone because they're inherently supposed to already be a provider. Does that make sense? Like, I think
I think that's
we forgot to compensate one side.
I don't think we forgot. I think this is sort of built into the plan, and then you might say whose plan, and then I'd have to be pretty vague about it. But I would say in general, the money maker, the market maker's plan, the people up top who are profiting, right? Family court, for instance, we were talking about, has gotten a kickback from the federal government incentivizing bringing in more money wherever it comes from. And no surprise, it mostly comes from men for all sorts of reasons. We've already discussed a lot of them. But I just wanted to mention this one point. If you look at the big picture, I'm going to make it really simple. 100 years ago, 200 years ago, whatever, it was one man providing, whatever for one woman. I mean, generally, right, there's exceptions and concubines and shit. But what I'm getting at is now, today, we have hundreds of men, thousands of men supporting one woman, right, combining through different mechanisms, right, society, as well as, if we're to be very specific, like an OF creator or TikToker or whatever, maybe just showing some cleavage for clicks and views and really doing nothing else. So she is now traded off one singular man for many men who will still be her protector and provider to a degree each, right? Not to much of a degree, but it all adds up. And then broadly, the protection of, police, however you want to view that, they have no duty to, according to federal court. But I'm just saying there's mechanisms in society which definitely lend towards a woman not needing a man. She doesn't need a man at this point. However, she does need men, right? Men are the ones who build the shit that we just wouldn't see happening. It wouldn't happen if it were all women. Not that some women wouldn't, but not all women are willing to get down in fucking sewers or whatever the case.
I was fixing to go there. Sorry, but go ahead.
Now, I think what you said, Oracle, that one part is very important when you say as far as the industrial complex that's lobbying and push these type of laws, because we know in the federal, we got the military industrial complex that takes care of child support. They have a contract with the government. So that was very important. That was very well said, especially when it comes to pushing these laws and lobbying these laws and directed to men, because at the time men was the main providers, and so that would be that's one of the reasons why those laws are still strict the way they are.
Well, and there are two things to that. One, I think any woman who says, I agree with your sentiment that largely a woman does not have to tie herself to a man in order to get by these days. However, I do think that any woman who espouses the sentiment that we don't need men is a fucking idiot. That being said, I just do. They're just stupid. Okay, I can think of lots of things that I am just not built for. But
yeah, no, that's fair. And look, I'm not saying that men don't need women in terms as well, right? Pragmatically, but I'm just saying you're right. That does exist, that sentiment, and I think it's sort of toxic.
It is very toxic, which is why I'm glad you clarified. Because yes, I think there are women who can exist without tying themselves to a man, but I think deluding themselves into believing that means we don't need men is utterly ridiculous and foolish. That being said, as much as I blame the lawmakers, I as cynical as I am, put a lot of it on the people.
You're right.
I think the people could have chosen better. I think the people could have done better, and I think we chose not to.
No, you're absolutely right. The government, or whatever we want to view as government agency, they are a reflection of us, of people. Now, it doesn't mean they're an exact reflection of the five of us here right now, but I'm just saying broadly, if you're in the U.S. or Australia, wherever the case,
well, or they
the government
pretend to be, and we pretend to believe them.
Sure. And, I'd say we're a reflection. We also enable them, we allow them, and largely people ask for, in different terms, they ask for the bullshit that we end up getting. And then they complain about it, but then they ask for more.
Or we just delude ourselves. Here's a fun way we deluded ourselves. You ready for this one? We used to all have pensions. Defined pension plans. We used to have these. Everybody used to have these. And we let the government say, oh, 401ks and 401as, these defined contribution plans, they'll be way better than defined benefit plans. You should all believe us. So not only did we just eat that bullshit up, hook, line, and sinker, we did not even stop to question why the government and all the government employees were keeping all their goddamn pension funds when it was being taken away from everybody else. So this is why your retirement is so much less protected now, and we never even question it because they were looking out for us, right?
Yeah, I see your point there. Or they or it was lost on the stock market.
And that's
we're not stealing from the Social Security fund. We're just borrowing from it.
Right. It's like quasi-theft, right? It's not quite theft technically, but it's this theft, right? And I think that's a great term that you've interjected a few times, Pixie, which is deluded. I think that's the perfect descriptor in a lot of what we're speaking of.
I think it goes the same way as far as the insurance too, because all those people in North Carolina and them other states that got hit by that storm, they looking back on their insurance now and said it's not covered. A lot of it is not covered.
Well, they go out of their way to find what is a problem in your area to either not cover it or to ridiculously increase prices to cover it. If you're prone to flooding, you're either going to have hell getting any kind of flood coverage, or you're going to pay out the wazoo for it. If you live in Tornado Alley, good luck insuring against it without paying out the ass for it, right? Like they're going to find your trouble area, and then that's what they're going to make you pay with.
Yeah. And this is really sales tactic. I mean, if we're to extrapolate, it's very good, but sort of used for bad sales tactic that's being utilized. And so the leverage that a lot of these entities have gained and are continuing to gain, and I think will be even greater with further implementation of technology, AI, making it easier for even some of the governmental idiots to figure out how to squeeze just a little bit more blood from the rock.
You're not so bad after all, Based.
Yeah, you're pretty cool, Pixie. See, sometimes we just got to, I say we, myself and others have to squabble a little bit in the beginning, but I'd rather get the squabbling out of the way right away.
But then,
it's okay. I'll tell you, I don't mind getting feisty. And unless you're just an absolute ass, I don't tend to hold the grudge.
I would like to know, how do we solve those problems, though? Like the pension, insurance?
Good question. I think the answer broadly is truth, right? And I know that's a very simple way of putting it, but the fact of the matter is, this is how I view most people, right? The average man. I like to start with men. I look at men as the leaders. I think that's reality. And I understand some women will be like, but women will be leaders too. Whatever. Men have sort of led reality society for quite some time in different ways. And therefore, I think that men need to get better for things to improve, meaning that the Social Security problem or the inflation or the prison industrial complex, none of these things are going to magically get better. They have to necessarily get better as a result of men getting better, meaning men raising their own standards. And when you look at the average man, and we can look at him statistically quite easily, right? He's 5'9". That doesn't matter. 200 pounds, that kind of matters. When you look at his addictions, he's drinking 70 ounces of alcohol per month. He's borderline obese. There's so many other things we can go through, but my point is, his standards for himself, are shit. So it's no wonder that he's not holding the government or anyone else to a standard he's not even holding himself to. And I don't think that it's just that people innately suck. I look at it as most men are drugged up to a degree. I use the term drugged up. It doesn't have to mean crack. It can mean that you're doing a combination of all these things that make up the average man, which is quite bad, I would say, on the whole. So he's drugged up and programmed and sort of hopeless. He doesn't see anything better, it would seem, and he just wants to get to the next high. I can't wait for the work week to be over so I can get drunk and high in XYZ. He's not worried about the things within his control. He's already become defeatist upon those things, and instead, he concentrates most of his time on things that are not within his control, and that's where his time and energy goes to. And as long as life, society is like this for most men, I don't think that things are going to get better. And unfortunately, I think it's going to take a catalyst of something extreme, even worse, whatever, to happen in order for whether it's Darwin or people waking up, whatever it is. But yeah, I don't hold any faith that something's going to magically change America or the world or whatever.
So you're right.
Thank you for that.
I would give two starting points. And one is kind of just taking the wind out of the sails of the other, I think. So the silent generation was known as the silent generation because they did what? They kept their head down and they tried to find work. That was all they did. They just kept their head down and they worked and worked and worked. That's what you had to do during the Great Depression, right? They didn't offer a lot of pushback to the government, though, and the government happened to get a lot through. So you're right. The more complacent a country is, the more the government will be able to push through without the consent of the people. However, the important thing to note there is that it was also kind of done by design. There was sort of a philosophy after the Great Depression around this time when the economy was being redesigned in the upper echelons of society that humans were stupid. A stupid herd of things prone to mass hysteria, and we needed to be controlled. And the easiest way to do that was to turn us into what? A consumer-driven nation, which they did very well. Now,
Success.
yes. Now, the second that's just taking the wind out of the sails of number one. The number one thing we can do is get money out of politics, from the lobbyists to the super PAC funds to everything else that keeps us functioning as a corporate oligarchy.
So if I'm to look at this in sort of a micro view, right? Because we're talking a little bit of macro as well, right? Like getting money out of certain funding is in the microcosm. People, I know we just had election, and this was one of my big pushbacks to half of the country, is everyone's so worried about the vote on the day. And meanwhile, most of you all are voting like shit every single day of the year, every day, voting for bullshit. And what I mean by that is with your time, money, and attention. So if we bring it back to the micro, I think that the best thing that I can do, or you can do, is start voting better, meaning turning off attention, turning off money to things that are necessarily bad. And, that could be, I know we were talking about earlier, like sugar and junk food, that type of thing, but like definitely junk food, fast food, let's say McDonald's, right? People spend billions of dollars, billions on fast food, and it is straight up garbage. Not only is it nutrient devoid, but it's also full of chemicals that are making people feel like shit. Now, it's sort of a slow slope, right? You don't just eat McDonald's today and be like, oh, I feel like shit. But when you're used to doing it, you grew up on it. And it doesn't have to be McDonald's. It doesn't have to be even fast food. But I'm just saying, for instance... Yeah, and it can be anything, right? How many, look, men voting voting for porn, OF, to the level that it's surpassed the NBA, which I could give a shit less about, but nonetheless, it surpassed what their players are getting paid.
Oh yeah,
what OF, right?
The OnlyFans,
yeah.
Well, the top 1% of them, most of them aren't making shit. Let's be real.
No, you're right, but I'm just saying, but what I'm saying is the pool of money going towards them, even if it is the 1%, is still more than the pool.
I think we've always had a tendency to do that. I mean, look at the NFL is a good example, right? We pay our entertainers more than we pay the people who put their life on the line every day for us.
Good point. Yeah, I agree with you there too. And that's what I mean, the voting. People so concerned about, and no offense to anyone here, but if the shoe fits, it fits. So concerned about the Giants or the Cowboys or the Lakers or whatever. And it's like, bro, this shit doesn't mean anything. I don't give a fuck about sports at all. At all. Even though I think they're cool. I played them. I boxed. I did all sorts of shit. But watching other grown men do it, I don't care. And when you're spending a significant portion of your life, your money, your time, your attention on that, but then complaining about the economy or whatever, and you're 50 pounds overweight or whatever, you're addicted to junk food, whatever, OF, it goes on and on. So my point is that in the micro, individuals caring more about themselves and voting less for bullshit, that's the answer. So the more you do it, the more that you're not adding to the bullshit, the more that you're doing the good thing. You were talking about farming, Pixie. That's great. People should be spending more of their money on farm products, for instance, over the corporate Walmart.
Yes, because something is, okay, here's the thing. I think people are brilliant, but we're also incredibly fucking short-sighted. And the more we get away from nature, I should say, I guess I'll put it that way, and what we should, our natural state of being, the more we cling to things like that provide like temporary endorphins. And
Yeah.
I think it's because we increasingly live in an environment that provides less and less for the psychological needs of an actual human being. But
Good point.
why I say brilliant but short-sighted, right? Preservatives is a good example. A lot of food was being wasted, and it was hard to sustain enough food to feed enough people. Preservatives, perfect solution, right? Yes, now it has a longer shelf life. Now we feed more people. Here's a problem though that we don't consider. Why don't we consider it? A, because it's convenient, and B, because we think we're doing good, right? But here's the problem. Preservatives are preservatives for a reason. They are preservatives because bacteria have trouble breaking them down, which means the bacteria in your stomach have trouble breaking the food down, right? Which is not great as a food source. So I don't know. We do these things that are convenient and can be helpful, but they're so convenient, and it's such an easy endorphin hit that I think it's easy to get caught in that, especially when you're not living in a state that provides for your psychological needs.
I think, especially what Oracle was saying, we need to educate. Seemed like he was saying he was going to. We need to educate, especially when it comes to voting our lives and how we go about our lives. But I have a question, because some of the things, like you said, are you saying growing your own food? Because we have farmers that grow food, but look what John Deere is doing. John Deere, and they go in the court, the Supreme Court, was right to repair. You can't even repair the John Deere tractor. It's stopping while the farmers are planting their seeds and trying to grow. The machine is stopping, and you have to have someone come out and fix the machine. So then you have Bill Gates, not Bill Gates. You have what's Elon Musk's brother. He has a company called Food Storage. He's growing food in the containers. So they putting things in there. So it seems like what you're saying, which was brilliant said. But I think we should really get down to as far as re-educating ourselves and be real what's going on out here, and tell our brothers and sisters, hey, some of the food they got, like here where I'm at, they have lettuce shortage, egg shortage. This is around the country with the eggs. You have Tyson Food and other food that have a monopoly. There's only 5 of them.
Yeah.
So and they force the farmers to grow food their way. So they put chemicals and stuff like that.
I wish I had advice for that one. Unfortunately, I just happen to be lucky. I live in a pretty rural area, and I just happen to know a lot of farmers, and I grow some stuff in my yard, and sometimes I trade with them, or sometimes I go help them like can and do stuff and pick in their crops, and they'll let me take some home, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's, in a sense, the little things that add up to big differences, right? Our habits, right? If you're used to doing things that are unhealthy or voting for sort of evil in different ways, right? Like gambling companies, and there's lots of, right? There's a million sort of traps in society to get your money for bullshit.
Well, the problem with voting with your money is how these days. Because, okay, let's say you don't buy from Walmart, and you only support local mom and pop shops, right?
Yeah.
But they have the same brands on the shelf. And so now I have to research which brands come from which companies. What are the business practices of those companies? And you have to know this for every brand, for every product, in order to be ethical.
Well, I mean, maybe I don't have this sort of problem that you're talking about. I mean, when I can, I buy homemade things, and when I can, I make my own things. Can we ever be perfect? No. But I'm just talking about, there is a big difference between buying eggs from a farmer that, got the eggs from his chicken, rather than eggs on a egg sandwich at McDonald's, which I doubt are even eggs. But right. So I'm just saying is that when we make these choices, and we're doing better, right? Or doing what we believe is better for, the best truth that we can get to, that has an effect on other people. And you might say, well, it's a pretty minimal effect. But think about it. If more and more people started doing that and more people start having a positive effect, those little micro effects turn into a more macro effect. So I'm not saying that I can solve anything or that you're going to or we're going to. I'm just saying that when I look at, well, what do I do about these things I really don't like in society? Because there's a lot of them. My answer is work on me and do better in ways that I can do better, and to observe, reality and what we're talking about.
Agree. Okay, that I agree with. I see where you're going with that. I wholeheartedly agree now. And
Yeah,
I
if
would
you're
say
down.
if you do it really well, you may even can influence a little piece of your community to do it with you.
Right. Yeah. Right. I mean, you
Well,
would
so
start with
basically,
your.
just
Yeah.
starting with yourself, and then you will be an example like Christ.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what I think, rather than sort of when people are sort of voting, I'm just going to say broadly, voting for a lot of the bad shit very obviously. And then they're like, oh, I can't believe this senator, this, whatever, this lawmaker. And don't get me wrong, I probably think they're a piece of shit. I don't know who they are, but they probably are. But with that said, I can't control that, and neither can you. And I largely view the voting system as equivocal to you eating a single piece of spinach every 4 years and being like, look, I'm healthy now. I'm making a difference. And it's like, nah, man, you're really not. I mean, I hear you. I get that you think that you are and that you want to and that you're hopeful. But I don't think it works like that, or at least not in comparison to the decisions that you're making on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. Are you being a good example, right? This dude's on his couch and just sucking down Cheetos all day, watching, drama content, whatever the case. And then he's outraged about everything. Oh, I can't believe. Well, look at you. Look at you. How are you even complaining about it?
I get that, but at the same time, I think lobbyists are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the corporate oligarchy, and it's on some level, right? Like, they're always going to be able to outspend us, always. And what do you do with that? If you can't get that out of government, what do you do with that?
Well, that's a pragmatic question, and I don't know if I would view that as wholly true, that we could never. But let's say that you're right. Let's just say that that's true. I think, at least if we're doing things with good intentions, even if 300 or whoever, I don't believe I can beat Goliath, little David. He had the heart, right? At least the story. I'm not saying I believe it exactly, but right, it's a good example of everything is against you, but you still do the right things for the right reasons. And then I don't have to worry about sleeping at night. Did I change the whole world? No. But did I do the right thing with the choices I had at hand? Hopefully I can answer yes. And if I can't, then I have one person to look at, which is me, not the lawmakers, not the taxes. It's me.
So basically, no matter what goes, so basically you're saying no matter what is going on with the government, what laws are passed, start and grow and vote on yourself.
Yeah.
And be there. I got you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's where we can make the most change.
And then maybe if it gets big enough, if you can't pull the money out of politics, maybe you can at least make them pander to us to keep getting our money.
Sure. I mean, I look at it kind of broadly, that if we were to say men got better, women get better, people get better, right, society gets better, that a lot of these issues would sort of sort themselves out. And I don't mean magically. I mean that imagine most men, and again, I'm speaking of men as, sort of leader, the front of it, the reason that we're here and the reason that we can get out, in a sense. If most men started respecting themselves more, they would be less tolerating of the bullshit, and we wouldn't even be having some of these conversations.
Respect. You said respect ourselves. What do you mean by that? How should we respect ourselves?
Yeah. So again, like if I'm poisoning myself every day, right? If I'm the average man, I have 70 grams of sugar. I had 3 drinks of alcohol every single day, right? I'm watching 30 minutes of porn. I'm on social media for 2.5 hours. And then I'm like, oh, I don't have time to meal prep or I don't have time to go to the gym, then I'm a fucking liar. Because I do have time. I spent it on bullshit. And I didn't spend it on me where I could have improving myself, because these things, getting them out, let's say you were an alcoholic, right? Not being an alcoholic anymore, you have you have an incredibly better chance of getting good places for yourself. Your body's going to be better. Your brain is going to work better. Your sleep quality is going to be better, right? There's a butterfly effect in your life. There's a lot of men like, oh, I can't find a woman, or I don't, women suck, or this type of thing. And meanwhile, it's like, bro, look at yourself. Why would a woman want you in this state? I don't mean like innately from birth. I mean like in your current state, you can do much better. And he's kind of like, well, but yeah, look at everyone else though. And it's like, man, it doesn't matter what they're doing. What matters should be what you're doing. And if you're clearly not caring about yourself, not caring about your health, not working on it, not working towards being better, then, it's no surprise that the outside world is kind of like, fuck this dude.
That was, that's well said. But you sound like a religious guy.
I'm not. I get accused of it, but I'm not.
You sound just like one of those religious people.
Well, I speak from what I believe, and I get at times accused of being a red pillar. At times I'm a blue pillar. At times I'm religious. At times I'm atheist. I'm misogynist. I'm a feminist. I get called all of the extremes. And it's kind of funny. The reason is because there's truth in all of them. And so when I say something that happens to align with one of these boxes that people like to put other people in, and I'm not saying I haven't done that, we all do, I guess, but when I get put in one of these boxes, they're like, oh, you said that, and that sounds like this religion or that thing. And it's like, yeah, but that's true. And they're like, oh, so you are that. No, I'm not taking everything else, but that one part was in fact true, or at least from my belief.
Yeah, that's what Paul said. Just like what you just said, that's what Paul said.
Yeah.
Well, that was well said. That was wisdom, though. Yeah, much wisdom.
Good.
No, I think almost the same thing can be said of females, though.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you there, and I'm not at all saying that women can't without men, or they're I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I hold. I know.
I was talking about the negative part. I was talking about why would somebody want you in this current state? Remember, because earlier, I said what happened, like when women got the right to like provide for themselves. A lot of women at that time had the idea, okay, now I can go build something with somebody. We can go build this together.
Right.
And then somehow that turned into girls being like, no, what's mine is mine and what yours is ours. So I need you to go build. And then when you're successful, you should come pick me. Right. And to those girls, I would say, but why would they want you?
Right. Yeah. No, I agree with you.
So what did you build?
Right. Yeah, that's well said, too. Yeah, that's well said.
And so, bringing it back a little bit, I think that understanding truth, getting to truth, discussing truth, and discerning what is truth, of course, because a lot of people have a lot of different truths, quote unquote, that conflict. But I think that is a powerful tool, and really where truth needs to be utilized the most is within ourselves, right? I need to be honest with myself when I'm assessing, how did I end up in this bad situation? Or whatever it is, how did this negative thing happen? And a lot of times I think people, and myself in the past more so than now, are likely to just make simple connections, and they don't look at sort of the butterfly effect of, I don't know, like somebody gets fired from their job, and it wasn't because they were drunk, but they are an alcoholic. I'm just making up an example. And they don't realize perhaps that because they're an alcoholic is the reason they stayed up late, is the reason they missed their alarm, right? There's a butterfly effect to life, right? Our actions, our habits. And I think people don't connect them. They like to stay sort of a little bit drugged up and programmed, going back to that, where it's sort of coping mechanism to, I don't want to know the truth because then I'm accountable and responsible. And that makes me, that the idea of that puts me in a fear state. And so I'd prefer to stay in, blissful ignorance. So instead, I'm going to be mad at the guy who fired me, or, whatever the case. I'm going to point my finger at somebody else, not being honest with myself enough to say, look, I fucked up. Maybe I don't know exactly how right now, but I'm going to figure it out. And I feel a duty to unfuck this, whatever it is, right? We all have issues. Nobody was raised perfectly. I think a lot of people, more than ever, probably, are growing up in split households, or at least unhealthy, even if they're not split, right? Because it's not as if you have two-parent household that it's automatically good.
Right.
Statistically, you are better off, right? We could come up with that.
Yeah.
And also intuitively, that makes sense. But, there's a lot of two-parent households that are terrible, I'm sure, right? There could be single mother raised better than a two-parent, or a single father raised, right? So it's not a binary, but I think one of the big things is we need to understand, I think if more people understood what I'm going to say now, is that everything that happened to you, whatever programming, and it doesn't have to be matrix programming, I just mean whatever you were sort of molded as in your younger years up until age 18. Right now you're technically an adult, whether or not you actually are, but everything that happened during that time is not your fault. And after that, it is your responsibility to fix it. And that's something that took me far beyond 18 to figure out, right? To be honest with myself and say, hey, this stuff was messed up. I learned bad things, made bad habits, and that sucks. That wasn't fair. That wasn't right, but that doesn't matter now. Now I need to fix it, and that's on me, and I can't just blame that. That may be the reason is how I grew up, right? How I got here, but I can't blame that now, because if I'm blaming it now, then I'm sort of alleviating myself of that accountability to fix it.
Well, if you blame it, if it is a blame, are you able to see it and then acknowledge it and then try to redo it? Is that person able? Does that come with maturity? Does it, like you said, does it come with people that's been raised in a certain household, either a two-parent or a single parent? Is that person mature enough or educated enough to identify his problem and able to change?
Good question. And I think, again, the first thing we'd have to look at is that person able to be honest? Right? I'm not saying that's the end all be all, but because if the answer is no, then it kind of doesn't matter, right? But if the answer is yes.
What would you suggest as far as a person being honest?
So, okay. Here's one example, right? In an infinite universe of possibilities and variables with people, right? We're very simple, but very complex, and we're kind of all the same, but we're all individual snowflakes, right? Very dichotomous. But for one thing, I would say, and I'm not saying this doesn't apply to women, maybe it does, but I'm just speaking from what I think I understand more, which is men. I think that one way to go about it would be, for instance, I think that men generally, right, if they're having an issue, sort of what you're talking about, that one thing they can really benefit from, which they will hate, right? They really benefit, but they're going to hate a lot of them, is taking a lot of alone time. And I mean really, truly alone time, and quite a bit of it. I can't tell you an exact time, right? Your mileage may vary, but my point is this. Here's the main purpose, is that in this very integrated world, sort of meta, no pun intended, but right, social media, everyone is always hearing from everyone and everything, and right, these thoughts that wouldn't have come out if it weren't for social media and physical interactions, depending on where you live, but right, we're getting more populated, if anything, is that the point is, we have a lot of reflections, too many reflections of other people. And so, for instance, a young man or woman, whatever, is picking up so many of their friends, family, acquaintances, enemies, whatever the case, what they think about them, that sort of thing. And I think it sort of caused this lack of focus in people ever finding themselves. And again, I'm predominantly speaking of men. This may apply just the same to women, but I know that we are different. And so I think that a lot of men never really figure out who they are. And part of the picture is that it's muddied. Their image of themselves, which is very important, is muddied by the people around them. And that muddying may be, oh, you're great, you're the best, we love you. And by the way, all that could be lies, but that's what they're hearing.
Right.
And the other end could be, you're terrible, you're the worst. And likewise, that could be true, or that could be lies. But either way, these reflections that people are being flooded with when they're constantly around people and don't take any real alone time. I mean, real alone time. And I think, not to bring this back to religion necessarily, but I think that certain religions, or maybe all of them, have talked about this sort of a pilgrimage, or, like road to Mecca, right? Doing some sort of retreat. If you looked at the Spartans, 300, right? I'm not saying you take this as right, like going off, right, for boy to turn into man. And I think what we have a lot of now in society is grown ass boys, right? And by the way, I'm not trying to virtue signal or anything. Somebody could say that I'm a child, but I'm just saying that I think that is sort of the demise of men, is that they're not really growing up. There's a lot of 40, 50, 60-year-olds that are like, it's like, man, you are kids. Like, you're, in how you act, right? I'm talking about behavior. And therefore, it's sort of a stunting of growth, right? They never actually grow up. And so I think that's a real issue. And I'm not saying that it would be solved for everyone by taking exactly 1 year, being a hermit from society. I'm just saying broadly, I think that is one causation, one variable that, is causing people to, I don't know if suffer is the word, but sort of suffering with all these people around them, yet they feel lonely, ironically.
Yeah, that's well said, my brother. That's wisdom, man. That's wisdom. Well put. Got a lot of wisdom. As Pixie, what do you say? Because like he spoke from a man's side, what do you feel from a woman's side?
Good question.
I am going to have to be completely honest with you and tell you that I trailed off halfway through because I got in a conversation in the side chat.
Oh.
So sorry.
I guess, what do you feel as far as what a woman needs to do within the society that we live in now, especially when it comes to theology, politically, psychology, my accent, mentally, I use that word, to excel or to, excel in the society that we live in today?
Well, I mean, I guess that depends on what your definition of excel is. I mean, if you want to be the next psychopath CEO, then you just, I don't know, go around throwing your Karen temper tantrums. I have no idea. But if like, it depends on what your idea of success is. Like,
Go with what you feel your definition is.
I think.
What do you see in a society is the reason why you've seen a lot of people that?
Oh, you mean like that? Okay, I think a lot of women need to stop with the women empowerment like battle cry bullshit and just like go fucking do something, because you can. Like, if you want to go build it, and when you're successful, if you want another successful person, fine, but don't like keep chasing somebody to take care of you and then cry when you can't take care of yourself. Like, this is what you wanted, so go fucking do it. Go be an equal partner, because you can't expect somebody to take care of you and then call yourself an equal partner and pretend you're providing something.
They want their cake and eat it too, like many males in society, in a different ways, but nonetheless, I think that's accurate. And one of the points I think you brought up, Vaughn, or maybe it was Pixie, maybe both of you, is sort of think about this, is that if someone doesn't know themselves, how do they even know what they want, right? Because Pixie was saying, well, you know, what do they want? What do they think success is? And my point is, I think people lack clarity on what they want. And if you trace that back, it kind of comes down to they don't know who they are yet. And that's sort of where I was coming from with getting a lot of alone time, like real alone time for some period of your life, some portion to grow. Because when you're not around these comfortable voices and, oh, I'm not alone, I don't like to be alone, which I think is a lot of men and women. But I think that that's a problem because you don't have to be alone in society. You can go online, you can go outside, right? There's many ways to be around people. Whereas if you purposely isolate, you don't have any reflections for the good or bad to, you know, tell you about you or to reflect any of your personality. And this really gives you time and energy that really is then necessarily spent on you, where you talk to yourself. You have no choice. All right. So that's why I said I think it'd be very difficult for most men to self-impose this answer, but it would be very beneficial if they could get to that point.
Yeah, that's true. Do you suggest men see a psychiatrist? A lot of men to
Not
get through that, or no?
no
Just
no.
they spend that long time, like you said, and build within themselves. And
Yeah. I mean, when you bring up psychologists, and I know this is a very popular topic, therapy. I think that there are some cases, I don't know what the number is, but I think it's rather minimal, where therapy is the best answer for a man. Compared to how many men actually go to therapy.
Right.
I think a better answer would be maybe still a therapist, but not officially a therapist, more like, you know, finding a mentor of sorts. It doesn't have to be a life mentor. It could be a mentor of, you know, something, some form of your growth. And, you know, having a relationship, a real relationship, not just based on, all right, I'll see you for an hour, here's the money, you know, this type of thing. Not so transactional in that sense. But yeah, I think mentorship would be good. But I think that formal counseling, psychology, not so much. And by the way, just to mention, I'm speaking from the experience of when I was younger, especially, but I've probably dealt with, saw to some degree about, I don't know, 7, 8 counselors, therapists, you know, nothing bad, but I'm just telling you in terms of from me growing up into early adult. And I also dated a therapist for some time, and she was a couples counselor, ironically. And I realized, and I thought that was good at the time. I was like, I was also kind of young. This is like 5-10 years ago. But anyways, I was like, oh, that's good. She's a couples counselor, and, you know, that'll be good relationship. No. I realized after, and I'm not saying all women or counselors who are women are not good. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying I realized after what shit advice she was giving people. For instance, like, oh, if you do more dishes, man, then she'll maybe give you a blowjob once in a while. And it was like this negotiation of desire type of bullshit. And I was just like, oh God, like this was, no wonder it ended. No wonder this didn't work out.
Right.
I'm not saying that, you know, she was bad or all of them are bad.
No,
I just don't see it as.
I'm saying she's a bad therapist.
Yeah. I think probably.
I'm saying she's bad.
Yeah.
Because a good therapist would have said something like, if you want him to make you coffee, then you get up and you make him coffee every day. Every day. Start doing it. Leave him a note while you're at it. And then he'll make you a cup of coffee. He'll come surprise you with a cup of coffee one day, and you'll be like, why did you do that? And it's because you've been making him coffee. That's why. And
you know, not to dive too deep into this TMI stuff, but it turned out she was quite the feminist, and she grew up adopted with a mother only who was quite the feminist. And I remember when we were dating, she was like, yeah, if I don't get married, I'm just going to adopt a baby on my own. And I was like, I mean, not that that's bad. You know what I mean? I'm not saying like no single person should ever adopt a baby, but it's sort of not ideal. And it's what happened to you that you have so much resent over, I mean, as expressed to me. And it's like, why would you purposely repeat the cycle? It just doesn't make sense. Like, I hated my childhood. I hated my adopted mother. So now I'm going to do the same thing. And it's
Look,
anyways.
there are people who don't make sense. There are teachers who should not be teachers, and there are therapists who should not be therapists.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, you said she chose the wrong profession.
She sure did.
Yeah,
Well,
I
but that's
think I'll.
typical, though. It was
Yeah.
psychologists. I've
Yeah.
known several psychologists, and they all know the phrase, people become psychologists because they were going to college to figure out what was wrong with them. And by the
Right.
time they got close to graduation, that's what all their classes were in. So they had to go
Right,
to psychology.
There's a difference between the people who did and the people who never did and still
Mhm.
think that they can employ those techniques.
Sure.
Oh wow, that's an interesting take. I never. So they went to college, and around the end, that was the only thing they was able to.
Yeah, they took so many courses to figure out what was wrong with themselves. So when
Uh-huh.
it came time to graduate, that was what their major was because that's what all their courses were in.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a joke because it's true of a lot of them. It's not true of all of them. Some people are just interested in it, but it is a joke for a reason, right? But even like I said, even then, there's a difference between the people who invested and figured it out, and they're like, oh, and that's how you employ these techniques, and the people who studied and never figured it out and still think that they can go teach people these techniques.
Mhm. We're gonna have to change her name to Based Pixie.
Look at you trying to put your name on her.
No, I didn't mean like that. I just meant.
Yeah, I know.
Not really good points though.
Yeah, it was. I'm still like tripping with the they going to school. They really didn't. I wonder how many people out there, psychiatrists out there like that. Wow.
Well, I mean, look at YouTube. I don't know what you all see in your feed. I think we all see things based on our searching and watch habits and such. But I see so many young, let me say, like homologations of Andrew Tate-ness. Like, hey, you need to do this and this, and you're going to be rich. And they got these chalkboards. And a lot of these dudes, I mean, I'm not trying to pocket watch them or anything, but they're broke. They're broke as fuck. And they're like, look, I'm going to teach you to make money. And it's like, bro, why don't you teach yourself first? You know, this sort of thing. And I sort of see that with how I view psychology to some degree, not psychology, but psychologists who get out there and they're like, look, I'm fucked up. And I think that I'm the perfect person to unfuck other people. And it's like, where did you get that logic? Like, don't you think you should work on yourself to the degree that you're okay before you start taking other people into your hands? And I don't know. I don't know what's in their minds. I don't know if it's delusion. I don't know if the little Andrew Tate wannabes, 14 years old, whatever the case with their whiteboards, are just trying to manifest. I don't know. But my point is, it seems to me they're trying to fix themselves in a sense through quote unquote fixing other people. You see what I mean?
Oh, I see. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that matches up with. I don't know who said it, but the people went to college. That match up what he said then. Yeah.
Yeah. There's another joke about psychiatrists. Do you know what the other joke is?
What's that?
If a psychiatrist, okay, for every 10 psychiatrists that graduates without needing a psychiatrist, 8 will need one by the time they work for 3 years.
Nice.
Oh wow.
Because if you're constantly listening to everybody's problems.
Everybody knows problems. Yeah.
Your therapist's therapist.
You know what's funny about that, just to bring this back, is when I was dating that couples counselor, at the end it was all fucked up. It wasn't that long, like a few months. But anyway, she was like, we should see a couples counselor. And in my mind, I was like, what the fuck? Like, you're a couples counselor.
Oh, wow.
Oh, but that's because they say, you know, like they'll tell somebody who's like a psychiatrist or a psychologist, like, don't treat your family members because A, you're
Yeah.
too close to the situation, and B, you're gonna read too much of your own bias into it.
Sure. Yeah, no, I get that. Like, even if you were a surgeon, right, don't work on your family, sort of. Unless you had to, right? Emergency.
But if that was the kind of advice she was giving, she should not have been a counselor.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to bad talk anyone, but just as an example, you know what I mean? It just seems that is kind of prevalent, and I don't know how prevalent because I'm speaking from anecdote, but it seems like the idea of counseling at this point in time, just sort of answering Vaughn, is profiteering, is the idea of keeping people coming back, more of the business, and likewise in the medical industry, more of the business, the transactional, than actually solving people's problems, because then they're no longer spending money.
Well, I think it's like everything else. I think it's something you have to really vet. Like you have to really vet.
Agreed.
If first of all, if you walk in and they're 25, walk out. Just turn around and walk out the door. Right. I have worked with a lot of psychologists, both and psychiatrists, both directly and indirectly. And my two favorite, hands down, well, I'll go three because I've got to get a girl in there. My three favorite, hands down, were all over the age of 50. All three of them. My two favorite was a man in his 60s and a man who was practicing on the side because he had already retired. They were absolutely brilliant at what they did. One was more helpful towards women. I will grant you that. He was a talker. He was really good at that. The other one was not much of a talker, but he would ask the right questions to make you help yourself.
Right. Yeah. That's what I think the right answer is.
Right. And so it's just well, the reason I said one was good at females is because he was more chit-chatty. It was the pace of the conversation. And the other guy was far more like stoic and quiet and like direct.
He did more listening, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, they both listened. They had different. One was a hippie. The very chatty one was a hippie. I'm just going to throw that out there. He loved him to death, but he was definitely a hippie. And the other guy was just like old school business guy, just old school classy guy, but both very great at their jobs.
Now you said if they 25, you say they walk out. Why you say that? It's because the way they look at life or the way they was trained?
No, they're new. You're a guinea pig. That's not always bad. I've seen some young ones that are great, but if you're looking for somebody who has an established pattern, who knows what has worked for them over and over and over in the past, you're going to want somebody who has some years behind them.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that'd be betting on the odds, right? The odds are if they're older and have more life experience, they will, and experience not just in life, but with therapy, whatever. You know, that would tend to be better on a balance of probabilities. But of course, you could have a 25-year-old that's better than a 50-year-old, right? But that'd probably be an outlier.
Or what about the 25-year-old was trained by a 60-year-old?
That's what I was fixing to say. Usually you'll know who that really good one is because they're all of them are going to train at some point, but they're going to be the one sitting there taking notes and participating instead of the one just watching in the corner. Like
it probably also has something to do. They could be talented in there, 25, but be talented. It's like when you play basketball, you have some people is more talented than others. So that 25-year-old may have talent that it will be like speaking to a 50-year-old or 60-year-old. It depends. I think it depends on how they go about their job and how they feel about.
Well, I guess it also depends on your demographic, right? Like I say that, but I'm 40. What is that 25-year-old going to say to me right now, right? So I guess like if I was 12 or 13, then that 25-year-old probably seems pretty wise to me, right? So
but then what article said early, you 40, but you got 50 people that act like they're 25. So they
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
It's relative.
Right.
yeah, but at the same time, like, for my 13 or 14-year-old self, right? I'm saying 25-year-old was old enough for me to consider them far more experienced than me,
Right.
but still young enough for me to consider them relatable. So I guess, like, depending on your age, there's a
And
difference.
in a maturity and your maturity.
My exact
Right.
experience, Pixie, with myself, first person I went to see, they were, I would say, in their 20s, maybe early 30s. And admittedly, I unloaded on this poor woman, but I could see she was quickly bewildered and like didn't know where to start with me, sort of thing. And when she started suggesting breathing techniques and stuff, I knew it was going to be a waste of time. Second dude I seen was like in his 60s, I'd say. He had like white hair, older dude. One session with him, an hour, and I think we only went 45 minutes. He was so good at what he did, and he saw right through me so quickly, I didn't need to go back. He gave me the tools I needed in one session. Whereas I could have, if I'd have stayed with this younger one, I would have spent thousands and thousands of dollars and hours of my time trying to figure out, what's wrong or whatever. Whereas I went to someone with a bit of experience and it was simple.
Right, but if you went to that 20-year-old as a 12-year-old with your
Well,
12-year-old problems,
when
she
we
could
took
probably help you.
exactly, we took our son to a therapist when he was having issues at school, and it was a young guy in his 20s, and it was fantastic. My son really benefited and got along with him, connected. Yeah.
That's good.
So I agree that the younger ones, I think, are more suited to younger people's problems. They're still closer to the issue themselves.
Yeah.
They're closer to a 15-year-old at 25 than they are a 50-year-old.
Exactly.
But what y'all think they will learn that in school? Wouldn't they learn certain things because they getting it from people that's been doing it for years and things like that? So wouldn't they?
You learn techniques, but you don't necessarily learn how to apply those techniques. Here's a good example. I remember sometimes when I'm doing something or when I'm fixing something in the house or when I'm working on something, I remember things that my dad tried to teach me when I was younger. And I didn't necessarily understand what he was saying then, but it is perfectly applicable now. And now that I'm doing it, I'm like, oh, that's what he meant. And then I know what I need to do next, right? And it's much the same way. Like, you can learn the tools, but until you've been in a situation where you've had to employ those tools in a manner that's similar to somebody else's, you may not get it quite right. So it's not that you don't have the tools, it's that until you practice helping that 12-year-old and that 13-year-old and that 14-year-old while you're 20 and 25, right? Then you don't have the experience to help the 40-year-old yet.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like in my example with the younger therapist, she had all the same tools as the older guy,
right?
But she was going through the whole toolbox.
Okay,
you know what I mean. Whereas the older guy knew what tool to go straight for.
Oh, okay. And he knew that because the life experience
and more experience with more patience.
More patience.
More people, yeah.
I see. I was just thinking. I'm sorry. I was just thinking that some of the techniques or even the life experience they may have learned it in college because they learn it from the people that's been in the business for years. I would think they will. No, but I see.
Well, the really good ones would, and I imagine there are probably 25, 30-year-old therapists out there that are brilliant.
And they probably had a hard life, actually.
Okay, right. So that would be equal. Okay, I see now.
And I would think very rare with the brilliant, but nonetheless, I agree with you. I think there probably are. And as far as the tools, and I think what Pixie was bringing up, right, like advice when you were younger or something someone bestowed upon you. It's funny, in the last, I don't know, 5 years, let's say, I've had plenty of recollection, sort of things that I heard so many years ago. It could have been a little quote, whatever it is. And it's like, oh, I got it back then, or I thought I got it. I thought I understood, this simple sentence, but I didn't really get it until now.
Yeah.
It didn't really hit me until now. And it's like, wow, but I heard it 100 times, but it took the 101st or whatever for it to really sink in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
I think it's because a good therapist isn't really talking at you. They're getting you to talk to yourself.
Mm.
And on that note, my dog is telling me it is his bedtime. So later days, pretty
I
shiny.
can hear him. Good night.
We'll see you.
No, I thought for sure that was Based Oracle's date.
What?
GS, you back? You back for more punishment?
Yeah. How's that candy cane taste?
I don't know. Ask your significant other.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. This conversation's going.
What's up? What's up, Von Eric? Good to...
What's up, GS? How you been? Oh, got quiet, huh?
So, GS, you got a little elf saying he's not gay, but $20 is $20 with a candy cane coming through a glory hole. And then you ask me how it tastes? I just want to make sure I got that right. Oh, he gone.
Yeah, he ran away.
Oh.
I think he's telling us he's not gay, but for $20 he could pretend to be.
Yeah, pretend, quote unquote. Yeah, I got it.
He's not gay, but he fucks a bloke who is.
Yeah. He's not gay, he's just bottom. Well, it's been real. You guys, pretty cool. We'll see you, Hillary, Sammy, Von Eric.
Nice.
And howdy. I don't know if you said a word. If you did, I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it either.
No, I've been pretty quiet.
Oh man, I thought he did talk.
Howdy, I've seen you over on JG and Praises, right?
Yeah, I sort of float around the StreamYard scenes. It's been sort of interesting.
Well, because
go
ahead.
I was going to say, would you call yourself a Christian?
I'm agnostic, but I'm definitely studying Christianity pretty heavy lately.
Okay. Agnostic leaning any particular way?
Not particularly, although currently I'm definitely having a blast digging into Christian theology.
How long you been studying or into it?
Oh, I'm still pretty new. I think I'm getting close to 3 months, maybe.
Oh, okay. No, that's good. Is that's the only religion that you study, or do you study the rest of them, or is you just
I mean,
ice?
it's the only one that I think that I would be relatively interested. Maybe that's just my
Oh, okay.
bias, but touching on others, they didn't really draw me towards it as much as specifically the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
That's all right. That's pretty good. All right, I can see that. Does it excite you or keep you intrigued that you want to keep forward in it?
yeah, I like how deep the rabbit hole goes. I don't know. It's probably a better way to say that, but
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's all right.
what about you? Are you a Christian?
Uh, yep. But I study. I like studying other religions, looking into them and things like that. Um, yeah. And I guess that's because pretty much the way I was raised. So when I was young, I had a parent that was in the Catholic. So, and then my mom, she was Jehovah's Witness. My dad, he was Methodist. He was a pastor. He was a pastor of a Methodist church, a Baptist church. Then I've been a part of Holiness and Pentecostal. And then I had family that was, Muslim. And then now my mom, she's a Baha'i. So all these things just intrigues me and studying them.
Yeah, there's so many religions and even so many denominations within religions. It seems that you can't really get two people to agree on agree on everything, I should say. Everyone has their own little eclectic view of
Mm,
things.
yeah. Yeah, that's true. And that not just, Christianity, it's all religion. They all have their different views and different interpretations and different paths that they, follow. Some of them get along, some of them don't get along. Some of them think they have the right one. Yeah. I've seen that in many religions that I looked into.
Yeah, at least on the YouTube scene, there's a lot of contentious issues, and I know that a lot of people agree about a lot of things, but just the focus, I guess, is on the devil and the details.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's a good devil in the details. Yeah. Well, that's good that you studying, intriguing, and growing, and then take the time to go on panels and stuff like that and discuss. That's pretty good. I know sometimes it can get pretty hectic because people can get biased and things like that. But that's a good step that you're taking to be focused and try to grow.
Yeah, the talking heads and the forums and all this stuff is definitely interesting, and it does get heated, obviously, when you're talking about religion or politics. I mean, talk about anything these days, but
Right.
especially religion, it's a very touchy subject. A lot of people are very sensitive to these topics, I would say.
Oh yeah. Hmm. Oh yeah. Because they feel as though you're disrespecting their God. Yeah, I see it all the time. Some people are so passionate. So passionate, and then it turns into let their emotions take control, and then it turns into something else. Yeah, I've seen it. And when I was a baby, in the religion, um, I acted that way myself. But as time went on, and God helped me to grow, then I'm able in a place. Don't allow my emotions to cloud my judgment. So But yeah, I was like that. Stuck on my bias, content.
Yeah, a lot of heavy, difficult questions that I'm grappling with. A lot of contentious issues that I'm wrestling with. I'm reading commentaries, reading translations, learning a little bit of Greek, trying to figure out what's going on here, digging a little bit more into philosophy and stuff, just trying to, I mean, it's just keeping my mind occupied. It's
Yeah,
a lot to soak in.
yeah, it is. And that's and you say you're learning Greek and you do Hebrew too, or Latin?
And that, just Greek for now. I'm skipping Latin completely, but yeah, I'm
Okay.
learning Greek. I memorized a few words and verses, got some of the basics down, and I'm trying to. I'm still I'm not hardly know anything, but I know a few.
That's good.
Which topics are you wrangling with?
Well, essentially all of them. Recently, I mean, there's the Trinity, but also grace, regeneration. I mean, lately I've been thinking about regeneration, and then like, do you repent because you believe, and that's how you get the Spirit? But then, like, you need the Spirit to believe. So, which comes first, the cart or the horse? And then different people's rationale on how to do this. Like, you get predestination or Calvinism, and I've read through like the catechumens for like Catholicism and Eastern Orthodox and how they view regeneration, how this stuff sort of works. Because I'm interested in the philosophy, like I'm really interested in this kind of stuff. So much to think about: sin, guilt, the theory of atonement. There's so many different topics: dispensationalism versus covenant theology, or so many, so much. It's very vast, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Most people, it seems to be lately, at least in terms of the popular channels, a lot of it revolves around the Trinity lately, I think.
Yeah, I've seen that myself. Trinity. Well, Trinity. When you say Trinity, what are they? Their belief in the Trinity. How do they define Trinity?
Yeah, a lot of people define it a lot of different ways. I was reading some books on the ontology of the Trinity and sort of the heavy hitters throughout medieval scholasticism and even the early church, what they thought about it. How did they go about describing this thing? It's good stuff. And then also, obviously, like the sort of the biblical analysis, like take away philosophy. Let's just read the word and what it says. Like, what's it trying to say? I'm definitely, I think it's, I mean, I see no way of going for like Jesus just being like a human or whatever. Like, if he's not God, then he's just under God. Like, he has everything, At least from my reading, he's like everything. He's the high priest, he's the Lamb of God, he's the Son of God, he's through him all creation was made, not one thing was made without him. I mean, you can go on and on and on and on. He had the morphe of God. Some people say the form, or like, so he's up there. He's definitely up there.
You're right.
What's your profession?
Huh?
What is your profession? Your job?
Oh, I'm retired.
Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of good stuff to get into in retirement. You got a lot of time.
A lot of free time. Yeah, I'm just trying to pass the time.
Man, that's good though. Yeah, that's good. He is. I guess he is. Well, not I guess. He will be. I guess considered. You got the CEO, and then I guess he the COO or the pretty
He's
much.
granted all authority.
Right.
He's everything.
Right.
So that's the weird thing. How can three things all be the same thing, but yet they're all different?
Right.
It's definitely a difficult
That's what
doctrine.
that's what I need for when they say, I hear this a lot, they the same in essence. So what do they mean and define? How do they define that essence? Because essence can be one thing, but still outside of that, they're not this, they're not equal. When I'm saying equal, God is still greater, the Father. So what do they mean essence? They the same in essence. I hear that a lot.
Well, essentially, which is where we get the word essentially, it's what is essential to being a thing. So like you are essentially human and I am essentially human. So we're homoousios with each other because we're both the same substance.
Okay. So they're the same in that. I can see that. Like, God is unseen and Christ is unseen. So so that means there's still difference outside of that. Because even though we both human, I can be stronger, or you can be stronger, or you could be more intellectual, or I can be more intellectual. So where's it's still a difference. That's the same, but it's still a difference outside of that. Would you agree or no?
Yeah, if you just leave it at that, then you have tritheism, like they would just both be gods. And so it's hard to have all four things that they're trying to reconcile unicity and plurality.
Right.
So it's very touchy how you go about doing that.
Right. And yeah, that's where it gets to the argument goes somewhere else. Because I think some people just not ready. When you ask certain questions, they're not ready. They think that you're trying to get them away from their belief or their biased understanding. And that may not be the case for all, But I just like asking different questions to get a clear understanding. Some of the things, and it doesn't. I mean, I'm not talking about just in this what we discussing, but I like answering questions to see the clarity, to get the full understanding in it. And I just hear essence all the time, but they don't define it.
Yeah, I would say that most of the people I've seen, even the popular people who tried to discuss these topics, like William Lane Craig, or I don't know, patristic pillars, William Albrecht, or even the Trinitarian apologetics, and even the people who argue against it. Both sides of them aren't very well versed in the issues of it. It's very sort of surface level, like you said. The most you'll get from a Trinitarian is something like three persons in one essence, and then when you start trying to dig into that, all they can do is give you like a few, which is what I was trying to do to you, because like the surface level is like, well, we're the same in essence, but we're different persons. And then you go, well, that's tritheism. Or they'll just give you creational examples. Like, I talked to Kelly Powers I think a week ago, and he told me before. It was funny because I was asking him, did he have an ontology for the Trinity? And then he didn't. I don't think he understood my question. And then he was going to give me his analogies, and before he did, I said, well, be careful, because any analogy that you're going to give is going to be heretical. And then he gave you the one that I just gave, which is tritheism. And then he gave me the water can exist in a triple point with like steam, liquid, and ice, right? But that's like partialism. Then each person is just like a third of God, like a piece of God. So
he used the water and the steam analogy to try to give you an understanding when it comes to three persons, or three beings, or three, or triple gods, I guess.
He said that the triple point of water is an example of Trinitarianism, and I told him that that was heretical and Sabellianism or modalism. I don't think he understood those terms either, and so once I realize someone doesn't really know, I don't get into heated arguments. I just say, well, he's not too, and I just go a little hands off and just go about my way on it. I'm not out to make anyone. I'm not out to,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that. Especially if someone is stuck in a biased state. Yeah, I could definitely, like God's heart and Pharaoh's heart. Some people's heart is just it's hard, and at that time, there's no reason for you to, go back and forth because you won't get nowhere.
Yeah, that's another thing I was thinking about a lot lately. That goes back to baptismal regeneration and are we monergists or synergists? Is there free will or no free will? And there's passages that go back and forth. And then and then even in philosophy, it goes back and forth on this, and really, really heavy questions that are probably unanswerable. But I still like messing around in them, seeing what I can gather.
Well, like the Bible says, he was led by the Spirit, searches for all things. So I completely understand that.
Based on your questions, it sounds like you're not a Trinitarian, right?
Well, not a Trinitarian in the sense that they all. It depends on your definition of Trinitarian. That would be against the Word of God if they all are are equal. That would be against the Word. Now, if you say a Trinitarian defined is, you have the Father, and the Son wouldn't be anything without the gift from the Father given to the Son. So if you define it in that way, then yes, I would agree. But all of them the same, and I can understand the essence, but then outside of essence, you got power and things like that, and all that is with God, who He wills those gifts out to, like He gave to the Son. If He took those gifts from the Son would be nothing. He wouldn't be human. He wouldn't be what we call Lord. He's our Lord God. He wouldn't be anything. But then that goes for all of us.
Yeah, I think everyone would agree that the Son is subordinated in his what they would call the economia. So in action, he is subordinated. They just wouldn't say that he's ontologically subordinated. So he's still retains omnipotence, omniscience. It's just that during his incarnation and his earthly sojourn, he emptied himself, and then now that he was resurrected, then he has all that again. But I do agree with you. I mean, I'm new, but biblically, it does seem to be the case that very heavy things seem to. I mean, everyone agrees he's subordinate in terms of what he does. It's just the main one is aseity. Like, well, what they say is like he's eternally generated, or I don't want to get too heavy into it, but it's just hard to. But I mean, everyone would agree that he's subordinate. But you're just like actual subordinationist, which is you're saying that the Father gives him his omnipotence and his all those sorts of things, which yeah, I mean, you could make a pretty decent case for that as well, but I don't like to plant my flag.
Yeah, that's my, because like he said, it's the Father that does all things. So, and just like the Word of God says, it's the gift, lest any man says it's by works. So everything is a gift that we have, and including the gift that He has, what was given to Him. And He came down to give us the gift that was given to Him. And without that gift, that's why I understand when people say true God, because I hear that true God. So that I can understand that, and the way they defined it, I will, attach that to the Father. if they say true God, but I still would have to go into more depth on their definition of how they define that.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that the sun was created?
When you say created, what do you mean created?
Was there was there a moment where he was not? Or is he eternal?
He's eternal, but still, when you say not, or when you say, because like what's his? This is his channel. I forgot his name. Richard. Richard said that Christ existed inside of God. Well, he said thought. So that would not could be considered. Would that be considered not because he doesn't exist outside of God? So it depends on where you apply not.
You would agree that me and you, or creation is not eternal, right? Or do you think that the universe is eternal?
Internal?
Eternal.
Internal?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe that we are internal due to what we have from God. It all relies on him. We I guess what I'm saying I want to say is we are nothing. So I wouldn't say we are internal because we are nothing. What makes
eternal. Has the universe always existed, or did it come into being?
It always existed inside of God. It came into being outside of him.
Okay. I see. Okay, I think I see what you're getting at. You're saying like he always had this plan, and then it was actualized at some point.
Right.
Okay.
Which I guess what we would apply the word reality.
And so and you're saying that the sun was like this plan as well?
I'm saying is when you saying son, you're applying it just to Jesus Christ?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean also the I'm saying the logos. Sorry.
The logos. So, and you applying that to Jesus, or you're applying it to, okay, all of us, because all of us came from God. No man creates anything. Man or woman creates anything.
Right.
So when you're applying, I just want to see whether you're applying it to, because Jesus Christ is the begotten Son. He's not the only Son, but he is the only begotten Son. But so that's a difference.
And begotten, of course, means
You say what?
And begotten, of course, means
begotten means that depends on your definition, but begotten means like in the book of Enoch, Jesus was in the secret place and was taught and was taught and given everything while he was there to prepare him to go sit on the right hand and then come down to carry out God's will. And it was no one that outside of that God did.
So, would you call Jesus Christ God?
I will call him God because what was given to him. But Jesus Christ himself, no. If God takes what he gave to him, he would be nothing, as he said.
Right.
Okay. To beget is to produce offspring through sexual reproduction. So if Jesus is eternally begotten of the Father, then that means the Father is constantly having sex
Well,
in
you
order
speak
to make Jesus.
Yeah, but you defining that in worldly terms.
Right.
Okay, but the spiritual terms, can you,
If they
can you
didn't
give me
want
the
to use the
definition
word,
of this? Can you
if
give
they
me
didn't,
the Go ahead.
if they didn't want to use the word begot, they could have come up with a different word. So they use
And
this term.
No, you're still using that same word. You're using the same word only in worldly definition.
Right.
Okay, so the other word, I wouldn't use sexual as far as, I would agree with you as far as the definition that you gave me when it comes to worldly, but spiritually is different. So, so do you know do you know the spiritual definition of that same word?
I have not found it anywhere in the Bible now. In nerdy, I think maybe all the angels might also be God's sperm. And some people believe that humans are incarnated angels, that we are God's thoughts that then took on human bodies.
God's thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
So, can you elaborate on that? God's thoughts. Are you saying like if you want to? Yeah, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, there are some denominations who think that God doesn't have a physical existence, he just has a cognitive existence. And so everything that has physical, like the universe, earth, are thoughts that were in God's mind. And then they instantiated into material being. And the humans are thoughts that God has had that have become human.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I can see, but everything is spiritual. So what created as far as what you said, as far as God's thoughts? So that thoughts comes from him. Let's use the analogy of sperm. Sperm comes out of the man, right? So a thought spiritually coming out of God, right? That we don't see unless God create something for us to see, because we are we are unseen, right? So he sent his thoughts. The thought that he sent has instructions, guidelines, laws to create, like you just said. That creation is what we see, but we don't see the one who created. We only see the creation, but we don't see the creator. So yeah, I can understand. I can see when they say God's thought. I could definitely see that spiritually.
Sammy, are you still here? Because I'm pretty sleepy. Sammy?
Yep, I'm falling asleep too. So
okay, well I'll go ahead and end the stream then.
Yeah, good stuff.
Okay, catch y'all another day.
Okay, appreciate it.
Have a good one.